Bom dia from Hannover, dear community. Great you're joining us again. Welcome to Hannover Messe, day 3 in Hall 27, the living room of innovation and technology, streaming to you from the Siemens Fair booth, where we're having a good time, a great time, with lots of customers joining us. It's 9:15, and there is already many of them talking to our experts here at the exhibits, technology to touch. There's the tongue twister for me. Max, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you. It's already the middle of the week, and as you can see, we are here where we left off at SPS. Do you remember, this was our final stop? We went off on the motorbike, and we're back on it again, loving it.
Powerful rides at Hannover, that's for sure. It's an exciting time, and our customers, as a matter of fact, also have challenging times in regards of what they have to cater for. Now, we do have the solutions to take care of them, and queuing for customers, I need to look at Max cheating paper. We do have lots of them here on stage today talking about how we brought solutions to them and solved them. Now, there is Syngenta, Coca-Cola, Pringles. Pringles, as a matter of fact, we had a crunch test this morning, a competition where we bit the crisps and tried to be as loud as possible. We will have Pyrum, BÜHLER, GEA Group is going to be here, Amazon Robotics, and also Alfa Laval and Palo Alto Systems also coming to us. But not only them, we do partner up with companies. And Max, you have a big list of partners.
I do. So yeah, in general, we believe the whole digital transformation journey is only possible with a collaborative approach, no solo efforts. So our partner ecosystem is represented here at the booth. And yeah, I've noted a few down on my cheat sheet. So we have TeamViewer, Microsoft, CASMT, NVIDIA, AWS, Accenture, Graylogix, FFT, Snowflake, and Zeta, and many, many more in and around the booth with our running reporters who are going to be interviewing more and more of them here as we go along the day.
As a matter of fact, we have a main focus on consumer packaged goods today with Coca-Cola and Pringles, but also you'll be very active on stage today, Max, in regards of pharmaceutical topics, right?
Yes, that's right. I can't even remember how many I have. I think I have 10 sessions, and then the big pharma session starting around about 4 o'clock. When we start with the whole life sciences with Maria Graham, and then we'll take it from there throughout the afternoon. So definitely worth hanging around for.
Johnson & Johnson is part of them as well.
They are, yes.
I mean, if you have not decided yet whether you want to come to Hannover or not, click the button, get your free ticket. Go on a train, in the car, on the bike, or walk even to Hannover. It's worth the while. And it's really great coming here, Hall 27, close to the IC train station. Take a look at what we are showing here, because it's just breathtaking in any meanings. And breathtaking is also when you stroll around at our booth, and I'm doing this now, walking over to Izzy, our running reporter, who is covering the first session today. And as a matter of fact, there is so much to explore here at our booth. Industrial controls is one of the first topics we're going to talk about. And I am just showing you here a little glimpse of the activity and the buzz which is going on at 9:20 at Siemens Fair booth in Hall 27. And with this, enjoy the day, stay with us, and handing it over to Izzy.
Thank you, Christine. So we're kicking it off, and I'm joined by Eric Fröhlich, product owner of the SIMATIC ET 200 SP e-starter. So, Eric, I've heard that you're presenting the brand new innovation for our ET 200 SP e-starter. Can you tell us what it's all about?
Yeah, right. Thank you, Izzy. What we are presenting right now is our new standard module, which adds some cool new features to our ET 200 SP starter. And this is just plugged in like this in our device. And just by that, we add new features to our device. Very easy.
Just like that. Great. So it seems like a really easy way to add features to a device. What exactly are the new features?
Well, first, as you may have seen, we have a yellow part here, which is indicating that it adds some safety functionality. So safety is especially required in industrial applications to safely shut down motors that pose some danger for persons or for the facilities. So by adding this module, we can have a running motor And in case an emergency happens, you need to have an emergency-related safety shutdown. This is just done by pressing the emergency stop. And the special is that the device makes really sure that the motor comes to a stop, because sometimes you can have the risk of a person being hit by a robot or in a danger area, and that's why the device needs to make sure that the motor stops.
Yeah, it seems like an essential piece that this product needs. And you mentioned before that there are some other features. Could you tell us about those?
Right. We just not only add the safety functionality, but what we also do is here that with this module, we make our e-starter certified for operating and protecting motors in explosive areas. So you might have heard about ATEX and IEC-EX. Well, with this, now our e-starter is certified to protect those motors. For example, in hazardous areas where you have explosive atmospheres with gases or cement industries, in those kind of areas where an explosion might happen because of the sparks in the motor, then we're certified to protect and operate those motors with this module in here.
And is that everything, or is there more coming with the submodule?
Well, there is one additional feature that we add with this module, and it's a so-called advanced condition monitoring functions. This means that now the e-starter is capable also of reading out power values and also starting times, so that with this you can do predictive maintenance. So we added to the current monitoring function that we had also these two features, and now the user will get in advance the information whether predictive maintenance or a maintenance work is necessary. Main goal of this is that the application does not suddenly stop, but gives the user enough time in advance to program a maintenance work. So no still stand, the application keeps on running and you program it adequately.
Great, and lastly, it's covering a broad range of application then, you'd say?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, this is the first e-starter that we have with this kind of model, adding ATEX and safety functionalities and the condition monitoring, which is completely integrated into the ET200SP system. And you have to keep in mind, this is the only device in the whole market, in the world, that has this functionality integrated into an automation system with an electronic short circuit protection, which reduces and denies the short circuit currents, and a so-called SmartSat function also that reduces the high current peaks during startup and therefore the torque peaks as well. So it protects mechanic and electrical part of the application, and that everything integrated into the ET200SP system, and now with this highlight of the safety applications.
Wow, that's fascinating, and it sounds like a really exclusive product that we provide here with Siemens. So thank you, Eric. I'm going to pass it back to Christine on the main stage and Melissa up in the gallery studio.
Welcome to day 3. Indeed, for us it might...
On the booth, and it's Hannover Messe time, day 3. At the main stage here in Hall 27. Great you're joining us again, and also great that you our visitors are joining us here. If you don't know yet what to do, where to go, well, why don't you start taking a seat here, exploring some of the topics we are sharing here on our main stage. There is a lot, as a matter of fact. That's more than 20 customers being here talking about the solutions we provided. There's lots of partners sharing their expertise and how we solved our customers' challenges, and there is lots of experts sharing their know-how and wisdom with you to bring the best of whatever is possible with Siemens technology. I don't know about when you come to a city where you're new and you look at the map and you have no idea where you have to go to. The grid sometimes can be very, very complicated. That also applies for grids in regards of power distribution. And unlocking the grid transparency at distribution level does not have to be rocket science if you have the right persons to partner up with. On stage, there will be our first expert of the day. He's a global technical consultant for IoT at Siemens, with the company since 12 years already, focusing deeply on that topic. Tony Weinmann is the gentleman coming up on stage after the video.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of Hannover Fair 2026. Exactly 2 years ago, we introduced Electrification X, an integrated IoT suite for electrification and automation, building the smart electrical backbone of power distribution. And now, today, we are ready to take this topic to the next level by unlocking grid transparency at distribution level. So we show an all-in-one solution for the digitalization of transformer substations with a plug-and-play integration of a medium voltage switchgear. So now we are not talking about product silos anymore. But why we are talking about digitalization? As you know, global warming demands more resilience, efficiency, and sustainability, which drives actually the demands for a massive electrification of almost everything. We have a rising energy demand, and we have expansion of renewables, so we have to refurbish our existing grids, and we have to build new grids. So did you know that this leads to a doubling of the grids from 2023 by 2033? That means we have to build in 10 years what took us 100 years. So these challenges require the transformation and modernization of grids in order to master the key challenges of energy transition. And digitalization is the answer for the key demands of new and complex energy grids. So now it's time to tackle these challenges of the energy transition by combining the real and the digital world. And for that, we have to simplify digitalization. And now we can do that because we can accelerate every step in the timeline of your digitalization projects. So that means you can benefit from an accelerated planning with pre-configured IoT-ready components, with a seamless integration due to perfectly aligned software and hardware components in one ecosystem, with a reduced cost due to standardized processes and the reduced troubleshooting effort, a reduced end-to-end solution, and of course, a simplified implementation with a perfectly plug-and-play design without extensive customization. But that's a lot of information, so let us start from the scratch. We at Siemens, we support customers of many different verticals with their digitalization and electrification. And for that, we just created digitalization campaigns. These are very easy, scalable, technical standard solutions or blueprints. And today, we're going to focus on one of them, the digitalization of distribution stations. With that, we are talking about transformer substations as well as cable compartments. So we are going from data collection to the data transmission and even the digitalization in our IoT software. So by using this overall approach, we can focus the whole time on the big picture, transparency at the entire distribution grid and all assets. So with this, we even ensure end-to-end cybersecurity. For example, you can even combine our solution with our patch management feature set, OT Companion, or our SIEM solution for security information and event management. And due to an encrypted communication, our solution is even prepared for critical infrastructure. For example, it's aligned with the NIS2 regulation in the European Union. So let us build the architecture level by level. So we start at a field level. There we can get data from savable sensors like door contacts, motion control, or smoke detection. In the next level, the station level, we get data from savable devices like multi-measurement devices or our intelligent smart fuses for low voltage. The edge level is very interesting because there we connect the OT with the IT. You can choose, depending on your individual project's requirements, between a compact gateway, a semi-modular gateway, or even a full modular gateway. So as you see, we have a one IoT gateway strategy because all of those gateways are part of the COMOS product family. And of course, in the cloud level, we have Electrification X with our feature set, distribution grid management. But I guess that you can already, or that you already mentioned, that there's still a gap. But now with the Hannover Fair 2026, we are very happy to announce that we are now ready to fill this gap by adding the missing piece of the puzzle by introducing the brand new IoT-ready switchgear 8DJH24 SINA. SINA is short for switchgear for intelligent network automation. So let's take a focus on that for a minute. So by talking about full transparency, we are talking about data coming from medium voltage, from transformer, and even from low voltage. So we get data like power data, asset data, health index, or even condition data. So this is the way how the data is going from the sensor up to our IoT suite. So with that, even the switchgear have a digital and future-proof design and is at the same time developed for more sustainability. To give you one example, it's insulated now with clean air instead of SF6. So we can achieve full transparency by monitoring and, of course, analyze all the data coming from the switchgear. And now we are ready to answer questions that we were not able to answer before with our digitalization solution. Let me give you some examples. So are there any faults or anomalies in my ring main unit? What's the health status of my feeder? Is there any partial discharge indicating insulation issues? Has my cable connection reached any critical temperatures during recent peak loads? What is the life and historical operating value of my switchgear? What's the utilization of my switchgear? Or another question, how does the operation counter impact my maintenance planning? These are all questions that we can answer now with our IoT suite. And you need transparency. We have simple digitalization. No matter for which requirements or kinds of distribution grids, we have the right products. Let me give you two more examples. For short circuit indication, we have our CCOM FCM Plus in combination with our intelligent cable connection C-bushing. And to receive the operating voltage, and very important to enhance personal safety, we have our CCOM VDIS as part of the IoT-ready switchgear. So you see, we have a very modular principle. So it's a solution even for brownfield as well as for greenfield, for walk-in stations as well as for compact stations. And you just have to choose the right parts that fits perfectly to your projects. So now there's another part or another component in the little architecture. It's the box where we just install our modular gateways inside. It's the MAB, the multi-purpose automation box, your gateway for effortless automation and digitalization. It gets produced in 4 factories all over the world, pre-wired, very cost-effective, fully assembled, and ready for installation. So now we are ready to bring the data from the real world to the digital world. But how can Electrification X help you with the digitalization? For that, let's just take a small look inside for a couple of seconds. So with the map view, you can directly see in a great overview at a landing page the current status of all of your separate stations. When you click on them, you can easily see dashboards of your separate components. Even, for example, the 8 DJH at a glance. You can even see live and historical measurement values, as well as load profiles, very helpful to indicate load peaks. With the analysis functionality, it's very easy to find bottlenecks in your grid. And for example, you can even set up thresholds. These are not just to indicate any peaks or to get notifications. It's even the basis for our future feature for autonomous feeder management. So let me sum this up. With Electrification X, you can increase the grid's capacity by up to 30%. You can prevent overloads, you can optimize your investment planning, and you can even combine it with other software solutions, like, for example, for autonomous grid management with the solution coming from Grid Software, GridScale X. But when we are talking about this solution, we are not talking about the future. This digitalization journey is now. Like, for example, for our customer IBC from Switzerland. It's a distribution network operator who's now using Electrification X for the digitalization of 200 transformer substations and 290 cable compartments. For full transparency, to indicate bottlenecks, and of course, to start with their digital transformation. So with the power of technology, we accelerate energy transition together. Thanks a lot for your time. I want to give you another recommendation for a very interesting presentation today in Hall 12 of my colleague, Professor Stefan Niesen. He's talking about future power grids. In addition, you can, of course, see how our solution looks in real life right over there at the middle of the booth. I'm excited to see you soon. Enjoy Hannover Fair and have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Perfect way to get us going here on day 3 in Hanover. I just have something lying around here, which I think we can hand over. I'm just going to, can I pass you this? Just to get this off the stage. Thank you very much. So, how is everyone this morning? Oh. One more time. Come on. How are you doing? You see? It's early, but it's working. It's working. So, welcome to our booth here in Hall 27. This is our new home for the first time in many years. We were in Hall 9 in the past. But now Deutsche Messe AG, so the event organizers here, have put together an entirely new concept. There are now 3 dedicated exhibition areas, bringing together all the key technologies. And you, ladies and gentlemen, have definitely come to the right place, because this is where we are showcasing to the world what we can do in electrification, automation, and digitalization, and of course now with industrial AI. So welcome, get yourselves comfortable, and enjoy the show. We're now ready for the first talk of the day, and we're going to be speaking about an increasingly relevant topic in the industrial scenario, and that is energy transparency and energy management. And what better way to explore all of this than through a real use case, a project that was developed in 2025 in this year's partner country, and that is of course, Brazil. So please give a warm welcome to Ricardo, Vitor, Isabella, Dominic, and Sebastian. Welcome. Hey, take a seat.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi. Morning. Morning. And morning.
Hey.
Wow, it's packed. It's
Yeah.
packed. I'm glad we have 6 seats. Otherwise, I would have to be down there. So, I hope you're all doing well. Introductions. So, Isabella and Vitor are responsible for the project in Brazil for Siemens. Dominic and Sebastian, also from Siemens, are taking care of the solution and the product. And we have special participation from Ricardo, who is representing Syngenta, our client in this project. So it's great to have all the perspectives here, and let's see where this talk takes us. Ricardo, I'd like to start at the beginning and with you. Can you tell us a bit about Syngenta? And also what motivated this project?
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Max. Syngenta is one of the leadings in the ag-tech companies in the world, and present in the 90 countries. In Brazil, especially, we are facing right now a big expansion in our plant in Paulínia. Paulínia is a city near São Paulo. And since the beginning, we had a challenge there to make how manage the energy in our site, specifically to get better digital data since the beginning.
Okay, so if we look at this then, what were the specific needs and challenges that you had when it came to expanding the site?
Yeah, Paulínia is the biggest, the largest formulation and the filling pack, the agrochemicals in the world for Syngenta, and they have a very special weight in the market for us. But since now we hadn't any kind of digital in electrical data. So and also maintenance team, electrical team in the site had any kind of possibility to get the data, simple data, for example, consumptions, etc., from the devices. So we started with these pain points for this project to give a better solution with Siemens.
Yeah, with that in mind, first, we suggest a solution to monitoring all loads, including the low voltage switchboard and the motor control center. With a complete visibility of energy consumption and detailed asset data. The priority here is to give the total access for those information to the maintenance team.
So, Vitor, if we stay with you, so one day, Ricardo and Syngenta, they approached us, they approached you with these specific requirements. So, what did you do? What was the approach?
Yeah, it's a very collaborative way since day one. You can look how many people here in the couch. First, we listened all Syngenta needs, and we knew we couldn't work alone on this. So we brought in our partner Rio Tech, which is a COMOS AAS and Simo Prime technology partner and solution partner. And we developed a complete solution of energy management. And this three-way partnership was totally fundamental to the project success.
Totally fundamental. That's great. Let's dive now a bit deeper into the technical aspects, and that's where Isabella comes in.
Yeah.
So what did Siemens, what did you propose to really meet these requirements then?
Yeah, the technical part of this project was very interesting because in the beginning, when Syngenta started planning the expansion, it wasn't in the scope the energy monitoring part. But when Ricardo brought to us this need that he wanted to give the maintenance team more independence, more data, more information, we thought, okay, this is a good way to do that. We can give you transparency, we can give you all the power monitoring, but how could we do that? We had to add some things to the project. So we considered new circuit breakers with measurement and also communication capabilities. We also added some power monitor devices like PAC devices. So we did an expansion of the expansion project. We could talk like that because it really fitted what Ricardo has asked of us, and of course what Siemens has to offer here. So it was a really nice way to give all the data. But when you have the measuring devices, you have the information, but what we will do with that? I mean, the devices are measuring, but what now? How can we give the transparency that we wanted? So with that in mind, we had some really nice idea of a really special Siemens power management solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's look a bit more into the energy management solution then. Sebastian, I'd like to start with you, and then maybe Dominic, you can come in as well. Yeah, how does it work?
Yeah, so, I mean, we combine the real and the digital world, and that's exactly what we did in that case. The portfolio is built to start small and then let customers grow accordingly, learning from the real operator needs. And this project is like a textbook example of that. We presented the products, the software and the hardware, as Isabella said, and chose together with the partner, what to do in the first steps with Powercenter 3000, and then growing with the Power Manager as a promising way forward.
Okay. Speaking of Powercenter 3000.
Yeah, maybe I just add a couple of words to this product actually, because I mean, what is it? What is it? We hear the name Powercenter 3000. I brought one with me.
Maybe you can hold it up into the camera and just hold it there for a few seconds, then we can get a proper look at it.
Lots of power inside, small device. So what is it? It is basically a pre-installed energy monitoring software, pre-installed on an IPC. And this makes it a really special, a really robust solution, which comes with a lot of great advantages from my point of view. And I think those advantages are also perfectly used in the Syngenta case. This is, on the one hand side, the pre-installation and the ease of use and the plug and operate philosophy makes it super easy, super fast to start with. And this is a very, very important thing to get a project to life with speed and with less costs and be able to scale afterwards stepwise. Secondly, it is like a gateway. So it brings a secure communication of the data from the field up to any kind of overarching management system, be it SCADA, be it cloud-based solutions. And thirdly, it comes with an integrated web interface, which gives dedicated user groups like the maintenance team within Syngenta their access to the right information, to the necessary information at the right place and the right time, be it in front of the switchboard or anywhere in the factory.
Okay. Anything more to add, Sebastian, from your side, or is that, did he explain it well enough?
That's all fine for now, yeah.
Good. Okay. So, Ricardo.
Yep.
All four of these guests here, or my colleagues, basically. So they come up with this amazing solution. What did you think? Did it address all of the concerns that you had at Syngenta?
Yes, very impressive results. We could address all our pain points, and the main next steps that we want to achieve, like scalability or intuitive way to use the tool and the solution, give our maintenance all the autonomy that they want in the past for the electrical team. And this is very special for us also because it's the first digital concept, digital solution that we have for electrical data collection for us in Paulínia and in Latin also, in Latin America for our plants, especially there. And we intend to replicate this for the rolling site production in other projects and other upgrade projects and the new expansions that maybe will be there. And also for Latin America, and they're trying to do this as a standard for global in Syngenta.
Okay. Now, let's get out the crystal ball and look into the future. From a Siemens perspective, maybe we'll do Isabella, Sebastian, and then Dominic. Isabella, would you like to go first? What's next?
Yes, Ricardo already told us a little bit that this project was the first one for Syngenta in Latin America, and we really want to use that as an example for all the other plants that Syngenta has, not only in Brazil, but in all of Americas. So the first step is to get more devices into the power center in the original project, and then replicate that to all the other plants. And then maybe in the future, we can even get more deep dive into energy management and include another things like, for example, energy quality, and also some more insights that we can have from the energy consumption. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's then where the Power Manager comes in. So with Powercenter 3000, the foundation is in place, right? So now we learn what is needed, what Syngenta needs, and what they want to operate, what they want to visualize. And then based on the enhanced functionalities with Power Manager, having multiple site management, more devices, and advanced reporting capabilities, power quality advisor functionalities, and full customizable graphical workflows. This allows the scaling, this allows the control room-based operation. So the Power Manager is then a server-based energy performance management system. So really the higher level that allows them to control, operate the individual sites of Syngenta and bring all this data together for further analyzation and reduction of energy consumption and CO2 emission, basically. Yep. And that's why Power Manager fits perfectly in that case as an evolution for this deeper analysis.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, more or less all said, I guess. You asked for the next steps. What I just want to highlight is I think the next steps are naturally given because of two things. I think we have a great collaboration, and this already guides us into the next steps. We have a great collaboration between Siemens, our partner Rio Tech, and the customer Syngenta, using this solution and bringing it to life and leading to this success in the end. And we have a second aspect, which is the tech, the portfolio, basically. And as we see, the architecture is built to go these kind of journeys. So exactly like Syngenta is doing it, starting fast, learning, growing with the system, and then expanding at the right point of time. And this is exactly what will be the next step in this project as well.
Sounds like a very promising expansion, and we do wish you all the best for it. Yep. Isabella, can you tell our audience where they need to go to find out more?
Yes, of course. If you want to know more about Powercenter, Power Manager, and all of the devices that can do the measurement of your data points, I invite you to go to our booth 173. It's here at the Renewable Fair at the Siemens booth, right on my left side of the stage.
Good. And yeah, partner country Brazil, also represented everywhere. So you'll find Ricardo and the gang somewhere here. Yep.
Yes.
And Ricardo, I'd like to end with you. Would you like to sort of summarize, the partnership and the collaboration that has really ultimately made this project so successful?
Yes, very genuine collaboration project. Siemens and the Rio Tech, the partners, listened everything that we want to implement, all the pains, all the necessities that we had, and putting this in this solution for us very special. And this is exactly the way that Syngenta expected from our partner working with us, and this is very, very impressive for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is great to hear. Another perfect example of how we're working together with our customers, with our partners, our ever-expanding ecosystem. So thank you so much for sharing this, all of you. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for our guests? Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. And now, Ricardo, I have a little something.
Oh, okay.
It's a big something.
Oh.
This is from Natura, who you might know from Brazil.
Yeah.
Take a look inside. There's a few nice things. And for our Siemens colleagues, thank you very much. We also have something from Natura, one for each of you. Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So take a look round, go and say thanks to Natura. Check out their use case. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the fair. Thanks again for coming.
Mark.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
So, from energy management, we're now going to take a step to cybersecurity, and it's cybersecurity in the consumer packaged goods industry. Now, we've all found out by now, it's obvious that cybersecurity is no longer just a technical afterthought. In 2026, in particular, it's become a fundamental pillar of industrial resilience and business continuity. And manufacturing has now become the #1 target for cyber attacks. And this next talk will look at how the different approaches for cybersecurity in the CPG industry look. And we're going to put a particular focus on the current regulatory landscape, for example, NIS2 with machine regulation and also CRA. So please give a warm welcome now to my next 3 guests, Marlin von Knorring, Dominik Belau, and Stefan Woronka. Welcome. Hi. How are you? Here, take a seat. Hi, good morning.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Good to see you.
How are you doing? All good?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Awesome. Yeah, day 3. It's going very well. Marlin, you are a senior compliance specialist at Alfa Laval in the business unit Separation Technology. Dominik is from Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners, and you are the OT Cybersecurity Operations Lead.
Yes.
And Stefan from Siemens is the Director of Industrial Cybersecurity. Just to get that out of the way. Thanks again for being here this morning. And Marlin, I'd like to start with you if I can.
Of course.
So I said in the beginning, all these upcoming rules and regulations that are coming in, what's the impact on your business unit at Alfa Laval, and how are you trying to navigate your way through?
Yes, so first of all, we are covered by the cybersecurity requirements in the upcoming machinery regulation as well as the Cyber Resilience Act, CRA. We have been and still are, very much so, monitoring the evolving legal landscape around it and keep a close eye on the standardization as well. This has supported us in working as proactively as possible, as well as making sure that the measures we implement are in alignment with the legislation. And of course, the security of our customers is our foremost concern. We can also see that by complying with these requirements, we are supporting the requirements of NIS2, which affects a lot of our customers.
Speaking of, sorry, you want to finish?
Oh, you're good.
Okay. Yeah. Speaking of NIS2 then, Dominik, how are you approaching it at CCEP, and how are you trying to address your suppliers as well?
Yeah, so initially, NIS2 was quite a challenge because we are affected in several different countries, with therefore several different local adoptions of the law finally, of the regulation finally. Different authorities, different registration processes, and a lot of entities that we have to register. So initially we started with a project team consisting of IT, OT, and legal departments to really align on a global approach. And we basically aligned that we will use and adapt the model that we have in Germany already. So in Germany, we have 3 sites that are critical infrastructure and are therefore already registered, regulated, audited. And we basically just use the setup regarding the ownership, the responsibilities, as a blueprint to adapt it to the other countries finally. So regarding the framework itself, so as we have not only the NIS regulated countries, but also in the Asia Pacific region, a few countries, we made the business decision to have just one framework in place for all over CCEP. And this is something which we have defined because it's quite ambitious to have one framework above all sites and countries. But to be honest, to tackle it properly, it's required to achieve compliance, but not only. OT cybersecurity for us is quite a critical enabler for the overall business resilience. So that's why we started this journey. Coming to the vendor question, so we're in close contact with all of our OEMs and vendors to really make sure that we go into the right and same direction, because not solely related to NIS2, but also having the Cyber Resilience Act in mind, there are a lot of specific things where we have to be aligned and work closely together with the OEMs and vendors to really make the Cyber Resilience Act a success.
So Stefan, already two great examples here. And if we take the wider perspective now, in general, our customers, how are they dealing with it? Where do they stand on NIS2 currently?
So what I see is that NIS2 is being implemented in most of the European countries already. So some customers have not yet even started the process of their cybersecurity journey. And in many of the countries, the registration as an essential or important entity is already concluded. Still, many are discussing if they fall under the regulations or not. And this means that other parts of their journey haven't even started yet. On the other hand, we see customers that are taking this very seriously, right? So we have two examples here, and there are many others out there that have started the journey and their process. And this usually starts with the phase of gaining transparency. How cybersecurity is implemented in the organization, what assets basically are running in the operations. Many companies, though, still as part of that process, have a lack of skilled resources to do so. And this is where Siemens comes into play. So we can help to gain that level of transparency, help to create or complete an asset inventory. And from there, the next step of the cybersecurity journey unfolds. So basically discussing where are risks, where are vulnerabilities, but then also very practically, we can have a discussion on obsolescence management. So where assets are obsolete, where that you cannot patch or implement cybersecurity measures. So then we can discuss patches, updates, retrofits, migrations, and so on.
Yeah, and I think a few of our cybersecurity colleagues, they have an interesting saying. They say, you can't protect what you can't see. And that's why this transparency topic is so important. Staying with you, Stefan. So we've spoken about NIS2. If we look into the next 2 or 3 years, maybe, what else is going to be important in addition to NIS2?
So what I expect is that many companies will now continue to basically process in their cybersecurity journey. But with the Cyber Resilience Act, I'm expecting actually within the next 1 or 2 years that also machine builders will start to include cybersecurity in their offerings. But this means that there will be, and this is what I think personally would be the interesting part to observe, how the machine builders are implementing the Cyber Resilience Act, how they interpret it. So I'm expecting a very broad spectrum or bandwidth of cybersecurity. And this poses an interesting other challenge towards the end customers and the operators, because from the different machine builders and OEMs, they will receive an implementation of CRA, and they need to orchestrate that measures into a framework that they can handle and manage. And this is, again, where Siemens is in a very good position to support them as part of that journey. As a future step, I'm also seeing, as we have geopolitical tensions, I'm actually expecting that other regulators will pick up on the topic and will revisit their journey and what they put in as regulations as well.
Yeah, and as you say, cybersecurity ready already. When customers get products or use our solutions, it's all cybersecurity enabled, it's IoT enabled from the get-go, and that's going to become more and more important. And you can find that throughout the booth here, everywhere. Malin, machinery regulation. I think you mentioned it or referenced it at the beginning. Let's come back to that briefly. So maybe at a high level, what would you say? How can these the cybersecurity regulations that are in that outline, how do they actually differ from those that are in the CRA?
I would first, is the timing. The machinery regulations becomes mandatory in January 2027, so before the CRA applies. And in terms of scope, the CRA casts a wide net covering more or less all product with digital elements and all aspects of security, whereas the machinery regulation really zooms into machinery specifically and focuses on, can a cyber threat compromise the safety of the machinery? So we as machine manufacturers must really recognize that even though a vulnerability alone cannot create a totally new hazard, it could undermine already implemented safety measures, potentially making them ineffective. So I think it's important to consider both safety and security to really ensure that the end customers have a safe product to be operated. Another thing that will change is that we normally can see this intended use of an equipment. We now must consider a cybersecurity point of intended use. So when you are acquiring machinery, make sure that they are compliant with the new requirements, also machinery regulation, and as well as that your cybersecurity context goes hands in hand with the machinery cybersecurity context to make sure that your operations can maintain safe.
And Dominic, when you speak with your OEMs about the Cyber Resilience Act, what are they saying? Are you hearing similar things to what Malin said?
So overall, the Cyber Resilience Act is quite a different challenge compared to NIS2. So we as CCP are not directly affected as we are not building any machines. But of course, as you mentioned, our OEMs are. So in general, we have one standard for our OEMs whenever buying machinery where compliance is required. And now the Cyber Resilience Act forces us to just review this standard to also make sure that everything which is required by the Cyber Resilience Act will be included in this as well to lay the foundation for the compliance. We are in close contact with all of our major OEMs on a regular basis to really check on their roadmaps, how are they approaching specific things, what are they planning to do to really be aligned from scratch, basically initially. And with this compliance, of course, on our end, we would like to make sure that we still maintain one CCP machinery standard, while at the same time, making sure that all of our OEMs follow these standard. Because otherwise, if we won't have our standard and each and every OEM would do their own thing about the Cyber Resilience Act, and we end up with a plant having 15 OEMs delivering machines and all are tackling things in a different way, this would of course not work for our end as well. But to summarize from the discussions, so all of the OEMs are aware of the major changes that the Cyber Resilience Act requires. All are heavily working on it. Some have implemented specific tools already. And to summarize it overall, I think a machine delivered in 2 years from now will have a much better maturity in OT cybersecurity by default compared to a machine that was delivered like 2 years ago, for example.
Okay. And we have just over a minute left. Maybe I can ask you all very briefly for a recommendation. So a recommendation to customers who are looking to kick off their compliance roadmaps. Dominic, would you like to go first? What would you say?
I think the most important part is first to get transparency again, visibility again on which regulations do apply. So there is NIS, there is the machinery regulation, there is the Cyber Resilience Act, and many more depending on the country where you also operate. So it's really mandatory to get a visibility which applies to your specific company, either directly or indirectly, as the Cyber Resilience Act does for us. And then really, define the ownership responsibilities, and then start with this project team to deep dive all of the regulations to then have, as a result, one central framework which you follow to be hopefully compliant with all of the regulations at the same time.
Okay. Malin, would you agree?
Yes, I would definitely agree. And I would really want to emphasize that these requirements really enforces you to change your way of working, your processes, your culture. It's not about the equipment alone. I would recommend to seek external expertise and secure training of your personnel.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Stefan, what's your recommendation?
I'll keep it crisp and short. Just don't wait. Just start the journey. And you will discover all the challenges along the way. But please, do not wait and hesitate and debate if you fall under any of it.
Exactly. The time to act is now. It was yesterday, maybe even.
Exactly.
Get going now. And Stefan, to help people get going now, where can they go on our booth?
So we have several places where we can show cybersecurity. The one for CPG customers is in our CPG showcase, where we have the managed IT/OT and remote industrial operations part. And then we have other spots alongside all over the Siemens booth where they can find cyber as well.
Amazing. Okay, and with that, it's time to wrap up. Can we please have a big round of applause for Malin, for Dominic, and for Stefan? Thank you so much for joining me here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And Malin, we have something for you and for Dominic, of course, as well, from Natura.
Thank you so much.
Our cosmetics company from Brazil who are in the showcase, using our digital twin to optimize the extraction of essential oils. So make sure to check that out. And Stefan, you get something from Natura
Thank you very
as
much.
well. Enjoy.
Thank you, Max.
See you soon. Thank you very much.
You.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And with that, it's time for our next talk. And for this, we have a dedicated moderator. And I'd like to hand over to him. He's the Chief of Staff to the CEO and CMO at Siemens Digital Industry Software. Please welcome Noah Cole.
Everyone, good morning and welcome to Hannover 2026. My name is Noah Cole, and we're going to spend a couple minutes talking about everyone's favorite topic, industrial AI. I mean, I think it's pretty clear from walking around the show, industrial AI is everywhere. AI is transforming so many aspects of our lives, whether it's manufacturing, design, healthcare, mobility. It's transforming how we design, how we build, and how we operate. But the reality is, when it comes to AI, no company can do this alone. We really need strong partners to make this happen. And that's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about, for 2026, how do we scale AI, how do we reshape industry, and how do we really transform real-world operations? So I'd like to welcome to the stage Tony Hemmelgarn, CEO of Siemens Digital Industry Software, and Oliver, CEO of TeamViewer. All right, so Tony, you've spent a big part of your career living and working in Europe. And a lot of people are saying that Europe, when it comes to consumer AI, is a bit behind. But when it comes to industrial AI, Europe has an advantage. So I'm curious, from your point of view, what is it that's giving Europe this advantage in industrial AI?
Yeah, first of all, I wouldn't say I spent a big part of my career in Europe.
Some
I was
of it.
here for a few years running Europe, but I really don't see it as a geographical thing. I really don't. What I see is it's more about what companies want to do and how they want to leverage it and how they want to take advantage of what we're doing. The reason I think there's a big difference between just general AI and what we're doing in industrial AI is in a lot of cases, AI is probabilistic, right? It comes up with a few possible answers based on criteria and so forth. Industrial AI, you don't get that choice. It's got to be deterministic. You have to know with the same data, you're going to get the same output every time. You can't have that kind of variability, whether it's a CAE result or it's operational technology running a factory and so forth. And I think the reason that maybe that's happened more here than other parts of the world is maybe because of Siemens and what we're trying to do and bring all this together, being a German-based company, and the work we've done, we've really tried to drive that differentiation between those two different worlds of how people work.
Yeah, I mean, you've talked a lot about data and the importance of data and being able to look at that data. You know, I'm curious, Oliver, you know, for TeamViewer, how do you fit into that landscape in terms of industrial AI and the data?
Yes, as Tony said, you have to know. I mean, it's deterministic. You have to know the facts, you have to know the data points, as you say. And in industry, data is very distributed. Very distributed. I mean, we work in IT a lot, but we also work in OT, and you have legacy systems, you have brownfield operations, you have all kinds of equipment, all kinds of operating systems, and you need to have a platform that brings this data together from different sources and also makes it accessible again, so makes devices accessible. So we as TeamViewer, we have the platform in between. We provide connectivity to all these devices, IT, OT, and can help you to manage that data.
And you know, I think that the promise of being able to manage that data is part of the reason people are so excited about AI. And if you walk around Hannover, I don't think I've seen a booth that doesn't say AI on it. And lots of companies have started AI pilots, but they're not always succeeding. So Tony, I'm curious, when you talk to our customers, what do you see and where are people getting stuck?
Yeah, I'm often asked, where do you start, right? And I talk about data first. If your data is not well-structured, if your data is not reliable, something you could truly depend on, you got to be careful. And most of our customers, the place they go for that data is Teamcenter, the most proven PLM tool in the world, bar none. And so with that data there, they have kind of structure they can go to. And recently we had an event where we had the CIO of Applied Materials build on this. And he said, you know, the last thing I need with my data is to go grab some SharePoint file that's 20 years old, data that comes in and starts dictating what's happening in my AI. That's not what I want. That's why I use Teamcenter to make sure I've got data that's current, that's structured. I know where it's applied to the product. And it was funny, a gentleman from Pepsi was sitting right next to him and he said, you know what, if AI went to some of my data in my SharePoint files, my factory would burn down today because the data is obsolete, right? So I put it in perspective, right? You've got to make sure you got the data straight. And the other thing we found was 50% of small, medium businesses today share their PLM data, their CAD data, all these kind of things, is just sitting on their file system. How are you going to do AI if the data is just sitting on your file system? So it's the reason we created Teamcenter X. We allow this to go to the smallest of companies to be able to start organizing your data, to be able to leverage AI and do the work we do. So I think it really starts with make sure you got the data straight, and then also put it into a workflow that's a workflow that you understand and use very well. So we created something at Siemens called digital threads. The digital thread says, how do you get from point A to point B to solve some kind of an engineering or manufacturing problem? We use this over and over again with our customers. Because we've used this for so many years, we're now saying, how do we apply agentic to those solutions so that we're going right to specific problems that we've already understood the digital thread and applying it that way.
You know, Oliver, you know, when we're talking about, you know, all the legacy data that's out there, and, you know, as you point out, you know, SharePoint 25 years ago, but that's to say nothing of some system that's 40 or 50 years ago, right? There's all this legacy out there, and we've been trying to modernize it. But, you know, Oliver, I'm curious, how do you connect legacy systems, frontline workers? How do you bring all this together?
Yeah, I think this, so people fail because they don't have enough context, right? So they run an AI experiment, they run an AI pilot or application, and they run it too much in isolation. So they are not able to get out to the front line. They're not able to touch the worker. They're not able to work with the people who are actually doing the work in the field. So what is important that you are fundamentally multimodal. You understand data in the back office, engineering data, design data, product data. You need to understand workflow data, which means machines that are running out there in the field, in factories, shop floor. And you also need to understand how workers are moving in this environment and what they can do and what a worker can do versus what you can do remotely, and or what an agent can do in future now with AI agents coming into the space. So this is all quite a complicated setup, but you can all bring it to one platform. You have one system of record in terms of data. In our collaboration, obviously mostly then Teamcenter, but then get it out there to the front line and back. And that's the platform which you need to have. And then you have end-to-end digital workflows, even complex, and then you can use AI along the way and be more proactive and observe all the time, understand what's happening, analyze what's happening, and from there drive automation, and then potentially using agent as you go along in your project.
Yeah, and you've given a couple examples of the power of agentic AI, and, you know, agentic AI are systems that observe, reason, and act. And we have some examples here in our booth of where we see agentic AI having a big impact on industry. But, you know, Tony, I'm curious from your perspective, what do you think agentic AI is going to look like for our customers?
We're already doing it. If you walk around, you can see a lot of it within our booths and what we're showing. But back to those digital threads, we have ideas of how to work and do things, and we apply agentic to it. One of our customers, Rolls-Royce, we did a lot of work with setting up a digital representation of the factory. Everything from the manufacturing execution to the plant layout, the process automation, all of these pieces we've laid out. And so once we did all that, we then said, well, now we've got this, we can apply agentic. And so we show an example of how we work with them where they've got an issue in the factory. We identify the issue, and then agentic takes over and starts running us through the change process order of what's actually happening. Going and looking at maintenance material, looking at the product information we already have, makes a recommendation, and then upon that recommendation, it'll ask you, do you want me to actually drive the change process through Teamcenter and Teamcenter manufacturing and drive it through? Doing those kind of things today, but again, linked back to the digital thread. Where it gets interesting with TeamViewer is, I hear over and over again throughout this show with many customers, the concern about workforce shortage, labor talent understanding, new workers coming in, and so forth. If I can augment a worker with what I just talked about, with agentic to drive through a change process or a task, and to do all of these types of things, imagine now I take it to the next step, which we're already doing with our colleagues with TeamViewer, is to be able to have this augmented capability to be there with that worker to be able to have both agentic helping them as well as what we can do with an augmented or virtual reality approach to be able to see what's going on. I think that's where our partnership works well. And I think it's why we get so much attention right now from a lot of customers. They're all struggling with that workforce, the frontline workers. How do they get out there and do what they have to do to be able to bring this world together?
Yeah, I think it's the big, if you come to our booth or if you go to many other places of the OEMs, the producers of equipment, machinery, farming equipment, tractors, vehicles, this is the thing where you have a workflow shortage, a skill shortage out there in the field, globally distributed out there in the field. It's a pain point for them. It's one thing to design and build the product, but then maintain it in a cost-efficient way, or also make money with it over time. And I think that's where there's lots of opportunities for them now, because there's connectivity to these devices. Their end customers are open for connectivity because they understand the value of AI now. So there's a much, I would say, a very different playing field than a few years ago, where everybody was concerned about access, data sharing. What can you do with my data when I have your product on site? And now I think there's a great opportunity to streamline all these maintenance, repair, and optimization procedures if you work together with the product data and the frontline worker at the end. And there, when you can have agents coming in and do more remotely and have a more fluid handover between an agent and an actually person working, I think that's where you can get significant benefits.
Well, I mean, when we imagine this world where you're going to have humans working alongside agents, how do we do that in a way that's safe? And how do we make sure that the frontline workers are interacting with the agents in the right way?
Yeah, so I think data governance is key in this one. I think what is very important is you have the full context, as I said before, but you also work with trusted partners. So you have data handover points, you have data sharing points. You need to get the full context together. You need to constantly observe and monitor what's going on in your equipment, in IT devices, OT devices, frontline workers. So observing this, understanding this, analyzing this in a trusted way, together with partners that have other parts of the data for the full context, I think is incredibly important. And that's why I also believe that this is an ecosystem play to win. This is the leading companies working together to share and exchange and then build digital threads, workflows. There's obviously a lot of talk about smaller companies coming up, building agents and optimizing a given system, given process, given workflows. And I think that's incredibly difficult. I think people overstating that opportunity because you need to have access to data, share, trust, understand workflows, and do this together. And that's, I think, what's needed.
I mean, we've been
talking. I would say, building on that though quickly, is the reason I talked about having data that's dependable, structured, and reliable. What we show when we create agentic or any type of tool, going through the data and making the analysis, we have full traceability through Teamcenter to know where those documents came from. It's not coming from a 20-year-old SharePoint place. It's coming from a place in Teamcenter that you can identify and verify that it had the right sources of data to come back with its solution. Full traceability all the way through.
Yeah, and that's something that we've been working on for a long time. Is we've been trying to bring IT and OT together. So trust and data and context has always been important, but it's now more important than ever. And so what we see is AI accelerating this journey that we've been on to bring IT and OT together. So I'm curious, what do you see about that acceleration in terms of AI's ability to do that? Tony, and for Oliver, how does TeamViewer specifically going to help make that happen?
Yeah, I'll start with, if you just walk over there and take a look at the Pepsi example, it's IT-OT convergence. It's IT design and layout of the factory with our traditional tools that we've done for factory optimization, plant layout, and so forth. And then once you have that, now I can see it, view and operate and understand what's happening in that factory from an operational point of view. IT-OT convergence right there in that demo, showing what's going on. And we have so much interest because of the desire to be able to see and be able to simulate and maybe do what-if scenarios, and then eventually even drive what's happening in the factory with what we call executable digital twin. We actually load the digital twin on edge devices that are running the factory using the same physics and math and all the work that we do within our software tools. That's where it gets really exciting.
And how does TeamViewer?
Yeah, as I said, you have to have the full context, and that by definition stretches IT-OT. There is no full context without IT-OT convergence. So most of our customers, I would say, are using TeamViewer across these two domains already for a very long time. That was always the USP of TeamViewer, was that we're not only connecting every IT infrastructure component and every operating system and can see every device, but we stretch that to OT devices which are out there in the field, even if it's at very small and old operating systems which are somewhere in the shop floor. So that's very important. That's happening now as we speak. And what you get into this now with AI is you get proactiveness, because you can constantly observe these devices, you can analyze the behavior of these devices, and thereby you can get the idea that you have in IT, which is proactive IT management, so fix issues before they come up, which you call DEX, Digital Employee Experience, which we do in IT. You can bring that idea to OT now, because you can do DEX and OT, because all of these devices are connected to the same platform, and you have the insights and the data from back-end systems, and out of that, you create a view and a forecast and an idea of what can happen next and what you should address next.
And I think you've given a great example of some of the things that TeamViewer does that we can't do on our own.
Yeah.
And that's why we partner together. And so, Tony, I'm curious if, from your perspective, if you can talk a little about the partnership and really what TeamViewer is bringing to Siemens.
Yeah, it's interesting. Since I've been in the job, I think I've done close to 40 acquisitions of companies, small, large, whatever. And the team approached me a few years ago and said, we need to buy a company for AR, VR. And I said, you know what, if I see one more demo of somebody wearing a goggle set and doing this with their hands, and I said, I've seen 100 of those. They go nowhere. I said, I'd rather partner with someone that is more pragmatic, has real use cases, real work that they're doing, and that's what we saw with TeamViewer. And so I think our partnerships worked well because we're very pragmatic as well with our solutions. I don't want to see the demo that looks like just this crazy demo. I want to see how is it going to work, and I think that's why it's worked well with us.
Yeah, you have I think that's a good point. Pragmatic is a good point. I mean, I think the industry has gone too fancy in some places. If you talk to industrial customers, they have a very hands-on problem. People in a warehouse picking, doing the job with a very high attrition, and they need to get people productive within a day. That's a very clear problem statement where you need to have a workflow. It's simple. It's not complicated. It's simple, but it needs to work every day, day in, day out, 8 hours a day under very different circumstances in high velocity. This is the stuff we're doing. Or if you look at repair, maintenance work, very remote, semi-trained expert, knows aircraft engines, but not that specific problem, needs workflows. And we provide those workflows on whatever device in a very pragmatic way so that it fits within the environment of the customer and is not something esoteric VR-based where people cannot make use of.
So we're going to imagine if our customers adopt these solutions and we think forward 5 years in the future, and we're here at Hannover, what's going to look different? So I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to say, what's going to be different when we're here 5 years in the future in Hannover 2031?
Well, I've always said in software, if you're guessing beyond 3 years, you're kidding yourself. So at 5, none of us will know. But I would think it's even more aggressive today. Think about agentic just 12 months ago, how much agentic's changed in the last 12 months. So I think it's going to be hard to predict exactly where we're going to be. But I think it still follows the same lines. This idea that you've got the data, you've got the use cases, you've got the digital thread of how we go through this, how do we drive it? I think you'll see a lot more of that running through all of our products and our partnership with TeamViewer as well.
I would think you see, so agentic will be very important. I think you will see even more and tighter partnerships, because I do believe from a customer perspective, it's still too heterogeneous in terms of provider landscape and offerings. I think you have so many companies that say the same thing and try to do the same thing. I think there will be more partnering and more consistent end-to-end processes so that large customers can actually work with it day in, day out.
Great. Well, we are almost out of time, so I want to thank both of you for joining us today. It's really clear that the future of AI is going to be shaped by industry leaders like yourselves. So I really appreciate you sharing your point of view with us today.
Thank you.
So we have some gifts for you.
Oh.
Oliver, from our customers at Natura.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony, for you also from Natura. You all get, and Noah, thank you as well.
Thank you very much.
Great job. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Round of applause. And you brought your own fan club as well. Big wave to the fan club. So, welcome once again. People are starting to gather around, and Christine has a special jumper on. What's going on here?
Woohoo! It's kind of a bit of an indication of what's going to happen next. We're talking about crisps in our next session, as it's not hard to realize as we're setting up our stage here. I don't know about you, but there is no party without crisps. There is no binge watching without crisps. You for sure all agree. There is no fun, there is no barbecue, there is no kitchen party without having those crisps around, this savory experience. Hello to our LinkedIn Live community as you're joining now on the Siemens Industry channel. Great having you here in Hall 27 at the Hannover Messe 2026 in the living room of innovation, as we call it here. If you come to that hall, if you come to that booth, you don't have to worry about anything anymore, because this is where you get all the information in regards of your digital transformation, scalability, and also that you got the right products at the right time. So great you're joining us, and also great that you are joining us here. There is still a few free seats. Take the chance, sit down. This next session is going to be fabulous. Now, from the satisfying pop of the iconic tube to the unique stackable saddle shape, Pringles deliver a joyful, crunchy experience with every single bite. But have you ever thought about how this savory experience is being realized? How the production processes are being planned and optimized? The Pringles success story, it's a customer success story of Siemens, a joint collaboration, shows how data, AI, and the digital twins turned a traditional operation into a learning, adaptive factory. I am pleased to welcome the 4 crunch experts now on stage. Please help me welcoming them with a big round of applause. Daniel, Ronny, Jan, and Cedric. You got your fan crowd around here, Daniel, Jan, Ronny. Great having you here. Super. Let's take a seat on the sofa of wisdom. How are you doing?
Great, thank you. We're very good. Very good.
Kind of looks like a football club, I have to say, but this is the right fan crowd here on the sofa. I'm doing a quick who's joining me here. We got Daniel Klein. He's the Vice President Consulting at Siemens. Daniel, I think I could say you're the intense crisp tester within Siemens to think of those processes.
Definitely. I've become an expert.
Okay. We got Ronny Mattes. You're the plant director at Pringles.
That is correct.
He's the gentleman who oversees that those tubes are being filled in the correct way.
Correct.
We got Jan Lehnen. You're the global digitalization lead at Pringles.
Correct, yes.
So you let the digital twins dance, as a matter of fact. And then we got...
I'm the key customer.
You're the key customer. And actually, this gentleman won the Crunch experience this morning with 99 decibel, I think.
So we basically we had a big kickoff this morning, and we said who can make the crisp crunch the most, because we're using the technology to optimize this, and I won. So I was very, very proud. 50 years of training.
Cedric won. He's a member of the management board and the CEO at Digital Industries. So I think there is a lot of crisps at the desks in the board when you have your meetings, I suppose, with that crunch success. Now, Cedric, let me start with you. You work with many companies in the CPG industry on a global level. You visit customers around the world. What global trends actually are you currently seeing in this CPG industry?
Well, let's go a step back. I mean, look, I really, really like food. I like chocolates. I like crisps, and in some ways I have a sweet tooth. So I like this industry, and I love talking about microchips, but also potato chips, right? I mean, these two technologies are super important in that way. And CPG is one of the biggest industries in the world. I think it's 2.5 trillion to 3 trillion. It's not a very consolidated industry. It's only 10% are large environments. And it has a lot of demand, because we need to really understand what can we do technology-wise, because so many people depend on it. It depends on its quality, it depends on its taste. It depends on the sustainability of it also. So really bringing technology to make it a better product, a more efficient product, solving the supply chain crisis. There's a couple of things which I was pretty amazed that 75% of food production comes, I think, from 15 different type of plants, organic plants, and only 5 type of animals. And we need to see how can we make sure that we have this in a sustainable way in the right direction. So it's a great it's a great industry. It needs a lot of technology. It has some visionaries like Pringles to see how can we make it better tasting, etc. And I think this is why we're having this General Enterprise Consumer Packaged Good as one of our key examples. Sorry for the long say. I'm French. I love food. So.
Oh, that's totally okay. Ronnie, you for sure want to add something as well in regards of the trends in the industry.
Yeah, fair. First of all, I like the cooking analogy. So if you look overall how you make food, how we do it in Pringles, it's basically the same. The only difference is what we do it at a different scale. Because at home, small industries, when your dough is slightly off, you simply adjust. In our case, Kutno, we are producing Pringles at a large scale. We are producing multiple lines 24/7. Smallest variation directly, immediately impacting $1,000 products within a few minutes. And that brings me to the real challenge in the industry for food, and that's variability. Yeah? So historically, you could say that our production was mainly always about reacting. Yeah. Really people that are using their knowledge and experience to really change the parameters in the dough. They really want to use their intuition, their knowledge. And don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with that, but you're always one step behind in the process. And I think this is the item we want to solve together with Siemens. We actually want to build our process knowledge and Siemens digital capabilities. You want to build a digital twin. And that's basically what we have done in Kutno. With Scout, now we can really see how the dough behaves in real time. We can basically see how it evolves, and basically we can guide the process before it happens. And for me, this is real transformation. Not just new technologies in our factory, but really building a system where people, technology work together to make production more scalable, predictable, and at the end, consistently high quality.
Mm-hmm. So what did this situation look like before you started that transformation?
I would say quite challenging. Yeah. So if you look into our industry, a lot of demand, not enough capacities. I couldn't produce all the demand for the markets. Yeah. And at the same time, we saw processes not always stable, efficiency fluctuating. I basically saw high waste levels and not at all predictable. And I think the biggest problem and the core is, again, the variations. In Pringles, we are working with natural products, yes, and they change every single day, even slightly. That makes it impossible to make a stable process. And again, you're relying on the knowledge of your people. And again, nothing wrong. This is fundamental right. But it also means that people with different knowledge, different experience, when they rotate, the performance changes. Yeah? So we have a system, not at all really scalable, predictable, and no future-proof. So I think for me, the turning point is when we started partnership with Siemens in 2023. Everything changed for our Pringles business. And I think that is really a nice story to be able to tell here on stage.
Perfect.
Great. I'm very curious to learn more. I mean, I always blame the weather if my cookies or cake doesn't turn out. So, Daniel, I might talk to you as well in order to figure out what my problem is. But what was Pringles in that way in regards of optimizing that?
Well, we had the discussion with Pringles. We were talking to Ronnie and Jan in Erlangen. And we sat together and said, look, at Siemens, we do have all the technology to tackle your business challenges. However, we also, to tell you what's the right thing from Siemens that you need and to integrate it, what we got to do is we got to understand how you work. So what are the processes? What are the systems you're using? And then we said, okay, let's start with an assessment. We do an assessment of your lighthouse factory. And I still can remember, so Simon and Stefan, who did the assessment, they said, wow, that was a challenge at the beginning. We entered the factory building and you could eat from the shop floor. Nevertheless, they came out with, 14 different initiatives. And then we said, look, you cannot do all 14 in parallel because you're going to overwhelm the entire organization. So let's start with the first 3 different initiatives. So, and we decided it's going to be the digital twin, AI-based process control, energy management, and Senseye Predictive Maintenance. And then we put together teams, mixed teams, all the expertise from Siemens that was required, all the expertise from Pringles, and said, okay, let's kick it off. And when we came up with the project plan, we also said, well, look, Ronnie, this AI use case, this can be a challenge. So because with AI, if you take a look at the data set, you never really know what's going to be the outcomes or are the correlations in the data set. So let's have not milestones, let's call it death criteria. So after 3 months, we evaluate, do we still see a positive outcome of the project? And if not, let's be bold and stop it. And Ronnie said to me, Daniel, what are you talking about? I won't call it death criteria. Can you remember?
I remember that one very well, but you also remember what I said, Daniel, not at all, I am accepting your death criteria. And I think really that moment said a lot about our journey together between our company and Siemens.
I have to agree. I mean, we had some preparation calls, and I literally felt that this is not just a relationship between a customer and a supplier. This is definitely a partnership, a creative minds coming together and developing something really big. So very, very cool. Great. Now, Jan, I'm heading to you here in regards of plant level with Ronnie. And if you zoom on the bigger level, zoom out from the plant level to the bigger picture, how do you take what you have learned in Kutno at the production site and turn it into a scalable approach across your global operations?
Yeah, so what we did is we basically met in 24 with Siemens and the Kellanova leadership and decided like we're going to full go in one line in Kutno, implement, prove it out, which we did by 25. And so today we are scaling the solutions from Kutno to our factories, Pringles factories in the US and in Belgium. So we're reapplying that learning while we continue the journey in Kutno. At the same time, we are looking at other food platforms. So we're looking at the cereal line. Can we reapply the models we built with Pringles on a cereal line? So we want to learn while doing that. I think what's also an important step we are taking is how do we take what we learn in the factory outside of the factory? So we're really connecting manufacturing now with R&D and engineering. So we're building digital threads, as Siemens calls them, and really start to bring the tools and the data to other functions to learn how to use them. And so we're today working on how R&D can qualify new suppliers, introduce new ingredients, but also start working on changing the formulation. Because like we said, we're working with a natural product. Sometimes crops are very good, sometimes crops are less productive, so the cost will vary. And that allows R&D together with the plant end to optimize the formulations. And in doing so, we also use your terminology about an industrial metaverse. So we talk about that. We're building this use case by use case and thread by thread. But our objective with that is basically transform this to an infinite cycle of learning and innovation. So we collect data from the machines. We use AI to interpret it, the data, show the learning to R&D, manufacturing, engineering, act on that by changing formulations, improving machines, and basically go back and by implementing that, you generate a new stream of data and you learn from that again. So that's the objective. And I'd say the challenge is how quickly can we establish that innovation cycle so that learning happens. And then it's like, how do we strengthen it with future use cases? So yeah, there is a whole plan to go there.
Exciting,
so we're doing it.
Exciting times ahead, that's for
Indeed,
sure.
Yes.
Now, Cedric, one step further even, when everything is connected through data and the digital twins and the digital thread, what becomes possible beyond those individual use cases?
I mean, the main idea is if we're really thinking to the future, and I like this image of infinite learning. Imagine you could be infinite learning and infinite experimentation. And if you can do infinite experimentation, the idea is you can come up with really super recipes. And I got one secret recipe just for everybody. If you take the jalapeno Pringles and you dip them into chocolate, apparently it tastes amazing. I don't know if it's true, but that's something that's what you told me, right? Yeah. But you come up, the idea is if we have this completely, imagine that you cannot come up with a recipe very quickly and you can put it into production, not in 6 months, but within a day. You can test how the user's reacting. If this is actually working in India, shift it over to the US, test if it works there. So you start to have a learning cycle which is global. But you can not only do it with launching a new product way faster, you can also look at the sustainability aspect. Can I produce, and this is what we were doing, a chip with 7% less energy? Sounds little, But we are the 2, 3, 4, 5, 7% people, 7% energy with billions of chips. That's a huge amount of energy saving. So can we do it more sustainably? If there's if we look into the supply chain, what happens if there's a potato famine somewhere here, and we need to have different potatoes, and they still need to taste the same? So the things you can do, you can experiment faster, you can adapt much faster, you can produce much faster, and you can do it much more efficiently. So the future of this metaverse AI environment, and AI will be the super sort of acceleration, is what we can do. And that's why we're so happy, because instead of thinking, I'm always making jokes, most companies approach it with pilot projects, right? They do a pilot here, they do a pilot here. My joke is most companies have more pilots than Lufthansa, right? I mean, there's lots of pilots. What you actually need is a continuous thinking of what needs to happen, the digital thread you were talking about, Jan, and Ronnie, and I think that makes a difference.
Pilots go on strike.
Yeah, at Lufthansa, yes.
Ours don't. And now, Daniel, you're working with customers on a day-to-day basis. You're around. So how do you see this vision come true, what we just talked about?
Yeah, the thing is, Pringles is actually a very nice example of what a journey towards the industrial metaverse can look like. Because sometimes, of course, customers tell us, okay, we understand that's the Siemens vision about the metaverse, but how do I get there? And the Pringles example is a nice one because, well, how do we start? We had a business challenge, and then we said, look, for example, we started with the digital twin because we said variation in raw material quality, manual process control, which then created a lot of waste. You couldn't predict what's the outcome at the end of the day. And this is how we started. We tackled the business challenge, and we had a digital twin or an AI-based process control. But what happened then is, all of a sudden, you have a huge data pool. And that data pool could be reused by R&D because, as Cedric said, R&D does all of a sudden have the opportunity to see how certain recipes perform on the line, and the model is based on real production data. And then one step further, procurement said, hey, that's cool. We have a lot of data about, well, how raw materials perform on the production line. That puts us in a very different position when we negotiate contracts. And then another question was like, okay, but now we have 5 lines, 6 lines, 7 lines in a Pringles production. But what happens if we increase output by 2, 5, or even 10% on each line? Are we just creating another bottleneck in the logistics system, another bottleneck in packaging? So we also implemented plant simulation because we wanted to know in advance, hey, what's going to happen? And we did can filler simulation, but everything around business challenges. And then I like the example of the Lego blocks, because what we did is, in the end, we had the different Lego blocks, we put them together, and that is the foundation of the industrial metaverse, because now taking the next step, making everything available in one environment, taking data from production, that's then closer and closer, getting closer and closer to the vision of the industrial metaverse for Pringles.
I mean, when I hear of industrial metaverse, and I don't know about you, I think of real tech things. I never would have thought about Pringle chips, crisps. So this story comes together now with the digitalization. And Jan, that's my cue for you here once more. With the big business challenges which are obviously around, and the complexity of global organizations, which you are as well, and with regional nuances you have to cater for. How do you take what you have built at Kudno and scale it across your global operations to handle that level of complexity?
Yeah, indeed. So as Cedric said, we're operating in a very complex environment. So we have regulatory pressures, we have sustainability challenges, we have consumer trends that are changing constantly. So how do we do it? And I think what's important is that we always reflect on what we try to do with the digital journey and how we scale it, how we bring it back to the business needs. If you look at food and beverage, consumer goods business, I mean, there is a lot of objective to deliver to your consumer, but you need to create value for your customer because we sell through retailers mostly. And then you have your share owners that you need to be. So driving the digitalization in an innovative cycle gives us the opportunity in supply chain to drive towards productivity, delivering savings to the company, as well as being innovative. We can create new innovations that are really bringing news to the category you're in, interesting for the consumer, but also interesting for the retailer, and making that, like again, make it that work and scale it to the different technologies and platforms, all with their needs, will give us this opportunity to create value for the whole chain, to do it more resilient, more sustainability. I think what's critically important is that we also bring it back to our people. Because at the end of the day, it's the whole organization, from the shop floor worker to the R&D person and the engineer. They all need to be adapting to this. And I quote very often a quote from Brian Holiday. He says, like, we need to create a culture where data is first. And this is a bit what we need to do, is make people look at the data before they start looking and making changes to the machines. And once we get that culture in place and we get our people to operate in that industrial metaverse, the cycle will keep on going and delivering top and bottom line value.
Okay, that's great. Now, we got 3 minutes left. What about a quick summary of what have you expected, in which time, and how have we realized that? Ronnie, you want to start?
What I expected also when we introduced it was a big risk, because we were moving with 2 companies to an unknown territory in our factory. And I remember saying that to my team, I know this is a big risk, but if we don't dream big, nothing is going to change, so let's do this. And I think what I've learned that moment, when you dare to dream big, this is what's really marked the start of our transformation journey in Kutno. And I like to add one more is about the results, and people can come and visit us at the Pringles booth, and we will talk about the results, is what's in for the people. And what we see today, they spend less time in firefighting, they take data-driven decisions like Jan just said, but also they have more confidence in the process. And for me to end, this is a proof that our transformation is real. Not just technologies, but people using it, trusting it, and even building it on themselves.
Any comment from your side when you hear about that we go with Pringles? Cedric, what was your first thought?
Great taste does not need to produce big waste. Big waste of data, big waste of time, big waste of energy. If we work together, we can produce things faster, better, more efficiently, more sustainably. And it's an absolute pleasure to find high-tech mind peoples in an industry which needs every support it can get, and we're giving it. So great taste does not produce big waste.
I love that quote. Wonderful. Daniel, when you were teaming up with Ronnie and being in meetings, actually, how often do you call each other?
That depends on the week. So I often say sometimes I speak more to them than to my wife. So, but we definitely have a regular call. So every Friday we are very open about progress in the projects. Also, well, what we want to do as the next steps, and we are meeting a couple of times each week.
Okay, wonderful. And I saw you have Pringles tubes on your desk. So this is like what people eat there. And I mean, if you fancy a little break afterwards, feel free. We provide them here. A big thank you to all of you for sharing those insights. And if you're interested, as Ronnie mentioned, there is our big showcase at the end of this left side here at our fair booth, where we showcase the digital enterprise for consumer packaged goods. Thank you so much for the trust.
And thank you also for the people behind you. Take Ryan Holiday, we have Jana. The teams have come together, our favorite camp. This is about trust in people to be able to adopt technology. Thank you to you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Big round of applause to the 4 musketeers in the crisps area. Thank you so much. And with this, we're going to conclude this session. I'm wishing you all the best of fun at the fair. We for sure enjoy this. And wherever you go, worldwide, think of that story and that customer success story which we delivered with every flavor, with every taste. What's your favorite?
Thank you.
Ketchup.
Ketchup. And yours?
Original.
Original.
I'm an original. Jalapenos, but original is good too.
Classic paprika.
Mine is salt and vinegar. That's why I put this color up here. Okay, thank you. Thanks for assuring that great quality all the time. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And we're going to go for a small commercial break now. the time to be back on stage. How are you doing? Everybody doing good? Having a good time at the fair booth? Oh, there is a lot of passion and energy in the house. Great. I don't know about you, but I mean, fairs can be really, really exhausting. But we do have a lot of solutions. We do have a few seats left if you want to take a break and listen to our next session. We do go with a lot of partners here at the fair booth in Hannover Messe to present our customer success stories. And Microsoft is also one of them who is going to join our next session, where we will be talking about great inventions which we have developed together. Now, 2 years ago, the world was captivated by chatbots that could write poetry. Today, the frontier has moved to the physical world. Robots that can see, understand a spoken instruction and act actually on it. The next token is no longer a word, it's a movement. But there's a vast difference between a compelling demo and a robot that you would trust on your factory floor. I mean, you can write something, it's not going to harm if it's not the right words. But if it's the wrong commands and your robots act totally into what you did not want, it's a problem. So that's why we're here to explore. I'm joined by 3 experts now who are building this future from different angles. Please welcome Karl Moss, Albin Abu-Schäfer, and Christoph Berlin. Good to see you again, my dear Christoph. Hello. Hi, Karl. Great having you.
Hello. Why don't you?
And if you want to come here, Albu, sit in the Albu in the
Okay.
Well, we do a mix, and you kind of figure out who's who if you want.
All right.
Okay. First challenge is that you find out who's who in the matching pictures. Okay, that's a challenge which you got to raise now. Then, Christoph, I'm going to start with you right away here. He's the Vice President for Cloud and AI Engineering at Microsoft and a frequent guest on our Sofa of Wisdom daily so far, right?
Yes, and thank you again for having me.
And actually yearly, I think since 3 years, Christoph, you come to our fair booth and you talk about what we have developed together.
Yep.
So thanks already for that, being very passionate. Then we have Dr. Karl Moss. He's the head of research and pre-development at Siemens, also a frequent guest in our panels. And we have a first-timer here on our stage. We're very pleased to have you. Professor Dr. Alin Albu-Schäfer, coming all the way from the DLR, the director of the Institute of Robotics and Mechatronics at the German Aerospace Center and Technical University in Munich. That's what we have in common. Welcome, gentlemen, for being here. Now let's dive into the topic. We've heard physical AI called the next frontier. Let's make this tangible. What does physical AI look like in practice? Can each one of you share a real example? And that's what we're talking. We talked a lot about AI and what it could be, but now we would like real examples and not a vision that something is working now.
You want to start?
I can start, yes. So for me, really, physical AI is at an inflection point today. It's just coming out of the labs into the real world. And what we see here is a system that works well, and we understand that it's going to have a big impact. And the question is not does it work, but the question is will it scale in the real world? And I was lucky enough in my career to be in these multiple inflection points in different industries. When I worked at Mercedes-Benz, we were at just the inflection point of getting autonomous driving and automation capability out of the lab into the real world. And the question was which level of autonomy we should release in the market. When I worked at Amazon, we were at the early days of putting large language models in services. And we were trying to figure out which of those actually we can release in the market and how does it scale for hundreds of millions of users. At Google, we take the large language models, make it small language model. We try to figure out how we empower some small devices, edge devices with that. So here today, what we are doing tangibly, you can see it here in the Innovation Hub. We brought what we developed in the lab, which is basically we equip a robot, a standard robot with some intelligence, We call it, well, it's VLA. It's called in the industry VLA, Vision, Language, Action Model. And it's basically a 3 capabilities compressed together in one neural network where robots can see, can reason, and can act. And the example that we have here is a cobot arm that picks up very flexible material and package them in a case. That's what we have today. It's developed in the lab. We tested it, and now we are trying to test it also in the real world in our factories to see if these can actually scale. That's one tangible example I want to share with you.
Thank you. One from you?
So maybe I'll continue. We started with the first humanoid. Our humanoid, Justin, is now 20 years old. The legged humanoid is maybe 12 years old, and they are stable platforms for developing AI. So what you can do today, we use those humanoids. I'm coming from the German Aerospace Center. So we use those humanoids to help astronauts, building up lunar station, maintaining inside the space station, several activities. And the point is they are very smart people, but they are not robotic experts. So you would like to have a language model which allows a non-expert to interact with a robot as they would interact with a human. So in natural language, giving instructions which are related to the task and not to a programming language. And this worked very well. We transferred that then to healthcare. So, and this is not a humanoid robot. It's just a wheelchair with a robot arm which can help impaired people to be independent in daily life. So it can help people to grasp a bottle out of the fridge, drink independently, open the door, and move out on the street. And this is human-machine interaction. Again, you would like to have a language model and a natural interaction modality such that a non-expert user can interact with a complex robotic system. And I think now we are going to see this coming more and more in industrial settings. I mean, I have witnessed and maybe shaped to a large extent the cobot technology over 20 years. And I feel like humanoids and foundation models for action, so VLAs, are at the point where cobots have been 10, 15 years ago, right? Where the research works, as Carl said, but now you need to go to scaling.
Well, it's really hard to add anything to the experts already. I mean,
But I'm
really
pretty sure, Christoph, at Microsoft, you have plenty of examples.
Well, I mean, nearly every customer in these days is pretty much thinking about it. It is, to both of your point, it is really getting to the point where not only the autonomy of the systems, but also pretty much bringing them into the physical space is really the place. As for Microsoft ourselves, we are using them as well. We pretty much, our data centers. I always tell others what other companies call factories or warehouses, we have data centers. And in these data centers, pretty much it is a prime example how to think about this human-machine interaction and more autonomy. So it is, because it is physical AI, it is truly everywhere.
Okay, yeah. And there is an iceberg metaphor, impressive demos above the waterline, but enormous unsolved challenges below. What are the hardest problems standing between today's breakthroughs and reliable and scalable? That's the buzzword of this year's fair, I have to say, industrial deployment. Who wants to start?
I can start again. There are a long list of challenges that keep us up at night, but let me give you the top 3 that I see. The first one is data. Data is very difficult and very expensive. We all remember how large language model got their data. They got it by scrapping the internet. There was internet for information, so you can just go and digitalize that. There is no, in physical world, we need motion. We need to digitalize the motion, and there is no such a thing like internet of motion. So we need to create the data. And creating data means having humans standing off in front of the machine doing something called teleoperation, where you literally teach the machine, teach the robot how to do things. And you do that over and over again, thousands and thousands of times. Very expensive, very time consuming. And we need to figure out a way to automate this process, make it more efficient. So that's one big headache and one big challenge that we're thinking about. The second one, it's about how we evaluate these models. The models are actually these vision language action models that we talked about. they are coming from everywhere. Some of them coming from Microsoft, some of them coming from research institutes, some of them are coming from our partners, some of them we develop in our own labs. How we can evaluate them, how we can actually validate them. We cannot just get the model, fine-tune it, put it in one robot, test in one use case, go to the next robot, test another use case. That doesn't scale. So we need to create that validation process. It's a virtual process that we have to create, and that is one of the big challenges that we need to work on. Mm-hmm. The third one, which is very important for us, is really to work on the integration, because it's just one machine. A robot is just one machine. At the end, it needs to work in a whole factory floor or in a whole plant. And how do you pipe that into the whole automation pipeline is really important. So that's the third challenge. It's a system level challenge that we're thinking about. These are the three things that keeps me up at night.
But there will be solutions for sure.
Working on them.
When we talk about aerospace, Aline, which problems do you have in regards of solving them?
Well, talking generally about physical AI, right? The point of physical is essential here, right? And it's about a very tight integration of the hardware and the software. And I have the impression that many, especially software companies, underestimate the complexity of the hardware part. So that's why I think also Siemens and the cooperation DLR and Siemens brings us in a good position, because Siemens has strong hardware and software skills. And talking about a humanoid, even a human hand and a good robot hand has more actuators than an electric car, right? Looking at a humanoid, you will end up with 30, 50 motors, right? Which you need to control in a synchronized manner. And of course, you need to acquire the data from humans, but also from this hardware. Another big challenge which I see is, as Carl mentioned, there's no ubiquitous data for humanoid robotics yet. And actually, humans don't need hundreds, thousands, millions of examples to learn. So research-wise, one big challenge is how do you integrate existing knowledge with data, right? Data are expensive. The more complex the world in which you act, the more expensive they are. Today, methods are very much focused on data, right? Which, of course, for text and language are available in huge amount in the internet. So I think finding out how to connect knowledge, previous knowledge with data and to accelerate this learning process is another crucial skill. And the last one I addressed before, right? So we see a lot of humanoid robots which are good in whole body motion, locomotion. If we want to be successful in production tasks, you need also dexterity, human hands, right? And human hands are an incredible outcome of nature evolution. If you look at industrial two-jaw grippers, right, it's like you are trying to solve some assembly task with chopsticks. Mm-hmm. You won't be very efficient, right? So manipulation is just at the beginning. Hands look small, but again, comparing to a car, I think even a hand has more actuators than an electric car. This is just some of the things coming up in the future. So solving manipulation, solving knowledge and data, solving the interaction of software and hardware, I think these are some of the big challenges.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, Aline. Christoph?
Yes.
Any points from your side in regards of what Microsoft's doing? For sure, you have a lot of data points as well, comparing it to robotic hands.
Now, as we just heard, the hardware is hard. Software is also hard. Software and all of this. So one of the challenges in this space as well is, at the end of the day, you have to think about a robot in two different functions. What does the robot do? And how do I manage 1,000 of those? Because you will have armies of robots. You have to instruct them. It's not like that they're entirely autonomous and just figure out what job to be done. You have to schedule them. You have to find ways. And so in other parts, it is not only about the innovation of the robot itself, but it is how does it fit into your business systems? How does it actually fit into the workflow? How do you schedule and all those things? And so there's a lot of advancements happening in this space. But at the end of the day, it is a new interface that is created, because
quite honestly, today you pretty much you have a shift handover, and you talk to your employees and you say, this is what we need to accomplish. How do you instruct robots? How do you actually tell them that don't do this, but do that? So it is a very, very interesting, heterogeneous space that we are in, and lots of advancements across everything, but also lots of things that have to be pretty much, you have to rethink those.
Rethink is also because there is a big tension in physical AI between the speed of innovation and safety and security, especially as we talk about factory floors and people working very, very closely with those cobots. So what are we doing here?
I can start again, okay?
I'm gonna go in that
Let's keep same round, same order all the time.
You always bring the start from the factory side, yes.
Yes. And actually, I spent years in automotive, as I mentioned before. And one thing I learned there is that you never compromise on safety. It's not a function you add on. It's like a basic principle design. You don't release a car with the brakes works 90% of the time. Like that doesn't work. So in the physical world, safety is foundational and fundamental. And when I worked at Google, actually, there was always a way to achieve both, to take care of the safety, but also to run fast. They don't contradict with each other. And the way we did that is to create what we always call a sandbox. And a sandbox, you put all your variables and all the probabilistic approaches inside the box, and then you create the guardrails around it with your deterministic and the guidelines that you want to achieve. In our area of robotics and physical AI, the way that works is you create a couple of layers. You have cognition layer, and cognition layer is where you have your probabilistic models like your VLAs and all of these, and you give the freedom for that to innovate and to be variable and to upgrade all the time. And then you create the safety layer around that. And the safety layer is the one where you implement your guardrails and you put all the limitations that you want to make sure that this will not go in the physical world and create any damage. So that is always important. And then how you achieve speed after that, you achieve speed through testing in the virtual world. And that's why we are working heavily on digital twins, because you can bring that system, test in the digital world first, virtually, and iterate much faster, and then before you actually put it on the factory floor. That's how we do it, and to achieve both.
Yeah.
Great. Jump in, Christoph.
I just wanted to add one aspect to it, if I may. There is actually a new aspect of all of this happening to a point. It's called compliance AI, which is different to responsible AI because it's more about harmful content and all these things. Compliance AI ultimately looks at the operating procedures that you define and makes sure that the models cannot pretty much break out of those guardrails that you just defined. But you, in other words, and it sounds a little bit strange, you have pretty much agents, pretty much supervising agents, because one agent is responsible for, is this compliant, and the other one pretty much does the task. And this two-headed aspect is very important to also have a little bit, pretty much sharing of not only trust, but also of responsibility. That is happening as well.
Okay, I'm gonna stay with you, all right. In regards of data is called the new oil.
Yep.
But it seems like data is more or less more the bottleneck than the real helper. So especially in talking about training data.
So bottleneck or oil, it's more about we are not short on data. We have enough data. That's actually not the concern. Is the data meaningful? Is the data contextualized? Is the data pretty much usable for the scenarios? That's actually a different question. Because you can get data, pretty much no matter where you want to, but really putting it into a context that ultimately says, and is like, I can really not only train on it, but I can run compliance AI, I can do all of those things. That is the hard part. So what is now happening, and there's incredible research happening here, is that you ultimately take patterns, let's say robots doing a particular task, you take these patterns and then you actually, not so much simulate, but you synthesize these data sets and you say, I now want to have different variances of those things in order to actually say, I want you to pretty much operate when it is slippery, when it is not slippery, when it is, and all stuff. So it's really about this aspect of knowing pretty much what data sets you work with and then pretty much going there. And that it's getting better, but it's definitely still a journey. What I always tell customers is pretty much no data, no AI. It's very simple. You cannot AI your way out of this.
And there is vast amounts of data. We just need to use it the right way.
Yeah.
Talking about the journey, and that brings me to aerospace again. I mean, all businesses have a fast speed of innovation. But in aerospace, I think you're definitely at the peak of that because you always use the latest technology. Now, when we think 5 years further, where do you see where in your business especially, what does success look like and what must each of your organizations do differently to get there?
So in 5 years from now, maybe also related to what Carl has said before, we will need to deal with the step from the demonstrations we see on the fair to a certified system in the business cases. On the factory floor, I have this experience with the cobots. Developing a prototype which works well on the fair was like 2-3 years. Getting them certified, it was up to 5-6 years sometimes. We licensed the technology for robotic surgery. Medtronic, one of the biggest medical companies in the world, they needed 9 years, out of that 6 for getting the FDA certification, right? Autonomous driving won the DARPA challenge, I think, Volkswagen 2006. We still do not have fully autonomous cars on the streets because of certification, safety, and those aspects. I think something needs to change, and some aspects have been addressed, right? The guardrails below the AI, I mean, we learned a lot, right? The way you deal with different agents and so on, but we also need to change things on the certification side, right? On the cobots, I felt like we were too conservative, right? I asked maybe developers of trains or cars, do you think today would certify a train which goes with 80 kilometers per hour through the station and you have just a white line to prevent people from entering? So I think we need to accept more risks. And then I see applications, of course. I'm going now for a humanoid to land on the moon. I think we will have robots in industrial settings really in pretty large amount in 5 years from now. Maybe it will take 10 to have the robot at home doing all the household chores. And healthcare, probably also this kind, because medical certification is expensive. But let's start with the industrial settings, and I know there are many use cases which are low-hanging fruit, and we can go for them in the next years.
Exciting times ahead, that's for sure. Carl, you want to add on that?
Yeah. Very quickly, I think the success in this area really will be around the ecosystem. It will be very similar to the mobile industry, where companies who focus on the ecosystem and integration, seamless integration with that ecosystem, are the ones who were successful at the end. And in robotics, it's going to be very, very similar. And I think as we look into this, like I see that the dream is that like a mid-size manufacturer will come one day and look in the digital world and will have the digital twin of their whole factory or their whole plant. They will pick up the right robotic solution for them for automation of certain function. They will commission it in the digital virtual world. They will select it, they will verify it, and then they order it. It comes, it starts acting from day one, maybe week one. But it's up and running, and it collects data, send the data back to the digital world. We fine-tune the model, we send new models. So this is how success will look like in the future, and that's what we all need to build together.
Okay, thank you. And we're looking forward to that joint collaboration. Collaboration brings me to you. Christoph, one last sentence.
With regards to the work? Yeah.
Yes.
So I will make it very short. We humans have something that is called common sense. And common sense, some more do more, some have less. That's a different question. But common sense is a very valuable thing. And you have to bring it into this world. It's a very hard thing. And so all of the efforts that we are driving across the research, the industrial expertise, the software in the backend, there's a lot of effort that really goes into how do we bring pretty much more commonsensical behavior into the space. And it's interesting, but it will also require lots of collaboration. And we do, and it is getting faster and faster every day.
Okay, now faster and faster every day is also that these customers here are going to approach you. You are in hall 15, I think?
17.
17. 17, this is where you find Microsoft. Are you in hall 26, Arlene? With
We
the
are
Aerospace
11.
Center? In hall 11, okay. Because hall 26 offers for first time ever aerospace and defense solutions, and you're in hall 11. That's
We are in the research hall.
Okay,
11.
yeah, that's definitely your playground, that's for sure. So if you want to see more about the Siemens technologies, you see we are in the Innovation Hub. That's where you find Carla and the colleagues and the experts innovating hardly. That's to the right side of yours. And to my left side is wonderful Sina, bringing gifts for our speakers here. Thank you so much for joining. Christoph, now for the first time, you're going to get the soap bar because you already have a set of those bags,
And
right?
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And Arlene, this is for you.
Thank you.
This is from Natura. That's one of our customers from Brazil, a cosmetic company in the Amazon working with essential oils, and Siemens Technology is producing with them and bringing those fantastic products to the market. So thank you so much. Big round of applause to the three of you. Exciting times ahead. We're looking forward to that.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. And with this, I'm handing it over to Max.
Thank you very much. Doesn't Christine look stunning in this blue suit? I said before to someone, you probably know Christine, and they were like, she's the one in blue. They know you from previous fairs. What an amazing suit. We love it. Okay then. Up next, we're going to talk some more about AI. And because the promise of AI, well, the promise of AI in industry is, of course, immense. But bringing the power of this AI to the factory floor is complex, especially when it comes to security and reliability. And up next, we're going to be hearing about how the Siemens Industrial Automation Data Center is accelerated by NVIDIA's AI compute and comprehensively secured by Palo Alto Networks cybersecurity. So, time to meet our guests. Please give a warm welcome to Arik, Darminder, and Alexander. Hey, take a seat. Welcome. Hi, Darminder. Hi, Alexander. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. So, how are you gentlemen doing? All good?
Great.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Nice
Thank you.
and relaxed?
Excited.
That's good. Arik, you are the global head of business development for cybersecurity at NVIDIA. Darminder is from Palo Alto Networks, and you are the Smart Industries cybersecurity executive. And Alexander, he's from Siemens, and he's our global head of portfolio sales for services. It's great to have you all here on stage with us today. And Alex, I'd like to start with you, if I can. Now, as our title of this talk states, we want to bring these AI-ready solutions to the shop floor. So there must be some kind of a foundation or a starting point that people can build upon when they go on this journey. So can you tell us how we bring this built-in solution to the edge?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, welcome and thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about this innovative and exciting topic. And you're absolutely right, Max. So let's take a step back and look to the foundation of all this. And the foundation of all this is the Industrial Automation Data Center. This is the box where the magic happens by the end of the day. It's an on-premise setup, which is fully tested, fully pre-configured, and it brings all the necessary thought conditions that you will find in industrial operations. So the data center itself brings together core pieces like virtualization, data storage, backup and recovery, and cybersecurity. And now it is ready for AI. So what that means is that all the powerful AI technology can run on the data center where it's needed most. So having said that, you can think of it as a platform that brings together the whole ecosystem of technologies and partners in one single place.
Okay, so the foundation is built, the foundation is laid. And then we need AI and we need intelligence to help everything, become integrated and get everything up and running. So Arik, how is your AI compute technology at NVIDIA really, empowering the entire infrastructure to be AI ready?
So first of all, I want to thank Siemens and of course Palo Alto to make it happen. It's a great show and it's a very successful for us. I think before jumping to the technology and to answer that, one of the things that I'm traveling and visiting here all around is a lot of solution and offering from different solutions from Siemens. And I think what we're going to speak today, it's not additional solution or another opportunity, is really a revolution way of we actually bringing to the data center into the AI and cybersecurity. So the first foundation to be able to do cybersecurity, you need a lot of data. It's all about data, and this is where we have two kinds of opportunity to speak about. The first one is on the network level and the infrastructure, and of course we have the AI part. So on the DPU side, this is where the magic happens.
If you want, you can hold it up into the camera for a few seconds and they'll get a good look at it in the online stream.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are more than welcome after that to see that in the booth, of course. This is a processor. So this is actually a computer in front of a computer. And here is some of the magic happen, not all of them, but some of them, on the level of the network traffic to be able to gather a lot of data and information. This magic is doing three critical elements. I don't want to steal all of the time. So it's the ability to do offloading, acceleration, and of course, the isolation for cybersecurity. So the idea is that now we can have actually software installed on each of the edge device, both for security and operation. So the ability to gather now a lot of data from the physical information, from the network level, from the host, and then to do a lot of magic from cybersecurity part.
Thank you. That is a great handover to me. So basically, we from Palo Alto Networks, what we have done together with Siemens and, of course, NVIDIA, you saw the Bluefield card, is we integrated our cybersecurity capabilities on the card itself. So the biggest benefit the customer is getting is we are not burning CPU cycles for security. We are offloading the security on the DPU card. So Prisma AIRS is the solution for Palo Alto Networks, especially focusing on AI security. So what's the benefit for the OT world? Because everybody thinks AI will not enter the OT world. It's just a buzz. It's not true. It will happen. It's more the question of time. So AI environments and, of course, OT environments are very latency sensitive. So what we are doing basically over here is make use of that latency sensitive. Because we are offloading the cybersecurity on the DPU card, you don't have latency. We tested and validated together. It's basically we minimize the latency. So any sensitive OT network can reside on this card. Another thing is now you can basically install multiple vendors in an air-gapped fashion, traditionally air-gapped fashion, on this card, on your environment. We will do host-based isolation with cybersecurity inspections. This is really new to the industry. Before, in the previous time, air-gapped was disconnected to the real-life world, right? We are giving you the same security in a connected world. Another thing, encryption. We are able to do encryption on the card. In OT, encryption wasn't doable. Due to less sensitive latency, we will break the process. We are bringing encryption to the OT world. So if you look at the most sophisticated things that is happening at the Hannover Messe at this point, the industrial automated data center that we have all put together is really changing the industry with the solution that we have delivered together.
Right. Summary for now. We've made the automation data center ready for AI. We've increased that capability using, I think you refer to this as a supercharger as well, don't you? At least you did in our talk when we prepared. This is the supercharger. We've supercharged it with AI, and we've made it cyber secure. Now, that all sounds fancy and nice in theory, but what does it mean in the real world? Alexander, can you share some examples of where this is actually put into practice?
Absolutely. So let us make it tangible with a couple of real examples. And we have 3 use cases. The first one is within operations, the second one is the cybersecurity, and the third one is looking at the digital twin. And starting with operations, we are really seeing strong results with the so-called AI manufacturing assistant, implemented in a pharmaceutical industry with the customers like Bayer. And the AI manufacturing assistance, this is a tool which connects data across different systems, provides insights, real-time insights, and also improving operational processes, right? And with Bayer, we are seeing clear results, measured time savings within weeks. They were able to accelerate their drug production, right? They were able to improve the quality and simplify all the audits they needed, right? And I think the impact is clear and the value extends beyond pharma. So whether it is food and beverage or chemical industry or other industries, the AI manufacturing assistance breaking down silos, connecting data, connecting the systems, and driving operational excellence. So this is the operations. And looking at the cybersecurity side, I hand over also to Palo Alto to talk about the real example.
Yeah, exactly. So basically what we do over here is we are able to get you granular control of the protocol that's traversing the network, right? So if we are talking about S7 protocol, we can give you that granular control that not somebody can fire a stop command to the S7. More telemetry information. We will give you AI-enabled signatures, right? So the whole AI component that makes sure that your cybersecurity posture is always in sync with the latest threats. That's what we are offering together.
And Eric, I mean, we can see it in the middle there, the digital twin. It plays a big role. How are you realizing these concepts using your NVIDIA technology?
So again, the concept is to be able to take AI to the edge, to the OT. Everything should be on premise. And as you ask, it's not a magic. It's happened. It's here. It's live. You can see that after that at the Siemens booth here. The idea that we can take the critical information together with Palo Alto and Siemens, of course, from the edge, pull this data to a center AI that will run the entire information. And over there, the magic is starting from the AI side, both for the cybersecurity and, as Alex mentioned, both for the operation side. Everything is coming together. Not only from the OT, we can have the ability to look into the IT, because a lot of cyber attacks are starting from the IT and moving to the OT. We have a full visibility as an organization. To take it to the next level, we want to use the digital twin, right? It's all about the ability to now doing a lot of simulation, but rather than to have the simulation in control environment or simulated environment, this is a real live environment. This is exactly according to your edge devices, your application, the speed, the telemetry, the entire temperature, everything is exactly because we are gathering this information from each of the device. We provide it to the digital twin, and over there you have a lot of ability to do digital twin for red timing capability. You want to do some testing and validation. It's all available to do that as part of NVIDIA AI capability together with Siemens.
And we're almost out of time. Alexander, could you maybe do a very quick wrap up for us? What should our audience take home with them after this talk today?
So let me wrap this up very quickly. So I think what we've shown today is not something theoretical, but we are bringing a solution which is secure, high performing, and most importantly, that it's practical. So we are integrating AI into the industrial environment, and we are not introducing a new technology to the market here, but rather we are changing how industry will operate now and also in the future. So if you'd like to export it further, if you want to see the solution in action or even discuss about how this can apply to your environments, feel free to visit us at our booth. And we are looking forward already to exciting conversations. And here I need to say thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And another great example of what happens when great industry leaders come together, creating value for our joint customers. Can we have a big round of applause, please, from my guests?
Thank you
so much for coming here today. And you get a present as well.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much. So, Darminder and Arik from our customer Natura. Here
Thank
at the
you very
booth,
much.
Just over there in our CPG showcase.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy that. And for Alexander, you also get a bar of soap, also from Natura.
Thank you so
who are
much.
using our simulation technologies to help with the extraction of essential oils. So go and check that out.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the
Looking
rest of the
forward.
fair.
Yep.
Thanks again.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Max.
And with that, I'm going to hand over to Militia, who's already waiting. Up you come.
All right, thank you. Hope you enjoyed that session. Welcome, everybody. It's great to see so many amazing people here. You're bringing this show alive. The energy is in the house. I said it up there. I'm saying it again. It's almost like electrification coming to life. Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, everybody's talking about industrial AI. The real question is, who's really giving business impact or having the real business impact, or who's still experimenting? Yeah, so I think this session is very much so about how. What does it actually take to capitalize on AI opportunity? But also, how do we do that through partnerships, through the right mindset, but also through real execution? We're not doing it for nothing, right? And I can't imagine two better individuals to have a conversation right here and right now, because partnership is what we're talking about. When we put Siemens in the house, Microsoft in the house, the magic happens, and you can hear, ooh, it's almost trembling. So please give me a round of applause as well for Dion Smith. Yay! He's the lead. He leads Siemens worldwide partner ecosystem. Dion, join me. Woo!
Yeah.
Great to see you. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Wow, excited.
So cool here, huh? Hey, Dion spent his whole career turning partnership, I think, into the growth engine. So, that that energy, yeah, I think it's this guy. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Sandy Gupta from Microsoft. Sandy! Hey! Great to see you. Yeah. Sandy from Microsoft. He leads ecosystems across global software companies. And I think he's seen what works, what doesn't work, and the both sides of the table. So
Where do
let's
you
have
want
a
us?
seat.
Where do you want us?
Where do you want to be? Come,
We're
let's
coming.
centralize. I'll come next
Awesome.
to you here. Comfy sofa. How's
Very
our
comfy.
lounge?
Oh, very
Beautiful.
comfortable.
It's
Yes.
comfy, right?
Second time round.
Yeah.
Looking after you.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. It's awesome.
So let's start with you, Dion. You've seen Siemens customers every day. You talk to them. What's actually keeping them up at night? And for me, I'd really be interested. How is Siemens showing up for them?
Sure, absolutely. So firstly, if we think about the pain points that we're seeing from our customers out there, productivity, resilience, sustainability, workforce transformation, and obviously AI acceleration. But if we kind of summarize that, what we see from the customers is the classic, we want you to do more, we want you to do it with less, and we want you to do it faster. And that's great, but there's a number of challenges that actually come with that. And the first one is that there's a huge amount of AI pilots that are currently running, but there's very few scaled outcomes that the customers and the market sees today. And the second area is we think that the majority of IT and OT is still disconnected. And if you think, it's actually incredible to think that over 95% of the world's factories aren't connected.
Crazy.
So if they're not connected, they can't share data. And if they can't share data, you can't get to the outcomes that we talk about on a daily basis.
So, Sandy, Microsoft, I think you've been longer in the game than many others, right? So what separates the companies that are genuinely scaling AI from the others that are maybe still stuck?
Yeah, Melissa, first of all, I would just say, what an incredible time in the industry. I think after the machinization, automation, 100 years back, this is the first big shift in technology in a massive way and scale. And such an exciting time. I was just looking at the IDC report, and by 2030, they expect 2.2 billion agents in enterprise.
Wow.
Versus 25 million in 2025. So
just the massive scale of these agent workforce is entering the enterprises. And that's like a big moment for these CEOs and enterprise because suddenly the workforce is changing.
Yeah.
And when I look at the frontier companies, organizations that are onboarding this workforce, this agentic workforce, there's a number of considerations. One is, how do you onboard this agentic workforce? Like when you onboard your employees, you have to go through a process to onboard them. They learn over time. These agents also need the right data, the IQ of an organization. How does an organization work? How do they make decisions? How do they operate the company in a certain way or a business operation? Because even every manufacturing company is different and they're differentiated. So how do you learn from that IQ and teach these agents? So data becomes super important because the agents learn from that data. The second issue is now you have millions of agents in an enterprise. What are they doing? Are they doing the right thing? Do they have the right permission? Do we have the brakes in place when things don't go right? You know, so the security guardrails are super critical. So you see a lot of these frontier organizations thinking very thoroughly about bringing the agentic workforce, getting their data ready, but then putting the security guardrails and observability and all that. Finally, I would say, look, you look at the leaders of this organization, and they lead by learning, by leading the way of learning on AI. And I really feel that AI is like tasting sugar, right? If you have not tasted sugar, it's very hard to describe the taste of sugar. And the AI is the same way. If you don't use it, you're not immersed in it, you don't get your hands dirty, it's very hard to learn. So I feel like these frontier companies are paving the way for, the rest of the industry.
That is incredible. I'll remember that. It will stick with me, the tasting sugar. But Dion, how has it changed the way Siemens works with technology leaders, like Microsoft, for example? And where do you see that doubling down together?
Sure. Well, if you pick up on what Sandy just shared there, first thing, what's changing? Well, the principal change is this is IT-OT convergence is now happening at a pace that we have never seen before. If we look at where we were just as short as 12 months ago to where we are today, we are really moving through what we would classify as that early innovation cycle to early adoption, okay? And that means that AI is really raising the bar on what those expectations are out there within the market. And that in turn is maturing how customers now want to buy. Because if you think about this, it's absolutely imperative that partners have the skills, the competencies, the capabilities, and that vertical experience within industrial AI. It's not just about that domain expertise. It's about those industry-specific use cases. And as we walk, and hopefully everyone in the audience has had time to go through the Siemens and the Microsoft stands, that's what you will pick up. You will pick up the depth of competency, capability, and expertise in what is required to be able to turn AI into something that is real. And, just on that point, no one wins alone. If we walk through our stand, you will not see a single area where there is not a partner that is part of that, whether it's a hyperscaler, a machine builder, panel builder, reseller, distributor. And the same is true within Microsoft's stand. As you walk through their stand, you will see there is an overriding ecosystem in order to be able to deliver that. And that's really where I'd kind of define the winners will be those that combine that AI domain expertise and the ecosystem execution, because we won't do it alone.
I'd like to hear the other side of the story here. So what is it like with Microsoft and putting the chips where it really comes from partnerships?
Look, I think I couldn't agree more with Dion that AI is all about the ecosystem and partnerships. I mean, if you just look at our partnership, where Siemens is the industry leader when it comes to the full life cycle of product, from design to manufacturing, production, to operation, to services, and the loop that they close, it's just phenomenal. And if you look at our play from Microsoft, from a scale AI at a cloud scale level, and then really bringing that cybersecurity element together, it really creates a very powerful partnership to solve some of the biggest issues the customers still have, which is unplanned downtime, unreliable supply chains, quality of products, and having very poor visibility to real-time actionable things that come in. So I believe that this convergence that we are seeing, we are investing heavily to build the IQ for an enterprise, bringing the IT, OT data together, which is finally happening now because the compute cycles are there, the timing of the technology maturity is there.
Yeah.
And then really getting it ready from machine level all the way to looking at the fleet level,
Yeah.
building the agents and co-pilots, which are autonomous or semi-autonomous, or helping the humans do the operations in more informed way. The other thing we are investing heavily, other than the Microsoft IQ, is really the A365, which is a control plane for security, because the governance of an enterprise for all these agents from disparate sources, first party, third party, is super critical.
Yeah.
And so you need to have that control tower where you can actually look at all the things happening in your enterprise, humans and agents, identities, permissions, policies, ethic policies, all of that. So I feel like the combination of us, Siemens, Microsoft, and our ecosystem is a huge, huge opportunity. And I was just looking at the numbers, like from research companies. It is the fastest, the industrial AI is the fastest adopting AI space.
Wow.
And by 2030, the expectation is like the industrial AI will be over $100 billion.
Wow, it's great to see the numbers because statistics are what makes things real. But I think you all out here, you want something a bit more concrete. So can you tell us how, walk us through how Siemens and Microsoft are actually building on industrial AI together?
Look, let's take some concrete examples. I mean, we have hundreds of millions of Teams users today. And these Teams users are where, when you look at like a product, Microsoft, Siemens product like Teams Center X, where all the users from people who are designing to operating to servicing are all there. They're all on Teams. So we did a publish like Teams Center X and Teams Copilot collaboration integration. And so all these different roles now have Copilot at their fingertips to be able to assist themselves to use the Teams Center much more effectively. And that's something we had that release in the last 12 months. This week, excitingly, on this platform, we just released Siemens Eigen Agent, which sits in the Siemens TIA developer platform.
Back corner, if you need to see.
Yeah, you have to see it.
There.
And this is exciting moment because now these machine PLC developers, coders can generate code out of design and description.
Right.
All the way to configuration, test validation, and all of that. So it's just phenomenal. We're also working on some of the very industrial-focused Gen AI models because we believe that the modalities of manufacturing are different than a general-purpose model. So we're also trying to co-build these generative models. So it's just a start. And of course, with Dion, there's a lot of focus on go-to-market, co-sell. So it's innovation, co-innovation, co-build, and then really kind of going to market together.
It's incredible. You talk about speed so often, and here we are already. I think we can sit here for literally another hour and go down this lane. But maybe if we can just talk about, like, what's the difference there? What are others doing differently? We have one sentence, maybe, just about, if we think about, can you bring it to life in a real customer story?
Yeah. I see the clock, so really quickly, elevator pitch. So firstly, I want to amplify 180 years of industrial and infrastructure experience combined with 51 years of technology experience.
Wow.
Like young,
powerful, proven global expertise. That's really key, and back to my point earlier about domain. We have a phenomenal case study, which we are sharing as well, SSEB Sweden, global steel manufacturer. This is a phenomenal example of taking our digital thread story together, how we take that client on that journey, we identify the outcomes that they need to achieve, and then we work within our ecosystem to be able to deliver not just AI outcomes, but true business industrial outcomes at scale.
Wow, you take the words out of my mouth. Are you excited about this partnership?
I would say we are just starting. I had my breakfast with Siemens. I'll finish my day with Siemens. So I'm really excited. Thank you so much.
Thank
really.
you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia.
You will get a present as well because we leave a present from our partner Brazil
thank
as
you,
well.
thank you.
So we'll hand over a present to you, and we'll not forget.
I will share with him, so you can have half of it.
He's getting something. Hold on.
Okay, you are.
Here we go. Look.
Oh, thank you.
Smell it. It smells gorgeous. That's
you.
amazing. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's next up, accelerating Coca-Cola's Factory of the Future program. I'm going to hand right over to Max. Where is Max? Max is on his way. Todd will come up. Is Todd here? And I'm going to wait till they come up. I think you like me on the stage. I hope you're all enjoying everything that is actually going on here live. But guess what? I've been upstairs in the morning, up in the gallery, and I have a full view of everything going on. It's spectacular. I'm so filled up with energy, I can't tell you. But let me hand over to Todd. This is your session. You're welcome.
Well, hello, Hannover 2026 on Wednesday. Here we are heading for the finish line of a busy week for everybody, I'm sure all of you. Thank you for joining us for this session here with Coca-Cola and Accenture and Siemens. We want to tell you a little bit about the Coca-Cola initiative around Factory of the Future. First, we're going to do some introduction. We'll talk about the initiative, Coca-Cola Factory of the Future. Then we'll drill in a little bit about applying digital twins to specific use cases in various scenarios that simulate the environment in which the operators run their business and how they use that to make decisions. And then the last piece is we'll look forward a little bit about what we think is coming down the road a little bit farther. So introductions first. Let's go ahead. I'll start with you, Berlin. Could you describe to everybody your role at Coca-Cola here in Europe?
Okay, first of all, good morning to everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this session. It's a pleasure to share with you the stage today. So I'm the director in digital and operational technology in customer service and supply chain for CCEP. So CCEP is one of the biggest boulders of Coca-Cola. And my role is to really define the strategy on digital, why we are doing digital in customer service and supply chain, and this journey that we have ahead of us in order to define the factory of the future.
Very good. Thanks, Berlin. And Sherry?
Hi, everyone. And I will echo Belen's comment. Thank you very much for having us here today. So I come from Accenture. I'm part of the supply chain and engineering team, and I've worked in the digital manufacturing space for my entire career. So started actually writing PLC code, robotics integration, and so was lucky enough to see the evolution of digital manufacturing over the last 25 to 30 years and how some of the new technologies are really enabling the future and what companies such as Coca-Cola can do. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, ladies. And Todd Weatherby from Siemens Advanta, our professional services business unit at Siemens. And we're quite excited about the partnership with Accenture that we've been doing now for a year formally, but before that too. And then getting a chance to work with the Coca-Cola system, starting with work at the corporate level, but also then throughout the bottler network around the world, and specifically today sharing with you the story here in Central Europe. So with that introduction, let's talk a little bit about the Factory of the Future initiative at Coca-Cola system-wide. And maybe, Sherry, you've been involved since the early days of all that, working with the team in Atlanta. Could you maybe describe for people what Factory of the Future means at Coca-Cola?
Yeah, no, I'd be very happy to. So thanks, Todd. So this work started with Coca-Cola about a year ago. And for those of you that don't know Coca-Cola as well, Coca-Cola is a system. And so the bottlers such as CCEP have a franchise agreement with the Coca-Cola company. And so that brings opportunity, but it also can bring complexity in the network. So within Coca-Cola proper, they have a group called GTech, which is their Global Technology and Engineering Center. And that group's primary responsibility is to work across the bottler network to help them in figuring out what some of their engineering designs need to look like, whether it's new lines or brownfield or greenfield facilities that they're working on. And this initiative was really focused with that group in collaboration with a number of the very large bottlers, such as CCEP, to start thinking about what the future of digital manufacturing needed to look like for them. And so as part of this program, we interviewed a lot of the senior supply chain people from the bottler network. We brought thought leadership from Accenture. We worked closely with Siemens Advanta and the rest of the Siemens family to understand and think about what some of the external trends were that were influencing what digital manufacturing capabilities needed to look like. So if you think about a network of 200 bottlers plus globally and over 900 facilities worldwide, you're in a lot of different demographic regions. And so there's a lot of different challenges that you need to think about, whether that's labor scarcity or skills issues, whether it's water scarcity and how you're going to do CIPs better so that you don't have to waste as much water, whether you've got sustainable energy, whether compliance pressures are going to be more mandated in certain regions versus other regions, and how the supply chain needs to change. And I think everybody who's been at this show recognizes the consumer of tomorrow, even the consumer of today in some ways, is much more demanding than the consumer of yesterday. And they want the product that they want, when they want it, in the packaging that they want, and they want it now. And that creates all kinds of challenges, but we'll call them opportunities in the supply chain network. And that drives the need for agility and flexibility within the manufacturing space. And so that was the point of this program, was how do the bottlers start thinking about what they need in the future so that as they're working today, they're actually building out an architecture and a set of capabilities that will support that future vision. And so we built what we called a navigator. And this navigator allows each of them to go through and say, what are some of the things I need to be thinking about in the future? What are the capabilities I'm going to need to do that? How does that drive the future use cases that I need? What is the architecture components that I need to support that? And what is the heat map that tells me where I should start and how I should focus? And things such as Edge AI and digital twins, which we'll dive in a little bit more, are obviously critical parts of that component. And we did it across Siemens and Accenture. For those of you that were here last year at Hannover, we announced our big business group collaboration. We did it across these two businesses because the power of what Siemens brings from a software and a product development roadmap and an industry knowledge perspective, coupled with Accenture and the scale and the thought leadership and the work we've done, we thought could really help drive an interesting and successful future for the bottler network. So that was the program.
That's a great description. You said over 200 bottlers and over 900 sites. That system is unique in its scale and complexity.
Yeah.
And then boiling it down to use cases that provides hopefully some useful guidance to the bottlers. So how do you think of it, Belén, looking at it from a bottler perspective at the broad system of Coca-Cola's network or their system?
Yeah. Well, as we said, so CCP is one of the biggest boulders. So we have 31 markets. So our road to market, our approach to them is completely different in each of them. So we need to be prepared. So for those customers that are changing, so we need to have the brands that they are demanding in the right place at the right time. And we need to give to them this refreshing beverage that we are producing. So this partnership has been key for us, and also thank you to the Coke company, because they are always thinking on how to improve our operations and how to be better on the products that we are giving to our customers, because they give to us an North Star, no? So we now know, okay, this is the drive of the direction that we need to move towards. And also this is how it's going to help us. So it's not just about, okay, so this is the super futuristic thing. It's also about, okay, really seeing the value that each of the tools and each of the use cases that we are identifying there, how they are going to help us to be better at in our operations, improving our efficiency or being more resilience, asset utilization. So we have each of every single use case and tools connected with the real value that it's going to give to us. So now it's about really, okay, how we combine that with our strategy, which at the end of the day is, okay, we want to really be focused on our customers. So our customers are on the first place in our operations. Then we will put on that efficiency. So how we can look into the tools that are going to make us doing the things in a better way, in a more productive way. Then the third one is our people. So we cannot forget that, okay, tools is something that is going to change how we operate, but we need to onboard into this journey our people, so give to them the capabilities and the knowledge that they need in order to do this transformation. And for that, we need also to change our operations. So it's about processes, changes, and how we are going to combine all of that together, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people, process, and technology always,
Yeah.
but you both said driven by the customer signal and the variation in that and the speed of that, the operations has to be optimized for the customer signal.
Yep.
So maybe as we drop down now into the idea of digital twins and applying that in an operations setting to drive those efficiencies, I think a lot about simulations and greenfield, brownfield. How do you think about where you're looking to apply this kind of industrial AI approach to process optimization?
Yeah. Well, so we are talking about a lot about digital twins, and one of the things that we discussed a lot at the beginning is, okay, what digital twin do we want to build? No, so do we want to build a digital twin to simulate things, to design things, to operationalize things, so to be better at doing things? No, and our approach has been more focused on the operations, and it comes with a challenge, no, because if you want to start digitalizing, no, and having a replica of your factory, you need to gather data. And that's the first challenge that we have already defined, no? So how to better connect our operations real time, no, in this replica that we would like to build, no? So that's the key elements in this journey. So how we can be better at having real-time data, and with that, so then, okay, we can build this digital twin that for us, it has two key areas that we have focused the use cases. So the first one is yield, so waste in general, so how we can make better use of all the things that we are using in general. So we have the syrup, we have water, so we have energy. So being better and in the use of all of that, it will make our operations more efficient. Then it's about operational efficiency in general. So yeah, how we combine, no? So better use of the machines that we already have. So how to improve, no, the real use of each of the assets that we have in our lines. And the last one is about sustainability and how to be better at that, because we want to build a sustainable future. So that's why we have to take care of the resources that we are already using. So that's the three key pillars that we are looking at, and this is the journey on where we are. So yeah.
Got to pick those spots. Is there one of those that's farther ahead than the others?
Yield is the first one that we are already focused at now.
So that's the waste and other things. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. And as you think about digital twins and applying them in an industrial environment that they have, how would you think about the sweet spots for using it to drive business value?
Yeah, definitely yield is a really, really important one. We hear from the network a lot about energy as a very important piece of it. And maybe one thing that I'll kind of go back to, as we talked about the factory of the future work and the different layers in the architecture of which digital twin was an important piece, I think Belen touched on something really important, which was the data and understanding what information and data you need, not just to support the digital twin, but to support AI and agentic AI and all of these other technologies. And so what we really, really focused carefully on was, what are some of the architecture layers and groupings of use cases that are going to drive early value? And then how do you build that in a scalable way? So as you think about some of the digital twin technologies, there's definitely great engineering design tools that we can use. I believe there's about 10 greenfield facilities in the BÜHLER network that are being designed right now, about 20 brownfield. But as Belen said, a lot of the opportunity sits in the operations space. So if you can run simulations to optimize your operations, that can reduce your CapEx investment because you can start to get better efficiency, lower energy costs, lower water, all of those mega trends I talked about out of the existing facilities that you have. And so that's why that's such an important place for us to focus as an early win in the digital twins.
So you're thinking about getting more capacity without the CapEx investment, so avoiding CapEx, but being able to respond to the growth of the business without that.
Exactly, yeah.
But I think I also heard you say that it's the easy thing to think about is the design side or a greenfield thing, but you're both saying that there's so much opportunity in this more operations end or the life cycle of the business and not just at the beginning, but all the way through to yield.
Yeah.
Is that how you think of it?
Yeah, so completely. So for us, the key, as we said, so is the brownfield, so to really leverage, to do the best of the operations that we are already doing. And this is where we said we have the North Star. Now we have to define the clear journey, so how we are going to really start this process on, okay, well, we should start with the brownfield, what we already have, trying to capture all the information from the machines that are pretty old, so they are not prepared for all of this that we are seeing here, and they were not even thinking on AI, cybersecurity, connecting to outside. So that's one of the key elements that also makes us to keep in mind that we have to have resilience operations, and at the end of the day, so connecting more our factories to outside and being able to be more connected to everything. So it's also something that it represents a risk to the operations.
Got it. What I learned from both of you is that you can't do it one size for all sites either. Some sites are really worried about water, or they're really worried about energy, and they're a bit different too, right? So you can't do it one way for all. You have to be able to extend it or customize it for specific parts of your business.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, it sounds like we got a good thing going here. Now let's flash forward. Just got a couple minutes left. Some of the ideas from both of you about how you're thinking about the future now, stretching it out a few years. I'll start with you, Sherry, and then Belinda to wrap up.
Yeah, and I just want to be careful. To me, the digital twin story is an and, it's not an or. So it's really important to work with clients where they are, where their biggest value is today. But as we think about the future and we think about, again, increased SKU complexity, more agile manufacturing requirements, if we can design and build factories that are actually designed to handle that complexity, it can be a game changer. So while we think about operations twins for facilities today, it's really, really important to be also thinking about what the future engineering design needs to look like to handle this increased complexity. So I'm really excited about that. The other piece I just want to add on is there's a lot of fear in the market around labor and people and what their role is as some of these technologies evolve. And I'm really, really excited to start to show what human in the lead actually means. And I think we need to get more examples out there that show how people are going to interact with AI, how they're going to leverage these tools, not that their jobs are going to go away, but their jobs are going to start to elevate. And that, to me, is another really important piece so that we can eliminate some of the fear that I think has been created in the market around what we're talking about today.
Great. I think I heard you talk about adaptability in the design so that manufacturing can be more adaptable because it's designed better from the beginning.
Exactly.
But then also it's all about people in the end because we can be as automated as we want, but there's still going to be people involved, maybe in different ways.
Exactly.
Very good. How do you think about a few years out, what we're all going to be working on?
Yeah, well, for me, there is two key things. So as you said, we are still in the early days of the digital twin. So for me, the next step will be how we can make them really automate. So to move to the next level, that it's about, okay, I'm seeing that I should change this. So how can I really execute an action behind that? The other key element is, so to move really towards this AI and agentic AI and how we can combine and put all the pieces of the puzzle together to make that work and to put the humans in the loop, to humans in the centers, and to make the decisions with real time, more agile, and so to just seeing, okay, these are the trends that are coming. This disruption is going to happen in 3 days, but okay, you already have an advice on, okay, this is coming, so your trucks are not coming, so you don't have raw materials. What should I be doing in order to be sure that my customers are going to be happy tomorrow?
Got it. Very good. And from my side, I think there's opportunities in specific locations on specific business problems, but I also think when we work on the data the way we are, we're going to have an opportunity to look across sites at an enterprise level, even maybe across the whole system somehow, to start to optimize the total business of Coca-Cola, even though it's got a bit of a franchise model with the bottlers. And so I think there's a lot of room to run on the data side of this thing that we've touched on a little bit, but everybody's working on that same problem. I think we're just getting started on how to manage this much data. But thank you both for the partnership, the collaboration, and for sharing your thoughts with the audience today. And I hope you had a great week this week. I know you have to run, so we better get you to the car and get you out of here. So how about a round of applause for
Thank you.
Sherry and Berlin. Thank you very much.
And we have something for you as well from our customers at Natura over there in the CPG
Thank you very much.
showcase. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Todd, as you did such an excellent job of moderating, you get something as well.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
Thank you. See you.
And it's at this stage that we're saying goodbye to our LinkedIn Live community. Thanks for dialing in. We will see you next time. I'll take that and you get that. Thank you. So, it's time now for our next talk here on stage. And when we talk about innovation, we often talk about startups, we talk about products or AI breakthroughs. But many of the technologies that are shaping industry today, they start years earlier in university labs, long before a business case even exists. And we're going to look at that in more detail up next. So please give a warm welcome to Professor Christian Brecher and Dr. Karl Moos. Welcome. Gentlemen, welcome on stage. Christian, hi.
Welcome.
Take a seat. Great to have you here. Karl.
Hi.
Hi. So, how are you two doing?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Okay. So, maybe we can do a brief intro very shortly. Christian, tell us about yourself. What do you do?
I'm working at Aachen University, RWTH Aachen. I'm responsible for the topics of machine tool, automation, robotics, and gear technology. And I'm also head of our Fraunhofer Institute for Production Technology in Aachen.
Okay, thanks for coming here to Hanover. And Karl, what about you? What do you do at Siemens?
I lead research and pre-development at Siemens. It's a global team of about 1,200 people in 7 countries and 20 different locations working on all topics related to Siemens technologies that are used in the product today.
Great. Thank you also for being here today. And you've been on stage a few times already, I know, so thank you. Christian, as I said at the beginning, you know, many things start with universities, but for many people, universities are perceived to be places of theory, not practice. So when it comes to, you know, industrial revolution, industrial innovation, how do you think the role of academia has changed in recent years?
It is clear that the universities are responsible for make basic research. And in many, many disciplines, this is a complete story. But looking to engineering science, like our institute, mechanical engineering, for us, we always raise the question, what is the relevance of the topic we're doing basic research and how to transfer these ideas into industry? And therefore, also looking to our budget, maybe 30-40% directly goes into industrial contexts.
Switching perspective now to us, Karl, why is it so important for companies such as Siemens to work so closely together with universities such as the one in Aachen?
Yeah, it's extremely important for us because universities like our technology radar, they look ahead few years and they see things that we haven't seen yet in the industry. So it helps us see the future, understand the future. And as Christian said, like they work on foundational research and technologies, which helps us because these are areas that we are also interested in, but we don't have the capacity to work on them. On top of that, like even the topics that we are working on today, they are very complex and require multiple different parties to work together. So just collaborating with universities on existing topics is extremely valuable for us. Sounding board, new ideas, and collaboration on these topics.
Okay.
Then on top of this, there is actually the whole validation process. Like we take ideas from the university, we validate them and scale them in the industry, and that cycle is very important for us too.
Yeah. So I think we can probably agree that neither universities nor companies like us can do this alone anymore. Just like we can't provide solutions for our customers by ourselves. We need our partner ecosystem. So, Cal, how would you say, how do these projects between industry and university actually help real production processes today?
So there are lots of projects that we start with the idea. We work together on developing this idea into something that can address our customer pain point. We develop a proof of concept together. We take it and work with our colleagues on the product line to create a solution or a product that take it into the market. I'll give you one concrete example that we have. It's a project that we worked together with the university, with Christian's team. The project is around enabling robots to be able to give them the capability, the robots with the direct measurement capability to be used in machining. That's a project called Run My Robot Direct Control, and we collaborated very closely with Christian team to help us actually design that architectures, measuring some inertial difference in that project, and create basically a solution for our market. And it's in the market today. It's a successful solution that we sell for our customers today.
And Christian, from your perspective?
If I'm looking back into the year 2011, so Industry 4.0 came on the top line. And for us, clear, we make basic research, but we also bring our models, our knowledge into this environment. But we need the access to the real data of the machine tools and robot systems. And therefore, it was essential and very important to have a close collaboration with Siemens to open up the door to get access to many, many data normally customer are not so easy to get.
Yeah. Speaking of that data, obviously it's becoming more and more important. It's clear it's the backbone of industrial collaboration. And maybe, again, I'd like to hear from both of you on this, but Christian, we can stay with you first. How do you think that data spaces and data alliances are helping to transform the industry at the moment?
So at first I have to say that these data alliances are very, very important because we are talking about sensible data and therefore we need trust. And from my perspective, there must be a neutral platform that if companies are willing to share data, that these data are not walking across industry companies, that they are on a safe place so that we can work on this data for statistical purposes. And this is very important. And I think, therefore, also Siemens is very active in this area. Standardization and a platform where the data can be stored safe is very, very important for the success of Industry 4.0.
Do you agree, Cal?
Absolutely. Data is a strategic asset, and data in the industry needs to be sovereign. We need to have a sovereign platform for data, so data can be actionable, can be interoperable, and can actually be used across the whole value chain. And one of the projects we worked on, again, with Christian team was a project called Factory X. And in Factory X, we created that space for different partners to share the data so we can actually use it along this value chain. And one important part that we see in the university here, not only about designing the architecture and helping us create that space, but the university plays a neutral role in this. So companies can trust to jump in and work with the university because there is no competition and they can guarantee the sovereignty of the data.
Now, one of the hot topics here in Hanover is, of course, AI. And for us here in this hall, in our new home, Hall 27, it's, of course, physical AI. So we have robots and AGVs here over there in the Innovation Hub. Cal, how do you see the academia-industry collaboration with respect to physical AI at the moment?
Very, very significant. Like if we look at some of the areas and some of the technologies we are using today in physical AI, you will find that many of them actually originated in the research that came from universities. Some of those technologies like VLA, Vision Language Action Model, that came from the university. The early foundation of that research came from the university. Some of the technologies around reinforcement learning, for example, which is very important to correct the movement of the robots, actually came from the universities. some other areas like domain randomization, some other areas like test and simulations. All of these originated in the university, taken by the industry, validated in the industry, go back to the university to develop the next version. And that cycle of innovation goes rapidly because of this collaboration with universities. Interestingly, if you go to the innovation hub here, we brought some of our robots that we developed in the factory, some of these technology already in action now, and you can see them, how they are implemented in the real world based on research that started in universities.
Do you agree? Is this optimization cycle, is it increasing thanks to these types of collaborations?
Yeah, I agree fully. If we are looking to the umbrella of Industry 4.0, so we open up a new generation of production. So I like not only using artificial intelligence, I also like to use human intelligence in this topic, because the engineers have to decide if the system can be executed safe, what the artificial intelligence is telling the operator. And therefore, for us, working on large language models, foundation models, to bring new mathematical routines into this kind of physical systems is perfect for fundamental research, but also coming from the relevance point of view to bring these ideas directly into industry.
Human in the loop, so to say.
Human in the loop.
Yeah. Right. Speaking of humans, there are robots that look like humans, humanoids. They are often cited by many people as the future frontier, so to say. How does it illustrate the kind of, long-term collaboration that we've discussed? So humanoids, the future. What do you think, Christian?
I think they have a huge potential. If I'm looking to all the places in industry which are designed for human operators, maybe this is the first idea to say this can be a substitute in the midterm range. But we also have to look to the decision makers. What is the output of the artificial intelligence? Can it be safely secured? And we have to also look in general to the safety issues in this kind of humanoids applications. But I'm fully convinced they will definitely have the place in the next future, which is not so far away.
It's not, no. And Cal, many people even today are still a bit worried when it comes to humanoids. They immediately think Terminator. Can you help calm them down a bit, but still share what your future vision is?
Yeah, so, well, let's establish the fact that humanoids are actually extremely complex machine. Developing a humanoid today is much more difficult than developing an electric car. That's the level of complexity that we have from the software side, from the hardware side. And because of that, we need collaboration with universities. We need to be very close with the universities. Now, on top of this, we have to think about it as a safety-related machine. And the way we consider this is that there is a research, there is variability, there is probabilistic models. All of these can be put in a sandbox. And around the sandbox, you can create some guardrails. And that's how we approach this at Siemens for all our robots. To make them safe, is we create a cognition layer, and that cognition layer has the intelligence, which is probabilistic, which is not controlled, which can be updated all the time. And around it, we create a wrapper with another layer, we call it safety layer, to put the guardrails to make sure that we know exactly how we stop those machines if they exceed the limitations that we decide for them early on. That is how it's done. So it's under control, and we design based on safety. We don't add safety at the top. Yeah. Safety is a principal component of the design.
And where can people find out more about this safety aspect, but also humanoids, everything we've talked about so far here at the booth, Cal? I think we have a slide for that.
Yeah, well, right here. But if you go to the Innovation Hub over there, you can find a lot of our work where we actually showed that what we developed in the lab and we are testing now in the factories with some of the cobot arms and some of the humanoids.
And in one sentence, what should our audience take away from industry and university collaboration? Cal and then Christian.
Well, the shortest way from idea to impact goes through collaboration. Yeah. And university is the best partner for that.
Absolutely. Christian?
From the university point of view, these kind of strategic alliances is is bringing fundamental research directly into industrial applications. This is a perfect alliance we did with Siemens since many, many decades so far.
Well, thank you so much, and we hope that its future remains to be bright, and we look forward to hearing more about that next time. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for Christian and for Karl? Thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you.
And Christian, we have something for you from our customers Natura over there in the CPG showcase. Something for you to take home. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Karl,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
See you
you.
soon. Have a great rest of the fair.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. And by the way, if you want to hear more about the future of industry collaborating with academia, then Friday is the day for you to come here. It's all about the talents here in Hanover. So grab your free ticket and make your way over. And with that, it's now time for the next session. And I'd like to hand over simply to the moderator, Oliver Jönsson. Welcome. The stage is all yours, Oliver.
So welcome, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you for having me here again. I mean, I was here a couple of years ago again, so it's very nice to be again back here on the stage.
It's great to have you here at the stage. I would briefly introduce you to our audience. Patrick, you are now Director for Software and Digitalization at GEA, but you also have over 5 years of experience as head of software development for single machines. So you know pretty well the challenges of deploying or evaluating the machines, as well as putting them into the higher contrast of integration and digitalization.
Yeah. So we have a lot of challenges in this. I mean, it's kept starting from the sales, since we have so many different applications, so many different areas of where we are. So we are actually based in Elde as the business unit separation, part of the PFP division. And so we have a very long history already. And a very interesting field. So here we are with the CPG beverage model, but there are other industries and other challenges as well.
Right. And later on, we will see Peter.
Yeah.
Peter is the expert live at the CPG model, and he will tell us about the technical details. And he's actually project manager for software development at GEA Westphalia's separator. And today, our technical expert live at the CPG model.
Yeah, exactly.
Before we come directly into the deep dive into the technology, could you briefly introduce GEA from your perspective, where pure flow technology sits within the group, and why solutions like this modular separator skid is so central for your portfolio?
Yeah, as I said already, so GEA is a global engineering company. So we are providing solutions for all different kinds of industries in the food and beverage, in the pharmaceutical, but also the chemical industry. Yeah, we are part of the PFP division within GEA. And we are the business unit separators. As I said, we have a very long history already. We are building centrifuges, not only for 1 or 2 processes. It would be a little bit boring. So we are doing this for more than 3,000 different processes. And there, I mean, the topic is standardization. Standardization is a very important point of this.
Yeah, right. We already heard in the previous presentation about the challenges of the machine builders in the CPG area.
Yeah.
So from technical point of view, the world is moving faster, and faster means you have to deliver quick, but you also have to deliver flexibility. With so many different applications, how do you bring mechanical, electrical, and module engineering together, and which standards and tools help you to manage this complexity across the whole development process?
I mean, it starts with sales already. So we need certain sales tools to give us structured data, so structured information, what is sold for which application and so on. then it comes over to the process and mechanical engineering using different tools again. And there is always interfaces. This is one big challenge. Once it comes to the automation, once we do starting panel design, so you're using the e-drawings and so on, interfaces is just a very important thing. And then suddenly you need to deliver software. And software which runs like a CPG skit we were just showing here. No?
Yeah, right. A big highlight today is that you can demonstrate how your end-to-end tool chain works from engineering and simulation up to handing over the module to your customer. This is where Peter takes over and shows us live, right?
Yes, exactly. Peter is now right away on the stage and shows us live how the engineering, software engineering starts until we deliver it to the customer.
Okay, here we go.
Module type package on a separator GSX260 for a beverage application. On the first step, I will demonstrate here and show you how we have to integrate MTP in our program in the TIA portal. First of all, we have to use our templates, services, which are defined with MTP. After generating this program, we are using also the Copilot for programming and especially also for documentation. On the next step, we will go over and I will show you here something about our validation. For software validation, especially for the digital twin, we are using from Siemens SIMATIC. With a rapid tester, we have also the possibility to make an automatic test of our unit. After finalization of our process, we are starting now with creating the MTP file. Therefore, we are using MTP Studio. With MTP Studio, it's easily to create this MTP file. With this MTP file, we have now the possibility to share this with our customer. And the customer has the possibility easily to integrate the MTP with separator in their SCADA system. For example, WinCC Neo or WinCC Neo or WinCC Unified. Okay, now we are finished with the implementation, and I will shift over again to Patrick. He will show you how the implementation with WinCC Unified will work in detail. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Your skit is 100% ready to use.
Yes.
Engineering is done, but I heard you additionally deliver benefits to your customers and system integrators for rapid integration because SIMATIC made it more or less error-free, and MTP lets it integrate with just a click.
Yeah, it is very easy. I mean, it's like, I always like to compare it with a printer driver. So you just import now to your SCADA system. So what we see now up here on the screen is how we do the integration in WinCC Unified. So first you connect your PR model and then you start integrating the MTP file. So just open TR Portal, use the import function for MTP files. Then you just need to select the interface or select the correct file we delivered. And then you just need to connect the interface. And basically, after that, you need to compile your visualization, your SCADA system. And as simple as it is, hit the runtime button. And then you will see a 100% integration of our delivered skit to WinCC Unified. So here's just, you can see the integration. And after that, now this will be compiled. And then you see the integration. You see on the different stations here, we will come later to it, but also on our module.
You're right. So we heard scalability is a major topic. So of course, this example works also for products like PCS Neo and PC7 exactly the same way.
Exactly, yeah.
The different tools now bring us directly to the next topic because GEA is supplying solutions for other branches as well. How does this quick solution also helps your customer of other industry segments being early on the market?
Exactly. I mean, as I said already, so we are delivering separators for 3,500 different processes, not only for the food and beverage, we're doing that for the dairy, for chemical, for pharma, environmental, renewable resources. So me, with my team, I do the standardization of the software. So it doesn't matter which application you are, which industry you are. We deliver you a machine, a skid, a solution, 100% MTP ready, easy to integrate, hit the button and run.
All right. The reason why our collaboration with GEA is so successful is that Siemens addresses the same branches and others.
Yeah.
And even driving standards for like MTP 2.0 hosted by external communities like the PIs or Profinet International.
Yeah.
Also offering the complete portfolio around TIA Portal, MTP Studio, SIMIT, and the digital twin for compliant process equipment. And orchestration of existing plants via PCS7 up to the most innovative POL systems of PCS Neo and WinCC Unified.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so we have the possibility to do that throughout the complete industries, areas, systems, various systems. The good thing for us as machine builders is MTP is an open standard, not only used for 1, 2, 3 industries or whatever. It's used everywhere. That makes it a fantastic tool.
Yeah. So standardization and MTP have clearly been major game changers and are well on the way in the industry. Looking ahead, which technologies do you see as next big drivers, and how important are proven communication and reliable data transfer in OT and IT, especially for AI applications?
Yeah, so AI applications, we see over the last years already that OT and IT world is just one world, becoming one world already. So we see all these AI agents, all this available data now throughout the industries. But the key point is you need standards, you need information first. If you have that, you can use all these agents to create your solutions and give the customers a huge benefit out of it. So we're using AI as the platform to get a better engineering and to give our customers a good feeling. They are safe with us, and as I said, we use all the tools.
So finally, standardized everything, as our title is for us a key for digitalization across the whole value chain. And this is a perfect example of everybody can benefit from it.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, there's one paradox. We need to use this. We have all these agents doing specialized jobs. The next game changer in the industry will be there's an orchestration layer where all these agents now start working together, not independently. They have to work together, and that will be the next game changer for any industry. Yeah, right. So as I said already, we are here not only on the stage, we are here also with our nice skit over in the CPG area. So if you have questions on MTP, how AI is used, how we use SIMIT, how we do digitalization, how we do simulation, just approach us at the booth. We are here until Friday, until the end, and let's talk to each other.
That's great. And also find the related products on the other dialogue stations and partner booths regarding standardization, WinCC Unified, SIMIT, PCS Neo. A big thank you to our colleagues here on stage and at the CPG model. A big thank you to our audience. Please come to us. We are happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Natura, not too far away from you guys.
Yeah,
in
I've seen that already.
That's for you.
Thank you very much.
Natura using our simulation software to extract essential oils in the Amazon. Thank you. And Oliver, this is for you as well. Also from Natura.
Thank you very much.
Great job. Thank
This
you
is
very
great.
much.
Thank
and
you.
enjoy the rest of the fair. Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you.
Round of applause again for our gentlemen. Thank you. And we're going to continue the program here. Up next, we have a presentation, and it's all about the process industries. And we're going to discover how a defined life cycle protects investments and saves cost. We're going to show you how to gain transparency of installed assets and achieve standardization with a common hardware platform. So please welcome on stage the business owner for SIMATIC PCS7 at Siemens, Markus Weinländer, and Global Head of Process Automation Projects, Werner Schöfberger. Welcome.
Thank you. A warm welcome from my side and our side here at Hannover at the stage program, as well as online, whoever is watching us worldwide. Werner, it's also great to have you with us, but what are you doing here on stage today?
What I'm doing here at the Hannover Fair is that we are meeting a lot of customers and a lot of colleagues, so it's great to be here. And on the other hand side, what I'm doing here on stage is to talk with you about the life cycle business in the process industries here, and this is how we can protect the investments of our customers.
Cool. Same topic applies to me. I'm a software guy, so we are talking about software tools, AI, how to help customers to go on that route. And that brings us immediately into the topic. I mean, looking on process industries, many of us know the products coming out of process industries. So it's all about healthy food. It's about safe water, clean water. It's about medications which are really effectiveness. It's about cozy and warm houses. So each and everyone knows process industries by ourselves. And honestly, for me personally, it was one reason why I took my position in process automation, because it's really technology with purpose. It's technology for society, what we are doing in process automation. However, what people usually do not know is that the plants which are producing these products are running for decades. So 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. That's the usual way how these plants are used. The problem with that is, on one hand side, our customers want to keep that investments as long as possible. I mean, if you look on that typical chemical plant like this one, there are really millions of money getting into these plants. So they should be usable as long as possible, of course. On the other hand side, updates may become necessary because the environment change. I mean, we are talking about aging workforces. We are talking about rising energy costs. We are talking about higher productivity, which is necessary, or even also higher quality. And we want to apply new technologies to these things, maybe driven by standards. So let's look on the cybersecurity things coming in Europe up. Each and every of our customer had to follow the so-called NIS2 regulations, for instance. But on the other hand side, we will also make new technologies available for our customers. Let's make it more concrete on that. One big topic, and we showcase it here at Hannover as well, is advanced process control. We use artificial intelligence, AI, to optimize PID controls, for instance, which make a process more accurate, more precise. This will save energy, this will save also or reduce waste for customers. And this is an important thing. But for AI, we need data. The data are in the plants. And if a plant has been built, let's say 10, 15 years ago, following the historical architecture with a pyramid, it's really a hard thing to access these data. But nevertheless, we have to balance these things to make sure that the plants are still running.
And Marcus, here exactly the challenge comes. So those plants are built to run for 25 years. So they're really long-term investments. And here the challenge of our customers starts. So you can't replace those huge investments overnight, because then the business case is not running anymore. So if you are building up a business case with a plant which should run for 25 years and you have to replace it completely, then you have a certain challenge. And this is what we where our customers are coming sometimes under pressure. On the one hand side, they are having a long-term investment. On the other hand side, they have to bring their automation equipment, their data equipment to the latest stage. And here our challenge starts, or our topic starts, because we have to protect the investments of our customers to be ready for an innovative future. And this is what we are right now doing.
Perfect. And looking on our installed base, for PCS7, for the DCS system of Siemens, I mean, we are talking around 35,000 installations globally. And these installations, they are not just that we sold the products and we are fine with it. No, we feel really responsible for that installations, and it's our duty to help the customers to use that investments as long as possible. And this is why we talk today about protecting the investments.
Exactly, Marcus, and this is why we're observing that we are doing this globally. Yeah, and this is what we are right now doing. And customers do not want to have a full replacement, because customers are asking, how can I bring my investment, my plant to the later stage without risk? Yeah, because managing the risk is one of the key topics what we are facing. Yeah, so because each and every minute of the downtime is causing an enormous amount of money on risk. And how can we prepare the plant for being ready for the next decades, yeah, to run it? And also, how can we keep the cost under control? Yeah, this is also the topic. So managing the risk, preparing the plant to be able to run for the next decades, but having those projects under cost control. This is what we are doing. And this is what our challenge is. Yeah, guiding our customers through this journey, what we are doing here.
And this topic is not just about cost. I mean, it's also about knowledge. It's about IP. It's about the engineers who have set up the plants for decades, for years, working on all these processes at the actual plant. So just replacing everything and doing some kind of disruption. I mean, on one hand side, it's a lot of money, and it's not wise to spend that money. But on the other hand side, it's at the end not possible for many customers. So this is why we at Siemens really try to enable our customers and as well our partners to protect their existing installation, their existing investments, while opening the door to innovations. And I think then you have a three-step approach on that, right?
Exactly. I mean, in the first step, it looks extremely complicated. But if you do it in a structured way, then it is possible to run it. Yeah. First of all, I mean, we are talking here at the Hannover Fair a lot about digitalization. And also for the upgrading of the plant, it is essential that you're building up a digital twin. Yeah, that you have everything digitized before you're starting those kind of things. The second thing is that you then have to upgrade and validate. Yeah, so by using, for example, our upgrade factory, which is doing projects continuously, so they know what to do in those kind of upgrade projects. And then you have to deliver and deploy, yeah, because you have to prove what you are doing, and then you validate and again and make the system running. And this is what we are doing, and this is what we are doing not only once, but we are doing it consequently and in a perfect way.
Perfect. But is it just something that sounds promising, or do you really did it already with customers?
You know, you mentioned 35,000 plants what we are having installed all over the place, and out of these, with these 35,000 plants what we are having in place with our PCS7 system, we have for sure also to continuously upgrade this, and this is what we are doing. I can give you one example. We have done it for a couple of months ago in a plant in Africa. Extremely challenging situation, very tough timeline, extreme cost pressure. But at the end of the day, we managed it, and we managed it in a way that our customers were extremely satisfied with it. Having now a plant which is future-proof, where we have all the data available for continuous operation there, and then with a very happy customer, we are also happy to do it together. Yeah.
Very good. I mean, another topic what we are really fighting for is to bring costs down even more. So ordering services from Siemens is a great idea. We can help you on that, of course. But we also try to automate that entire process as much as possible. We call it our evolution program. And this is a tool-based approach to do the modernization of plants in a structured, in a scalable way, and supported also by flexible software maintenance contracts. So also the costs can be calculated and are really under control. Well, what's in that evolution program? One example is the so-called readiness assessment. So you can upload your PCS7 project to that tool, and you get a checklist out of that tool. What is already good in that project, so you can keep it. where is some manual work maybe necessary and maybe which is really not working because, for instance, it's old hardware which is not controlled anymore by PCs Neo or supported, or other things like that. So you get really a checklist and a kind of a working list what has to be done to make the migration as smooth as possible for existing plants. Other things is also to automate the standardization of the projects. I mean, in PCS 7, one of the biggest benefits was that you can do everything within. One of the biggest problems is you can do everything within. So migrating that to a standardized platform with an advanced process library is also key to be on a modern state on that, and also to get rid of your own legacy code at the end. I mean, a plant which has been built 20 years ago might not follow the latest engineering principles that we would apply today. And finally, what is also very important to that Evolution Studio, you can also apply to an existing PCS 7 project, which should be migrated to PCS Neo in the next years. So you can take care that it's started from the very beginning as a so-called PCS Neo project. You're following automatically the guidelines which are necessary to be ready for PCS Neo at the end.
So you're talking a lot about PCS Neo already. So talking about the future is PCS Neo in your...
Right. Evolution is really the path from today's PCS 7 installations towards PCS Neo. I mean, by the way, version 7 of PCS Neo is just out, and you can watch it on the booth here. But it's important to understand that PCS Neo is not just the next generation or not just a different DCS system. It's really delivering significant value to customers at the end. For instance, by lowering the total operating lifecycle cost. We offer cloud engineering and digital twins, which will accelerate the project work. We have remote access and parallel testing to reduce the downtime in case of a migration and also the commissioning time in case of a new project. So it's important to understand PCS Neo is really the newest kid on the block, and we are really proud to present it here. And if you want to learn more about PCS Neo, just be here at the stage in Hannover or online, because in the next presentation, we will have an actual customer who will talk about his experience with PCS Neo engineering and PCS Neo operation. But what is really important for us is that customers have not to step into PCS Neo in a rush. I mean, we are really offering a window allowing our customers to do the migration in your own pace. So it's really depending when you have time in your sites, when you're planning already a certain downtime or upgrade campaign. So the transition is really following your speed, your pace, your project planning at the end.
So Marcus, to sum it up, what for our customers is important and what we are providing is, an investment protection is here to stay. So we have to make sure that we are on the one hand side making sure that the automation system is on the latest stage, but on the other hand side we are creating a strong investment protection about their entire plant. And out of this, to sum it up, we are doing in a three steps approach. So first of all, build up a digital twin about the plant, then validate it, and then finally deploy it with our teams and with an automated system which supports the customer in those kind of processes. And this is what we are having here as a promise. So go with us, and then you're having an investment protection.
Perfect. And let me summarize really the 3 key takeaways you should take with you from the presentation. So first, Siemens really cares about the installed base. Modernization is something you have to build on what is there and not just replace it because Siemens is bringing something new on that. So we really take care for that 35,000 installations. Second point, start today. I mean, looking on the readiness of your existing installations, that would be crucial. But it would be also important to validate the value coming from the new technologies, to understand the benefit and also the business case at the end, and then plan a project that is really in your pace and in your circumstances, what you have in your company. And the third thing, when you do the upgrade, Siemens offers really a helping hand. We help to execute a safe migration and also with minimal downtime and a proven outcome. I mean, process industries are evolving and automation must evolve with it.
And if you want to dive deeper here on the stage or here on the booth 147, so visit us. We can show what we are doing, but for sure you have all the marketing materials available also online and so on and so forth. So contact us, we will go with you.
So thank you very much for listening and for watching here in Hannover, and also have a great fair, and see you also online. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I have
you.
one small thing for you here
Thank
for you to
you.
take home from Natura.
Thank you very
So
much.
thank you very much. Natura in our CPG Digital Enterprise Showcase, using the digital twin to optimize the extraction of essential oils. Up next, our previous speakers just did a bit of promo, but I'm going to do it again anyway. We are going to be finding out how the company Pyrum Innovations is maximizing their recycling efficiency using SIMATIC PCS Neo. So please welcome on stage from Pyrum Innovations, Technical Director Christian Maas and Matthias Mauermeier, who is the Chief Portfolio Officer for SIMATIC PCS Neo at Siemens. Welcome. Hi, take a seat. Great to have you here.
Hi,
Welcome.
thank you.
Hi, take a seat on the sofa of wisdom, as we like to call it. And yeah, first of all, thank you very much for taking the time to be here in Hanover with us today. And what we have here is a real sustainability success story, I think we can say, because Pyrum is giving old tires new life and is helping to reduce waste. Before we get to that, though, Christian, can you tell us in general, what does Pyrum actually do, and what is this innovative approach all about?
Yeah. So we at Pyrum, we develop and operate recycling technologies for non-recyclable waste streams, and we developed a patented reactor technology and process to process end-of-life tires and give them a new life as new tires or new products which are made out of the pyrolysis oil.
Now, you're the technical director of Pyrum Innovation, so can you tell us a bit about your role and what you are currently working on?
Yeah. So as a technical director, I take the responsibility for the technical division, so all engineering departments, the projects we are involved in with our customers and also our own, and the operation at our site in Dillingen in southwest Germany.
Okay.
And when we started our journey together 3 years ago, I was in charge of the process automation department and responsible for the implementation and the design of the plant expansion.
Right. So I think you faced a certain challenge, or possibly more, with this project. What were they, and what ultimately led you to call Matthias up one day?
Yeah, as we are a pretty young company and for sure a pretty young and very small team, we were only experienced in the operation of our pilot plant in Dillingen. So that was more or less a benefit to see that we can start completely from scratch, like on a greenfield. Yeah, and then we were in search for a reliable process control system to ensure a safe operation and with a high focus that is very easy to use for all the operators and for our own engineering staff.
Okay.
And yeah, that's how Siemens came into the business.
Right. So can you walk us through the moment then? Which Siemens solution did you actually go for, and why was it that one?
Yeah. We decided to use PCS Neo. At that stage, it was version 3.1, because we wanted a completely web-based process control system to have an easy access and to have a very lean system architecture where you don't need any excessive setup effort and implementation effort. In addition to that, we wanted a solution for a virtual commissioning and pre-testing system functionalities, where we decided to use the simulation platform. And for sure, one important part of our plant, because we cannot handle our process without third-party systems, we wanted the option to use and implement the module type package MTP standard for the integration of third-party systems.
Okay. Now, Matthias has been smiling all the time. Ever since you started talking, he's been smiling and nodding, and now we're going to come to you. So Christian has clearly outlined what the challenges are. So Matthias, how does SIMATIC PCS Neo now really address exactly these challenges? Where does it come into play?
First of all, we are very, very proud that we can support Pyrum with our portfolio and process automation and for the digital twin, because Pyrum stands for sustainability, really excellence in operation and innovation. And that's exactly what we tackle with SIMATIC PCS Neo, our new DCS platform. When we talked the first time there, it was quite an easy decision to go with PCS Neo, even if it was a very young system there, because ease of use, multi-user engineering, remote engineering, to have some more experienced engineers helping younger engineers there. The full integration of digital twin of SIMIT in there, and the web-based architecture together with a module type package. All these things have already been laid on the table, and that's why we decided for PCS Neo to go there even in the very young days of PCS Neo.
Now, you've both spoken about module type package, MTP. So modularity is pretty important. I think that's quite obvious. Christian, just how obvious, just how important is it for your business?
Yeah. So when we have a look at our site, we have our pyrolysis process as like the core process where the process control system is designed around. And we have other utilities, other parts of the plant which have to be integrated in the process control system, as chemical sites are usually monitored from a central control room. And MTP gave us the possibility to do that in a very fast way. Yeah, so with a very low engineering and implementation effort, and we both figured out that the time for the system integration, signal checks, etc., was highly reduced. Yeah, so.
Yeah. So openness and modularization, I think that's the foundation for adaptability, the foundation for being more resilient and competitive. And that's why we really built it into the core of SIMATIC PCS Neo. But it already starts at standardization, where we really drive standardization and go into that one, implement the functionalities, and then bring it to the benefits at Pyrum, but for sure also at all our other customers.
I think is there a short video in
There's
here?
a short video, where we show overall how Pyrum drives not only MTP, but sustainability in their plants, seeing PCS Neo in action. So enjoy.
Yeah. Right, let's take a look at the practical benefits then. Christian, what would you say have been the most noticeable improvements since having PCS Neo? Can you share any of the results that you might have?
Yeah, sure. So the highest benefit do we have in day-by-day operation? Yeah. So due to the standardization in PCS Neo and the advanced process library, it is very easy for our operators and for our new operators, which are joining the team, to fulfill their work, to get into the business. Yeah. So due to the SIMATIC, the SIMIT simulation integration, we created an environment to do pre-commissioning and also operator training. So every operator can be trained in advance before he faces the challenges by a day-in-day operation of a chemical plant.
Okay.
And due to the integration of different engineering disciplines in PCS Neo, it was very easy for new staff as well to learn all the functionalities. So we, at that time, were staffed with 2 automation engineers, and we did the complete engineering in-house on our own. And during the commissioning, as new members joined our team, they were within a few days to a few weeks easily able to support us in the commissioning of the plant.
Now, I assume that this all required a certain type of collaboration of you guys working together. Maybe, Christian, again, would you like to go first? What did that collaboration look like?
Yeah. So basically, we didn't search just for a manufacturer for a process control system. So we searched more or less for a partnership. yeah, where we can jointly advance the technologies, both our process and for sure the process technology, because we have engineering disciplines and the operation under one roof, and that is an experience we are very open to share with Siemens. Yeah, and yeah, for sure, last year we had a big step in jointly pre-testing the safety functionalities which are released in version 6. Yeah.
Okay, Matthias, what would you say about the collaboration? How has it been?
Yeah, as Christian already said, for Siemens, for me, it's not only selling some licenses, but it's really a partnership throughout the whole life cycle of the plant. For sure, starting with basic engineering, going to engineering commissioning, but also operation and innovation during the life cycle of the plant. And that's really what I'm looking for and what I really appreciate in our collaboration. There is real partnership throughout the whole life cycle. We go from one step to the other, benefit of innovations for the process, innovations in the DCS system. We can really use them as early as possible.
Okay. If we look a bit into the future, if we get the crystal ball out, Christian, where do you see the partnership going? What are your next steps from Pyrum Innovations side?
Yeah, so we also, let's say, covered some other steps of the life cycle where we now are using the life cycle platform COMOS, yeah, for the engineering disciplines. And the, let's say, next steps for the future is for sure integrating our pilot plant into PCS Neo. Yeah, so we have one shared operating system for all the operations on our site. And yeah, for sure, PCS Neo will be the foundation for all upcoming projects, yeah, for our own projects where we are in the role of the operator, and for sure for all the customer projects where we are in a partnership with some customers. So yeah, it was a great start. Yeah, I think with PCS Neo, we are yeah, good covered with a reliable process control system.
Exciting steps ahead. Matthias, from your perspective, what does the future hold?
Yeah, the future holds now SIMATIC PCS Neo version 7, which we just released and which will roll out at Pyrum quite fast, benefiting of easy updating processes which are built into PCS Neo, benefiting of new functionalities like technological engineering. We had a first glimpse into that just before, but then we will go on integrating safety functionalities, scaling to technological engineering, scaling to research plants, and being prepared for the future.
Okay.
And SIMATIC PCS Neo, next year we will release SIMATIC PCS Neo version 8.
Okay.
Then we do have this yearly release cycle really to give our customers the newest functionalities every year with these easy update processes. So next year it's version 8 with batch. So we can really tackle batch applications, even if it's not Pyrum, but many customers are waiting for that one. And I'm really looking forward for version 8 then. And then we're going on to more software-defined automation in the DCS system. With our new technological engineering, this is really IT-like principles we embedded in the engineering of a DCS system. So here from the principles, we started now with version 7, and we will evolve to a software-defined process automation system in the next years, and tackling then with these IT principles and the flexibility of a software-defined DCS, the possibilities here to use AI wherever it helps, if it's in engineering, if it's in operation. So here there's a lot of things to come. And I'm really looking forward to go into these things together with you, Christian.
When you say PCS 8 will be launched next year, does that mean you can speak about it already at Hannover Messe next year?
Yeah, I'm quite convinced. Every April, that's our release date.
Amazing.
So this year, PCS Neo version 7, next year, version 8 with batch, even validated with some customers, having a lot of more functionalities and innovations for Pyrum, but also in that kind for batch applications for all of you.
Well, we're looking forward to that. And maybe, Matthias, as we don't have much time left, can you just help out our visitors here. If they want to find out more, if they want to come and speak to you or to you, Christian, where can they find you here at the booth?
So yeah, SIMATIC PCS Neo is just behind you in booth 151. And there, Christian and I will be for the next about 20 minutes, half an hour.
Okay.
So you can find us there. Really looking forward to your questions, to discussions. If you look for MTP, modular automation, you will find it in several spots here on the booth because we as Siemens are convinced of that. There's the GEA separator over there in the digital enterprise for consumer packaged goods. There's WinCC Unified, there's SIMATIC PC7, there's for sure SIMATIC PCS Neo. A lot of modularity and flexibility on our booth.
Amazing. Well, make sure to grab the two gentlemen while you still can. And with that, we have to wrap it up there. So can I have a big round of applause, please, for Christian and for Matthias? Thank you very much for joining us here. And Christian, we have something here from the CPG showcase, from Natura. Something for you to take home. Natura optimizing the extraction of essential oils using our digital twin. And thank you very much for you, Matthias, also from Natura.
Thank you very much.
A bar of soap for you to take home as well. Thank you again. Enjoy the rest of the fair and see you hopefully next year.
We will do.
Thank you very much. So, we have a bit of time left. And Matthias, he already did a pretty good job of explaining what the digital enterprise does over there. So I want to explain the two other areas we have for you. So in the middle here, we have the technology deep dive area. This is basically where we showcase our solutions in electrification, automation, and digitalization with the help of AI along our digital thread approach. So we have 4 dedicated islands for you. They are smart manufacturing, advanced machine engineering, electrification and buildings, and accelerated product development. Each of them have their own highlight area, so make sure to check all of that out later on if you can. And on the far side is our innovation hub. That is where we are basically unveiling our future vision of what we believe industry will look like one day. And that's divided into 3 bits. They're focusing on the infrastructure aspect, so things such as autonomous buildings with AI-enabled orchestration, AI-enabled regulation of maintenance, of operations, of sustainability. Then we're looking at flexible production. So that means we have things like industrial foundation models combined with data fabrics, and we're looking also at cybersecurity over there, especially as the real and the digital worlds continue to blend. And finally, we're looking at flexible products. And you might have already seen many of our colleagues here at the booth are walking around with blue shoes on. They are AI customized shoes. And you can take a look at shoe sole production just over there. So there's basically a chat interface, which then helps you via agentic orchestrated design to come up with your shoe sole, which is then produced using additive manufacturing. And I'm just having a quick check if we're already ready for our next session. We are, and Militia. Can we have a round of applause for Militia?
We're always
You're doing
ready.
an awesome job.
Woo! Hi, everybody.
How's it going?
It's going cool.
Yeah?
You know what country says, Grüezi miteinander?
I do. The Schweiz?
Yes, the Schweiz. And you know what we're going to talk about now?
Chocolate.
Partner.
Oh, I thought it was going to be chocolate.
BÜHLER.
Swiss chocolate is good, but BÜHLER is also good.
That's true.
Take it away, Militia.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Max. Yeah, so BÜHLER and Siemens, that is true partnership. They're working side by side to show how you can turn something like digital ambition into real impact. And that's why collaboration is creating real opportunities in practice. And you know what? We're going to have an amazing session now with 2 gentlemen who are going to join me. One from BÜHLER. Ben, please join me. Woohoo! Come on. Great to have you. And don't sit down before you sit down. Andy from Siemens, please join us. Woohoo! Grüezi.
Hi.
So, here's the thing, right? When I think of Ben and Jerry, I think of Tom and Jerry. What do you think of?
Well,
It's
quite
funny.
a coincidence, is it?
There's also this ice cream, right? How do you call it?
Yes, sounds funny, yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys, and I'll see you in a few minutes, but I'm looking forward to learn more about collaboration and partnership. So please remember, that's where the stake stands.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our booth. Benjamin, let me ask you something. If we had been standing here 10 years ago, would we already have talked about digital journey, digital twins, or simulation?
Well, also 10 years ago, in the case of BÜHLER, we have been present when it comes to digital journeys, but the solutions we had were much more customer-facing. We had solutions like My BÜHLER, which is our customer portal. We had BÜHLER Insights, which is our IoT portal. But if we look here around, I mean, certainly we would have not been talking to the extent that we are doing today. The focus when it comes to engineering would have been rather much more on Excel sheets, on drawings, on countless meetings with PowerPoints. And it really shows how much the industry has changed.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is why today we are not just talking about technology, but about BÜHLER's digital journey and how BÜHLER and Siemens create value together. So, well, consumer packaged goods companies face rising pressure to stay competitive while navigating rapid market shifts, regulations, and growing consumer expectations. They must balance cost efficiency with innovation, improve supply chain transparency, meet ambitious sustainability goals, and adopt new technologies, all while keeping pace with fast-changing consumer demand. And from an OEM perspective, what are BÜHLER's challenges?
Well, before I come to the challenges, Andy, I would like to give to the audience a brief introduction to BÜHLER. BÜHLER is a family-owned company in the tiny village from Uzwil in the eastern part of Switzerland. We have been in business for around 165 years already. We are present all over the globe in 140 countries. And BÜHLER is a classical OEM. So as an OEM, we are present with equipment that we sell to our customers and that we provide to our customers mainly in two areas. On one hand, we have the food area, the food market segment, and on the other hand, we have what we call advanced material market segment. And BÜHLER is in many of these market segments actually market leader. So for instance, 60% of the worldwide chocolate comes from BÜHLER machines. 65% of worldwide flour is produced on BÜHLER machines, or 20% of world's ink is produced on BÜHLER machines. And we as BÜHLER, we don't only sell machines and equipment, but as you can see also on the next slide, we sell also plans. We consult the customer when building plans, when building engineering, but also after sales is an important pillar for us, and education. So we are interested in not only provide the equipment to the customer, but also consult in how to operate for the best results in the end.
Okay.
But now you have to ask me about the challenges. And BÜHLER is a Swiss company which faces, I would say, challenges as most OEMs do. On one hand, there is a high market volatility. There is geopolitical uncertainties, which everybody of us has faced. There is cost pressure coming from customer side, but also from the market side. There is the demand of ever shorter process life cycles, ever shorter launches of our equipment. And this brings us in a situation where we have to innovate beyond the machines and beyond the mechanics that we have been building for the last decade.
Well, and at the same time, CPG customers expect high efficiency, more flexibility, sustainability, and maximum availability. It means that traditional engineering methods reach their limits here. And this is exactly where automation and simulation become critical.
Absolutely. And with the TR portal from Siemens, we have a very good solution which helps us in the engineering phase of the machine to develop automation systems which perfectly fit to the customer's needs. We can store recipes there. And nowadays also with the upcoming of AI, it helps us to document the solutions, to be even faster when processing these and developing these automation solutions. So in a nutshell, I would say the TIA portal is a co-pilot for engineering and process consulting for us.
And this is where simulation transformed the game. With simulation, we can see before anything exists. We can identify risk early, long before become cost mistakes. We can compare different machine and or process variants with single click. We can make cost and energy impacts transparent from day one. And we can finally make fact-based decisions rooted in real data. So simulation shifts our mindset and it moves from reaction to anticipating. Ben, let's have a look at a BÜHLER showcase. What kind of machine do we have here, Ben?
So what we have brought with you today and with us today is the Micromedia Invicta 3 machine. That's our flagship bead mill machine. It allows our customers to grind down material in a wet processing to the nanoscale size. So a third of a flu virus is the scale that we are aiming for very often. And this MMI3 machine is designed for highest performance, but also for energy consumption, which is at its optimum. And it can be used for a wide range of applications. So we use it for battery materials, we use it for, or our customers use it for food materials, to process inks, to process agrochemicals, you really name it. And the thing with these machines is that in the past it took quite some expertise and profound knowledge from our engineers to build such a machine. You have to imagine in such a machine there is billions of small little particles, what we call beads, and they help to grind the material in there. And only the slightest change of geometrics change the whole process. They change the behavior of the beads, they change the behavior of the particle. And even though our engineers, they have quite some knowledge, quite some experience, it was kind of a black box for them in the past, how it behaves when they change some geometries. And thanks to now new possibilities, we hope that we can shorten this long and complex process for our engineers.
Yeah. And by introducing a digital twin approach, BÜHLER can significantly transform this workflow. The digital twin enables prediction, visualization, and optimization of complex bead dynamics, reduce overall development time and cost, and ensure more efficient energy input. Multiphysics simulations in SimCenter CCM Plus offer engineers a clear insight into in every stage of the process, allowing them to access critical data, to troubleshoot running systems, adjust external parameters, and validate or optimize design long before the first prototype is built.
Absolutely, Andy. And you can see it just over there at the booth. So thanks to the simulation, we can simulate, as you have said, every single parameter. We can see how the beads are behaving in the machine. We can see what it makes to the temperature, what it makes to the tip speed if we change some geometries. We can see how it changes the whole process. And the cool thing, the very cool thing really is that we can see it before a single part of the machine is actually built. And if you now imagine it, this reduces the time from the engineering process drastically. It gives us more security when building this machine, but also it makes it faster and in the end also cheaper.
Yeah, yeah. That's right, Ben. So for BÜHLER customers, that means shorter time to the market, then they get the machine delivered faster, lower commissioning risks, then the machine are already tested in virtual area, and optimized energy and resource usage, then the machine is perfect.
Absolutely. So we also have to say here, it doesn't solve all our problems. Of course, there is still market volatility which we face, but together with Siemens, we are on a way how we can reduce, how we can differentiate further beyond mechanics with good automation solutions. And it, in the end, helps us to optimize our cost base. In the end, helps us to shorten the lead time which is needed in the market.
So that brings me to the question, what is next?
Certainly, we are very interested in holding up this partnership with Siemens to further develop on these simulations, to expand it, not only to the flagship machine Micromedia Invicta, but also to expand it to other machines that we have and to optimize it to a degree that we are really differentiating ourselves with the simulation.
Great, Ben. Partnership means not just sharing technology, but sharing knowledge, responsibility, and a vision. BÜHLER's digital journey is not a one-off project, it is a continuous path together. Thank you very much for your attention. We look forward to the discussion. You will find us in the station 123 till 125 in the highlight showcase, in our showcase Consumer Packaged Goods. And by the way, we are not only showcasing the real BÜHLER machine, but we are also giving you something even cooler, an augmented reality experience that lets you look through the machine, into the machine, and understand the machine in a completely new way. So we are waiting for you. Come and see the machine from the inside out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, and as always, we don't let you go empty-handed because we have these lovely products, right? Hey, Max, from our partner.
Yep. Thanks to Natura.
Natura. And that
Thank
is
you very
for
much.
you. Thank you very much. And of course, we don't want to leave you to go
Okay,
empty-handed,
thank
but
you.
I love to keep it for myself because this smells, oh, it's heaven.
My wife will be happy.
I know she will. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'll see you through.
Thank you.
Thank you. Danke vielmals. So we've been talking a lot about the digital journey, and we have an awesome video that our colleagues have put together, which is all about the future of industry, AI, etc. And we're going to let you have a quick look at that before our next session. So play the video.
Welcome to the new industrial revolution. An era where data drives decisions, where systems become adaptive, autonomous, alive. This is starting today, paving the way for tomorrow. Industrial AI is built on 3 key pillars: technology stack, domain know-how, strong partnerships. Let's see it in action. A new order comes in. Our production line needs to adjust.
We've got a new variant on line 3. Can you simulate the changeover?
Simulation complete. Changeover feasible. Estimated downtime, 6 minutes.
Optimize for energy use and keep outputs stable.
Optimization complete. Parameters adjusted. System ready for deployment. With just a few prompts, highly adaptive production with customized products becomes possible. This is industrial AI in action. Technology stack. Software enhanced by AI. Hardware that connects. Compute to perform at the highest level. And data to tie it all together forms the foundation. Domain know-how ensures that AI understands the reality of industry, and strong partnerships make it scalable. Together, they bring the real and digital worlds together. This is how Siemens is accelerating the industrial AI revolution with real solutions, delivering real impact in the real world. Get ready for the Industrial AI revolution. Technology to transform the everyday. Siemens.
Not bad, right? They did a good job with that video. So, we have a few seats here, a few empty ones. So, in case you want to take one, then feel free to do that now. We are ready for our next session here on stage. And we're going to be talking about sustainability, because sustainability is becoming increasingly important. And we at Siemens are, of course, focusing on intelligent, future-ready solutions. And up next, we're going to be talking about a soft starter that is not new. And precisely for that reason, it is especially innovative. So please give a warm welcome to my three guests, Yusuf, Johannes, and Christopher. Welcome. Yusuf, hi. Great to have you here. Take a seat. Hi, welcome.
Hi,
Christopher, hi. How's it going, gentlemen? Day 3 in Hannover. All good?
It's my first one.
Your first one, I know. I know. So, all three of these guys have extensive expertise in industrial automation, sustainability, and circular economy solutions. Yusuf, you are a technical application consultant. Johannes is a mechanical engineer. And Christopher is a sustainability manager for electrical products. So exactly the kind of people we want to have on stage for the next 15 minutes. Christopher, maybe we can start with you. So Siemens is investing heavily in circularity. It's one of our so-called must dimensions of our eco-design approach. And something you can also find in our Ecotech framework, by the way. So, Chris, why are we doing this? Why are we investing so heavily? What's the motivation behind all of this?
Yes, well, so, you know, the world is changing. Resources are becoming scarce, not suddenly, but relentlessly. And we have to do something about it. It's a great opportunity, but it's also a great challenge. And we as Siemens, we face this challenge. Prices for resources are going up. Prices for oil is going up, prices for metal, copper, and so on is going up. So we need to react on it. We as Siemens, but also our customers who face the same problem. And what we need to find is a new way of how we deal with our resources. And the answer is circular economy. Why? Because with circularity, we can move away from a linear economy, which is basically we produce a product with materials from our suppliers, and then we sell this product to our direct customers, which could be panel builders and others. The panel builders, they build a panel, and then they sell it again to the end user, and there our products have a very, very long life, but eventually these products break. They're at the end of their life. And at this point, in the linear economy, let me put it like this, we can be happy if customers put these devices to recycling. In many cases, what's still happening today is that it lands on a landfill and the resources are gone. And this is really a big, big waste. And that's why our idea is to close these loops, to close the material loops. And this is really a new step to go ahead and become more resource efficient. And that's why we're doing it. It's a topic for us as Siemens, but it's also, most importantly, a topic for our customers, because our customers, they face the same problems, the same issues we do. And our goal is to help our customers with their sustainability goals, with our products and our solutions.
Thanks, Chris. So Johannes, you've brought this wonderful thing here with you on stage. What is it and why do we need it?
This is a soft starter. Soft starter are in use where electrical motors have to be started in a controlled and gentle way for example, in pumping, ventilation, compression, or material transport applications. Soft starter reduces the mechanical and electrical stress in these applications. But that's not new. We are still on the market since 7 years with this product. What we want to show here is a new variant of it, and that's a refurbished soft starter.
Refurbished. So for some people, when they hear the word refurbished, they might think, oh, second-hand. Like when you buy a second-hand car, and then it's like, oh, is it as good as the real thing, as a new one? So the question here would be, is the circular soft starter really as good and as reliable as a new one?
Short and clear answer for us, yes, it is. For us, it is important to explain what we do in our refurbishment process to build trust in for our new variant. In our refurbishment process is not an easy functional check of old devices or a repairment where we only replace some defective components. With our refurbishment process, we build old devices, they work like new ones, with the same lifetime, with the same technical data, and with the same warranty like a new one. We can achieve this by a proactively replacement of functional components.
Mm-hmm. So how does it actually work then? Can you give us a few insights?
Yes. The soft starter is a fully digital device with some flash memory inside and log files. These log files give us a deep insight what happened while the first life cycle with each product. With these log files and further analysis, we are able to create an individual refurbishment plan for each device. For this process, we set lifetime parameters behind each component. For example, housing parts, aluminum heatsink profiles, or copper bus bars have a much longer lifetime than mechanically or electrically stressed components like silver switching contacts. After the refurbishment, we go into our serial line production for the final testing. That means our refurbished soft starter is tested in exactly the same way like a brand new one. With our process, our knowledge in these devices, our 7 years of market experience, and our end-of-line testing, we can provide our new refurbished soft starter with the same quality and the same warranty like a new device. Our refurbished soft starter have a full CE certification and meet all necessary quality and safety aspects.
So in addition, Yusuf, to yes, it's the same quality, yes, it's the same reliability, what other benefits are there for people who would choose a circular one over a new one?
Well, we have a lot of benefits. The process is actually very straightforward for our customers. They can return their old soft starter, and we will make sure that it is reused or recycled in a proper way. And I think one of the biggest advantages would be the environmental impact. A circular soft starter reduces 50% CO2 emissions compared to a soft starter that is being produced from scratch. And I think this is very impressive. I mean, 50%. Yeah? And this makes it also easier for our customers to reach their sustainability targets. But we have also some practical benefits. Yeah? A circular soft starter is available faster, which means, and I think this is very crucial in times of supply chain uncertainty. For our customers, this means shorter delivery times, but also a better planning security on the long run. And as my colleague correctly said, there is no compromise on quality. A circular soft starter meets the same technical standard as a new one, so the devices are always up to date, including all functionalities such as braking methods or the full compatibility with existing installations. So we have a lot of benefits, as you can see, but to make it short, customers, they get a circular solution with no compromise on quality, functionality, or performance, while supporting sustainability, but also improving availability at the same time.
Thank you. Now, Chris, we've had 1 or 2 sessions here already, and also Monday, Tuesday, about cybersecurity, and they were talking about new regulations coming in, NIS2, CRA, etc. The same applies for these sustainability products as well. We have rules and regulations coming up for circularity data. For example, for circular transparency, with the digital product passport. So what do you say, Chris? Are we ready for these new regulations?
Yes, of course. We are absolutely ready for it. And I think it's even better. We are prepared for all this type of regulation. But our goal is to go beyond the regulation, to go ahead of the regulation. So our goal is to check out which are the customer use cases, which are their requirements in terms of circular data architecture, circular and sustainability data, and so on. So this is our goal, to go beyond it. And if we talk about the ESPR, the European Sustainable Product Regulation, which is one of the very, very big regulations which define the digital product passport. So we don't have a delegated act yet for our type of products. We're waiting for it so that it's clearly defined which kind of data we need to provide in this DPP. So this is one thing, but we are ready. As I said, if you have a look into our product, you will find a QR code on the top side. This is instance-based, meaning there's also the serial number included in this QR code. We call it ID link. And the advantage is, first of all, customers, they can take their smartphone, they can scan it, and they get all the information they need. Like paper manuals is not needed anymore because we can provide our customers with a digital paper documentation. But also, this is the base for the DBP. This is our carrier, and we have implemented it as you can see it. So I don't worry about regulations so much. I worry more about what are the real customer use cases, how can we help our customers to become more sustainable and to help them with their real use cases and real requirements.
Thank you. Yusuf, you spoke about benefits before. Now looking at the entire conversation here, what would you like to give our audience on their way back home? What should they take away and remember?
I mean, as we heard from Chris, choosing a circular soft strata means also to be ready for regulation. But I think choosing a circular soft strata is also not just about compliance. It's about building a system that is flexible, sustainable, but also future-proof.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Chris, we already have it at the back. Where can people find out more about this, and where can they speak to you three here at the booth?
Yes, so we have our Siemens Ecotech booth right into this direction. It's the number 180. And we're very happy. We're waiting there for you. We would very much like to discuss these kind of topics, to talk about your use cases, to talk about advantages that we can provide you with our products, and also about Siemens Ecotech, which is the base for this all, you know, because with Siemens Ecotech, we define how we do eco-design, and we also define how we do circular design. And as you said, Max, at the beginning, circular design has always been part of Siemens Ecotech. We have this third dimension, value recovery and circularity. So it's always been defined. And if you want to learn more about it, just come over. We're very happy to see you there.
Great. Yusuf, this is day one for you.
Exactly.
So you're here until Friday?
Until Friday.
Until Friday, okay. Johannes?
I will leave tomorrow.
Leave tomorrow, okay. You've been here since Monday?
No, since yesterday.
Since yesterday, okay. And you're going to complete the other days then?
Yes, I arrived at Sunday.
Okay.
And I will leave this afternoon. But there are some other colleagues who know everything about circularity, about eco-design, and about the soft starters. And yes.
Great. So you're covering the whole week among yourselves. That's perfect. So this is your chance. Go and grab one of them. Find out more about our amazing circular soft starter. And with that, can we please have a big round of applause for Yusuf, Johannes, and Chris. Thank you very much. And we have something for you as well, gentlemen. From Natura, our CPG showcase. They're over there from Brazil. Bar of soap each. Natura, optimizing the extraction of essential oils using our digital twin. Also worth a look.
Amazing.
Thanks again,
Thank you very
and
much.
see you soon.
Thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready for our next session. Are we keeping this here? Yeah, we'll keep it here. Perfect. So, power utilities worldwide are under unprecedented pressure. Pressure from growing electrification, from aging infrastructure, and from rising system complexity. And all of this is pushing today's protection and control systems to their limits. And we have virtualized protection and control, and that enables us to introduce next generation innovation, and this opens the door to advanced applications, including, of course, artificial intelligence. Here to tell us more, please welcome on stage Global Product Manager here at Siemens, Saurabh Talwar. Welcome.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Max, for the introduction, and hi and warm welcome from my side as well. So I've been in this industry for power grids approximately around 14 years, and there's something that is happening in this industry that has never happened before. So there are three main challenges this industry is facing that is converging at the same time. The first big challenge is we need to increase the grid capacity in the next 10 years. We have to double the grid capacity in the next 10 years. And that is due to because we're building a lot of AI infrastructure, everything is getting electrified, there's a big demand for energy in this industry. The second big challenge is to modernize. There's a big pressure to modernize an existing aging infrastructure. We need to roll things out much faster. We need to make sure we can automate as much as possible, and we need to make sure we can standardize solutions for our customers. The solution should be flexible, scalable, and adaptable for the future. The third big challenge, what I call it, is the people factor. There's a big lack of skilled expertise in our industry, and because of this lack of expertise, there's a big pressure to do modernization and to increase grid capacity. Yeah? Now, the existing skilled workers are going into retirement, and the younger force is coming into this workforce, and there's a bit of a user expectation change. Yeah? Now, we're talking about power, we're talking about critical infrastructure, so what is it? Yeah? So let's have a look. So, protection is indeed very critical, and if protection responsibility is to identify a fault and isolate it. If it fails to isolate, we will end up in a power outage. There was a power outage scenario in Spain last year and also in Czech Republic last year. Some of you guys might already have witnessed it. So this is the impact of protection on power grids. Yeah. Sometimes I feel we take it for granted because we consume energy on a daily basis. Events like power outages makes us really realize how reliant we are on energy. Yeah. Now, protection has evolved over the years, right? So the question is, what's next? So I was actually at an event in Norway to do a keynote speaking event, and I actually arrived 1 a.m. in the morning. So I enabled ChatGPT on my phone and I enabled voice, and I asked ChatGPT, what's the next evolution for protection in secondary substations? Somehow it understood sanitary substations. Yeah, I said, okay, that's a great start already. Let's just see what else the ChatGPT is going to output. But I was really surprised that it clearly identified the context. It said, you're probably talking about secondary substations and not sanitary substations. Yeah. And I was really surprised what the outcome was. So it said that we started with electromechanical relays in the very beginning. We had numerical relays introduced in our industry. We had smart meters introduced in our industry. And the next generation is virtualization. So focusing on protection as software, or a software-defined solution for protection, and focusing on AI applications on the edge. And that is exactly what this whole talk is all about. Yeah. Now, how can virtualization really help in our industry? Yeah. So instead of showing you some slides, let's try to understand this with a more of an interactive experience. So this is what a typical power grid infrastructure looks like. Yeah. So you have on the left side primary equipment. So these are big, massive equipments like breakers and transformers. So they're actually installed in the field. And all the power cabling that's been outputted from these primary equipments, they get connected to something what we call a marshalling cabinet, what is something you can see on the left. Now, from this marshalling cabinet, you have copper cables going through trenches all the way to the substation building, right? Now, with virtualization, what we are trying to do here is that we are trying to reduce the copper cables in the trenches, which you can see it's trying to get reduced. And we're trying to install a sensor in the marshalling cabinets. And that sensor is responsible for converting analog values to digital values. So all information will be sent over fiber optics to the substation building. Yeah. Now, because of this whole concept and design, we can reduce the copper cable cost by up to 80%. And due to copper cable reduction, we can reduce or we can enhance sustainability by 50%. Yeah. Now, this is what's happening in the field. Yeah. So if we zoom out a bit and we go inside the substation, so these are control buildings where we actually deploy embedded devices, the control system, the SCADA system aspect. So we have to build these panels and panels and panels, depending on how big or small the configuration of a site looks like. Yeah. Now, in these panels, we install our embedded IED devices. They are fixed function hardware that is responsible for doing a dedicated function. Yeah. Now, what's happening with virtualization is we are decoupling the software from these embedded boxes, and we are hosting them on an industrial PC. Now, this PC can host up to 60 virtual IEDs. Yeah? So you can have a main system, and then you can have a backup system. Now, because of a drastic reduction in the panel quantities we would need, we can reduce the footprint of a control building by up to 45%. And we can reduce the panel cost by up to 25%. Some might say, why 25? Because we reduced from 20 panels down to 2 panels, for example. It should be 80%. And that's a good question. But we need to consider the marshalling panels and the junction boxes that we built in the field, which I showed you before, where we installed the sensors. So overall, we can reduce the panel cost down by 25%. Yeah. Now, this is a software-defined concept. Now, this whole concept allows us to now host very advanced AI applications on the industrial servers. Yeah? And this is something what Siemens is focusing on, how to make the critical infrastructure like a power grid more smarter in the future using AI. And specific use cases using AI for fault detection purposes. Yeah? So this is just a bit of a glimpse as to what virtualization is changing and how in a software-defined world we are going towards, and all the KPIs and the benefits that a customer could experience because of virtualization. Yeah? Now, this is a product that Siemens has. So technically, what is it really called? Can we switch over to great? So this is a product. So we decided to go for. So we decided to go for cProtect V. So cProtect is an existing portfolio for our protection embedded devices. And since we are virtualizing those embedded devices, we decided to go for a V in the end. So it's virtualizing the existing cProtect portfolio. Yeah. So that's it from my side. It's a pleasure talking to you guys. If you guys are further interested in this whole topic, we have a booth at the Innovation Hub, and the booth number is 65. We'll be more than happy to talk to you about this. Thanks a lot.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you want to take that with you?
Yep, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Great demonstration. So, thank you, Timur. Timur's cameo moment on stage. Round of applause for Timur. He doesn't come on stage often. Something for you to take home later on. So, are we keeping this or not? Quick question. Frank, are we keeping this? Maybe we can. Thank you very much, Sina. So, for everyone who's just made their way into our hall, welcome. Welcome to Hanover. Welcome to Hall 27. Welcome to Siemens. This is the place where we are showcasing what we are doing in electrification, automation, and digitalization. And we've been doing that for the past 175 years. We've been showing how we can make that real for both industry and infrastructure. And now we are adding AI, industrial grade AI, and we're adding it to the entire value chain, end to end, in order for our customers to benefit even more. Why are we doing this? Because we are leaders in industrial software, in automation, and in industrial grade AI. And because we have the right partners in place, our partner ecosystem, which can help us scale fast, because speed matters. We are helping our customers to move at the speed of software along their entire digital transformation journey, and we're doing that with the help of Siemens Accelerator, for example. Siemens Accelerator, our open digital business platform, which is helping our customers remain resilient, more competitive, or rather resilient, competitive, and future ready. Siemens Accelerator is based on 3 core elements. It's an open and curated modular portfolio of IoT-enabled hardware, software, and services from Siemens and from qualified marketplace sellers. It's an open and growing ecosystem of established companies, of startups, and of developers who all adhere to common design principles. And it's an evolving marketplace where the ecosystem members come together to explore, to interact, and to exchange digital offerings. And all of this is helping make the customer transformation journey easier, faster, and more scalable. What does that mean? Easier means clear guidance, a seamless technical fit, and of course, simplified processes. Faster means we are removing barriers, technical, organizational, resource-related. There are no more. And number 3, at scale. We start small, where the customer is, and we grow as its business grows. And here in Hannover, Siemens Accelerator is the launch pad that is enabling AI to transfer from experimentation to real-world deployment at scale. So it's the go-to platform for AI. It's your gateway to AI-powered innovation. And it empowers everything and everyone. These are tailor-made solutions, tailor-made AI solutions for every small and medium-sized business. And also on Siemens Accelerator, we have a learning hub, which is providing essential upskilling for industry to help it be ready for the future. And that's just one of the many more things that you're going to be able to find here at our booth. It's structured into 3 parts. We have the digital enterprise end-to-end showcase for the consumer packaged goods industry, where we show how we can contribute with our 3 key building blocks: software-defined systems, comprehensive digital twin, and industrial-grade AI, where we show how we can get from the design of the product all the way through to when the product hits the supermarket shelf. Over there, we have our innovation hub, where we are showing the industry of the future. We have physical AI, for example, robots and AGVs that can perceive and act autonomously. And in the center, we have our technology deep dive area with our 4 customer islands, which are basically simulating the digital threads that the customer moves along. And with that, we are now ready for our next talk here on stage. And we're going to be talking about DC power distribution. And the Siemens Technology Campus in Erlangen, that serves as a real lighthouse project for modern DC application. And by integrating advanced DC technologies into the site's energy system, the campus can demonstrate how DC enables higher efficiency, easier integration of renewables and storage, and more flexible industrial power architectures. So basically, it acts as both a research environment and as a practical blueprint for the transition from conventional AC grids to future-ready DC infrastructures. And we're going to find out more from my three guests as they make their way up while you watch this short video. So this is the Technology Campus Erlangen. It's a really nice video. And I'm happy to be joined by our wonderful three guests. They're all from Siemens. We have Julia. Julia is the head of product management, low voltage switchboards. Welcome. We have Joachim Seidel. He's responsible for system management and is a member of the board of Open DC Alliance, ODCA. Welcome, Joachim. And on the far side, we have Dr. Nico Fritsch, who is a product manager for semiconductor circuit breakers, SCCB. Hi, Nico. It's great to have all three of you here in Hanover. Thanks for making the journey here. Joachim, I'd like to start with you, if I may. In your view, what is the reason, the strategic reason, that DC is moving from a rather niche topic now into more conventional systems?
Thank you for this question. DC at very first is pretty old, more than 100 years old, and maybe the people are not aware DC technology is older than AC technology. But with the reference to the lots of discussion I made during the last days, I learned the really huge increase of upcoming AI data center. They are pushing everything. Just to give you a little bit an estimation about the demand itself. Right now we are speaking about rack densities of 100 kilowatt, maybe 150 kilowatt. These new AI data center, they need power densities of 1 megawatt and more. And this is something which just can be realized by DC technology. Just to give you 2 or 3 facts about this. By doubling the voltage, you can halve the current. You can reduce your power losses in the line by 75%. 75%. That's really something. But it has additional positive effects. Think about the half current. We just need the half of the wire. You can spare 50% of copper. 50% of copper means the wire is thinner, the plugs are thinner, and you spare space in your rack. Increasing the power density is the key enabler for new AI data centers. And an additional advantage of this DC technology, think about right now, AC needs 3 wires. By switching from AC to DC, you can spare 1 wire, you just need 2 wires anymore. You spare 33% of plugs and connectors, an additional space-saving effect. This is really, these are some leading topics. At very first, I wanted to speak about our production logistic center, but the data center is much more impressive for this. And last positive aspect of DC technology, the new AI data center, they have to cope with huge increase, with huge power peaks. How can this be handled? This is one of the big tasks, also a little bit following our energy distribution challenges we have by upcoming renewable integration. And it's much more easy to integrate supercaps into an existing DC distribution system, which covers all these load peaks and easily can serve the load demands of the racks. These are the most important topics for this DC change.
So many benefits indeed. So it makes sense to switch. Why does it make sense to switch now rather than later?
This is also a good question. Thank you for this. Why now? While the last 10 years we developed and we evaluated this DC story for industrial application, really bulletproofed. We started not just with the realization of first semiconductor circuit breaker. We learned later on much more about this. we also started to build up a whole ecosystem, a whole DC ecosystem, including the planners, the component suppliers, including also the standardization efforts. And the most important standard, which covers the new semiconductor circuit breaker technology, is right now in publication. We are waiting daily for the new standard which describes the semiconductor circuit breaker.
Okay. I'd like to turn now to you, Julia, and I want to take a look into the details of power distribution. So first off, what is actually the challenge when it comes to DC grids?
The main challenge and a really big change is the decentralization. So in the past, we had consumers and producers of power far away from each other. Now we have it all together. So loads are much closer to distribution. Think of PV, think of EV charging. So you have your neighbor feeding your car in the ideal case, which means also the protection has to move much closer to consumers. And here we have our type-tested approach with bus ducts and switchboards coming together. So we want to have short distances, clear routes of the current, and really close protection. We see in our innovation hub an example of a switchboard with the solid-state circuit breaker in eye level. If you have a closer or a small roof, you can also have the solid-state circuit breaker in the energy box of the bus duct. Both is possible, both helps you in decentralization.
Now, obviously, making a change like this one is not going to happen overnight, I assume.
No.
So what are we talking here?
Yeah, I mean, it is not happening overnight, and I think AC consumers will remain. So we will have hybrid systems for a very, very long time. And even our IEC standards, looking to bus duct and switchboard, we see there is one standard covering both. So one standard for AC and same standard for DC. What we as a Siemens want to make our customers the transition easy, we will have the proven portfolio, the known behavior of our switchboards also on the DC. So both is possible, AC and DC.
Now, the technology alone, though, is not going to be enough, right? Someone actually has to design these systems. Someone has to ultimately also make them safe. Who are these people doing these jobs?
Yeah, we know that there is a completely new know-how needed in the environment with the planners, with the ones on the plants. And here we have our totally integrated power supporting our planners or whoever wants to engineer these DC systems, to plan these DC systems and really support our customer.
And you mentioned switchboards and bus ducts already. What will DC ultimately mean for these things?
Yeah, you can compare DC like driving a car really constant speed on the highway. So you don't have any stop and go like with the AC. That means you don't have any friction, much less energy loss, as Joachim already said. We see that we can use the same system with much higher ratings. Here we have this less energy loss, but there's also a challenge in this, yeah? So a challenge in the devices, in the semiconductor devices, which are producing a lot of heat. And with this challenge, we have solutions where force cooling comes in, where we can see how to cool the switchboard outside. We can see this in this Sivacon S8 over there. And yeah, finally, which is a huge advantage of the new solid-state circuit breakers, short circuits are dramatically reduced. So that means less mechanical stress inside our switchboards.
Okay. Nico, moving over to you. Now, I know you're a big supporter or a proponent of solid-state protection, right? So why is this one of the key enablers, if not the key enabler, to actually making these systems truly manageable under these fault conditions?
So in reality, an end customer is not really interested in protection devices. Protection devices, they need to work. And that's why they are so important. So without reliable protection, nothing else matters. And semiconductor-based protection devices makes DC grid handleable because they see problems before anyone else sees them.
Okay. So protection is essential. I mean, yeah, it goes without saying. So I assume then one of the next obvious questions that we would ask would be, I mean, why is this so much more critical in a DC environment than it is in an AC environment?
So the answer is simple, but also critical. In DC systems, we don't have a zero crossing. In AC system, we have a zero crossing. In our protection device, we use this zero crossing to clear also the fault circuit. In DC, we don't have it, and in case of a short circuit, we have a tremendous rise of the current, and this needs to be handled. And that's exactly where semiconductor-based protection devices became essential, because mechanical solutions are simply too slow.
Okay. Slow, so it's about speed. Speed is relative for some. Speed for me is probably something completely different than it is to you. What are we talking about when we talk about speed?
So I like the comparison with an airbag. An airbag, in case of an accident, deploys within milliseconds. And they save lives. But this speed is for modern DC grids even not fast enough. So our semiconductor circuit breaker is up to 2,000 or 3,000 times faster than an airbag. And that's the speed you need in modern DC grids.
That's pretty fast. Also, Nico, some people might have noticed it at the booth when they were over there. There's a light that lights up on the circuit breaker. For some, this might be an unusual way that it lights up or blinks. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, it's not just a design gimmick. It's also functional. I already heard it looks like a Knight Rider. And we heard from Joachim the integration of batteries. So a battery can be charged or discharged. So the current flow changes. And with our semiconductor circuit breaker, which is bidirectional, we can handle also this situation where the current flow changes. And this one, we also indicate on our status LED with the direction of the LED's flow.
Okay, okay. Now we have a few minutes left. Maybe I could just come back to you, Joachim, because there's a rather interesting project that you're working on right now. Do you want to tell us a bit more?
Right now, Siemens is trusting into what we are developing. That's why we decided 2 years ago to build up our new production and logistics center, fully supplied by DC technology. And this is really something to reduce the peak powers by 80%. 80% peak power reduction means you can reduce your transformer at the beginning, and it's much, much more grid friendly to the grid, and then not so, how can I say, stressing the grid infrastructure till now. This is absolutely necessary, as we discussed also before. By integration of more and more renewables, you don't have the possibility to cope with huge power peaks. That's why anyhow you have to cut them. And this is easily done by DC technology, which is principally based on a capacities system. You can easily integrate supercaps or easily integrate, as he stated, batteries to cope with these load profiles they are upcoming.
Now, Joachim, how long have you been here? Since Monday? Did you get here? Since Monday you've been here?
Yeah.
And you've been, or maybe we could even show the overview of where we can find you. You've been here since Monday. What have you been talking to all the visitors here about so far?
Well, from my side, I spoke about more than 95% about data centers. DC data center hyperscaler, it's always the same story as I explained before. Huge power demand has to be anyhow handled. That's possible, easily possible with DC technology. Now is the time. We have the semiconductor circuit breaker, we have the bus bars, we have the whole system, and now go for it and start with thinking about and implementation.
And Nico, what about you? You've been here since Monday as well?
Also
Monday.
Yes.
Also in the same area back there?
Yes.
What about you? Who have the people been that are talking to you? Are they operators? Are they OEMs? Who are these people?
There for sure were a lot of customers there, but also a lot of interest in press.
Press.
So there were a lot of interviews because this new DC topic is really interesting as well. And as also Joachim said, for sure you need to explain the whole DC story to understand why we now need this new protection device to handle these grids and to solve also the protection topics.
Okay. And is it generally hard to convince the visitors that they need to switch now? Or is it, after you tell them the story, it's like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense?
I would say it's not hard. It's when the same numbers Joachim also said, if you highlight them, what are the advantages of DC, then for sure they are, first of all, happy and also convinced about this solution. And they see also that when we build our new technology campus, we also trust in these solutions and see that we build up our own facility as well on DC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just let me sum up.
Yeah.
80% peak power reduction, 50% copper reduction, and that's also a habit of DC technology. You don't have any skin effects anymore. This leads to 15% reduced energy losses in your system.
Yeah.
We have also built up by our several projects we did in the past, realized in a standard industrial environment, you can save additional 8% on your average power or energy consumption. These are really impressive figures, and my discussions I had, all the customers were pretty lucky about these lots of advantages.
Okay. And Julia, you arrived earlier today, I
Yes.
believe, and I assume you're going to stay until...
No, I'm just here today.
Just here today. So you're going to make the most of customer conversations, hopefully later on. What are you looking forward to talking about with them? Anything in particular?
Yeah, for me, it's interesting who else is interested in DC. So we see the data center as a huge inquiry. We see the DC industry, which did all the standardization work in past and now put the foundation for us. And for us, it's interesting who else is interested. Yeah. So whenever you are on the innovation hub and you see this topic, please come to our people. Please talk to them, give them your insights, because this is also really helpful for us to support you in what you really need. And I mean, for every one of us, it should be clear. Yeah. We all, or the most people, have now an electric car. In every roof, we see a PV. So the transition is already there on consumer side and on producer side. And now we have to make the change to put all the distribution level on the new era of DC.
Okay. And I don't know which one of you wants to just briefly explain. So yes, it's the Innovation Hub, but what exactly, where exactly will we find you? I don't know who is best suited to. Nico, do you want to?
I can do this. So the Innovation Hub is on B.
Yeah.
And there is also the switchboard from Julia. On C, we have showcased all our semiconductor-based protection devices. And the focus on our DC topic is on B, where we can then also show about a deep dive of the product itself.
Okay, great stuff. Well, thanks again for joining us, Nico, Joachim, and Julia. It's been great speaking with you. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for my three guests? Thank you so much. And of course, you get something as well from Natura. Our customers in the CPG area, a bar or so
great.
each.
Many
Natura, who are using our digital solutions to optimize the way they extract essential oils. So have fun with that. Thanks again. Enjoy the rest of the fair. Enjoy the rest of the day. Get home safe and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to hand over to Christine, who's looking fresh.
Max, you've been taking over this so far, I realized, and there will be even more sessions with you in that main stage here. I've been watching the live stream on Gallery Stage, where we transformed to Erlangen, where we had a great event, still running as a matter of fact, with Roland Busch and the CEO of Adidas, Björn Gulden, talking about the production of shoes in the future, where high-tech meets craftsmanship, what more or less a shoe manufacturing is. So very interesting. For those who missed it, watch the recording, will be online tomorrow, but in German language only, so far. Anyhow, thanks, Max, for helping this.
Thank you.
And supporting here so much. Big round of applause to my wonderful co-pilot, Max.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Brazil is this year's partner country at Hannover Messe, and we are proud that many of those Brazilian customers who are part of the delegation are coming up on stage and talking about their projects, about the implementation of digitalization, about their transformation journey, and about sustainability solutions. And we will now be talking about connecting Brazil's renewable potential to Europe's decarbonization needs. Brazil is a massively big country with lots of energy, of course, but there is a lot of challenges coming along as well, but there is clever, innovative companies finding the right solutions to get those done. This next session will be hosted by my wonderful colleague Isabella. So let's welcome her on stage with a big round of applause. Isabella, join us on stage here. Too much caipirinha, baby. Huh?
Yeah, that's
it was Brazilian night last night, so sorry for that. That was a lot of energy, but you know what? You're not the first one where this happened.
But tonight will be the cocktail at the Brazilian pavilion. Please come. Don't worry, that not happen again.
Where is the Brazilian pavilion?
Yeah, that's the hall 12.
Okay.
And that will be the party 6 p.m. 6 p.m. You can come, everyone, get some kind of caipirinhas. But now we will speak about energy transition.
Isabella, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Like as you see, I fall for a lot of emotion. My name is Isabella Santos. I am from the GEA set. I'm part of initiative. The name is H2UP, the International Hydrogen Program. This initiative is part of the German Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. Hello, Pablo. Nice to see you. Since last year, we have also co-finance from the European Union through supported through Global Gateway. And I'd like to call two big persons from the Brazilian pavilion and also Brazilian delegation, and also names that in the energy transition so important for Brazil. I'd like to call my colleague Camilo Adlas. Camilo is the director of energy transition from B8. Thank you, Camilo, for coming. Nice to meet you too. And now I would like also to call my other colleague. With him, I have a wonderful project together. André, please. André is the Director of Innovation of Coca, an ethanol producer.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Please, take a seat. As my colleague, the moderator said, we will speak today about energy transition. We have two producers here, closer to me. And I'd like to give the space to André to explain a little bit what you are doing. First of all, description of Coca, the company, what you are doing, and also which kind of project are you doing right now. I know that once we have a cooperation together, you have a wonderful project with methanol, with Siemens, and I'd like that you can give also an overview of project.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
André.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for asking me to be here. It's a pleasure. My name is André Gustavo. I am a new business director for Coca. Coca is a sugar mill company in Brazil. Actually, we produce sugar cane. And from this very good raw material, we produce a lot of older products. Traditionally, we used to produce sugar. After that, ethanol. And also now we produce bioelectricity, biogas, biomethane, biogenic CO2, and dry yeast as well. So it's a pleasure to be here, to have opportunity to talk and discuss a little bit about the new biofuels to the future, and I enjoy a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, André. And Camilo, I'd like also that you can please do a description of your company B8 and also about your projects. You have a lot of international connection.
please explain a little bit about our...
Thank you, Isabella. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Andre. We have worked a long time together. I would like also to thank to Siemens, to the colleague Pablo, and also to Judith Wiese. It's incredible what Siemens does here, and I have been following since many different Hannover Messes since the launch of Industry 4.0, and it's a pleasure to be here. So I am Camilo Hadas. I am Energy Transition Director and the Relationships, Institutional Relationships at B8. And our main projects, I would say, that are related to liquid biofuels. In that range, we have a complete portfolio from biodiesel. We have projects for SAF and HVO. We are building a plant for ethanol in the south of Brazil. We also have projects for hydrogen. But our special project here at the Hannover Messe is the B8 event that was showed together with Mercedes-Benz in a truck that was evaluated here in Germany. And President Lula was there with us on Monday. And that's what I would like also to present here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Camilo. Maybe I should comment that you did it one way to the COP. You drive your...
We have been driven in Brazil from south to north of Brazil in the COP 30, 4,200 kilometers.
Yes.
And here we didn't drive on the road. We went to the test track in Wertheim, where we make all the analysis there together with the Daimler testing team.
Oh, amazing, because I remember on Instagram, I saw Camilo on Instagram, and everyone followed him because it was so nice to see the new technology, the energy transition with the transport. That's so important for Brazil. Yes, that's, yeah, congratulations, yes. Camilo.
We are in Halle 12, it's just to go there and see.
Thank you. I'd like now to ask Andre, you have already done some kind of projects right now, especially with Siemens. Did you have some kind of lessons learned that you can share here with the colleagues here?
Of course. Well, the project that we are developing together with Siemens and Alto GIZ is to produce e-methanol from our wastes. So the idea is we produce basically sugar from the sugar that contains sugarcane. And the waste that we are not using here, we are converted this in different kinds of products. So first, our ethanol is coming from the sugar that cannot be produced to sugar, final product. And after that, we have the CO2. And also from bagasse, we have bioenergy. So this project that we are developing together with Siemens and GIZ team is to use this subproduct that in the past used to be wastes, CO2 and bagasse, and convert this in biofuels. So the idea is to produce hydrogenium, and after that, e-methanol and e-SAF. So our idea is to convert the waste from the past to the new biofuels to the future. It's a very nice project because you have a very big scale. So once we get a good result in this pilot project, we can scale it up and send this, of course, to all countries that need it.
Thank you very much. I need to say I'm very, very curious about all the results that you come with our project together. And I'm so happy about our cooperation with you and Siemens. Thank you, Pablo. And now I'd like to, I know that B8 is doing a lot of biofuels, sustainable aviation fuels, but also other fuels. How you think that's the movement? Because today I need to explain a little bit for the German ministry about the difference between biofuels, e-fuels. Normally the Brazilian call biofuels everything. That's meaning that's also the e-fuels that normally with the green hydrogen is all inside this. And for the European, that's sometimes some kind of they are not understand, because we think biofuels, you have a biomass, you have a biofuels. But how you think that's the movement that the B8 are doing right now? How can you explain a little bit about the market and all this movement right now that you are doing?
I believe I can share the answer in two parts. First, considering the European approach or the German approach for advanced fuels or for biofuels are mainly related to the process. And Fischer-Tropsch for Haber-Bosch process, very well known here. And it's not only this type of process that can make advanced fuels. In Brazil, we have more than 50 years of experience since our ethanol program that was started in the 80s. And Coca is part of this program in the history, and also Copersucar and many other companies. And since 2005, President Lula, in his first mandate, launched the biodiesel program, and we started that. So for us, for B8, for Brazil, biofuel is everything that we can use from waste mass or any type of mass, and to be transformed in a fuel that can be used without any type of mineral fossil CO2. So if it is biogenic CO2, if the CO2 is taken from the atmosphere, from photosynthesis, and used to grow the plants, we can prepare the biofuel, and that's a general overview. The main topic, Isabella, is that there is no taxonomy. It's not harmonized worldwide. So some markets go to a direction, another markets can go to another direction. But the most important thing is that everybody should have a regional solution, respecting the forest, respecting the food, and then everybody can evaluate together.
Thank you very much. I think that was a really nice message to give to all the colleagues that are here, that biofuels can be all sustainable, respect a lot of the forest and everything. And some of the fuels you'll be doing by the waste, the CO2. The CO2 normally is waste. And that's really nice that the European colleagues here can get this message. Thank you very much, Camilo. But also to this part of the biomass, the CO2 that you have by the waste, I'd like to ask you regarding ours, when it comes to fair here or to speak with European off-takers, we speak about RED III, and also the regulation that all the fuels can be certified. Mm-hmm. How can these the waste that you normally use in the producer of your fuels, how can you get the guarantee that you be certified?
Wonderful. This is actually very important, because actually when we start to do this kind of projects, we need to certify the final products to give good answer to the environment. Just to give you, Isabella, a small example. So basically, the gasoline actually have 85% kilo of CO2 per megajoule as emissions. So actually in Brazil, we already have in our ethanol 20 grams, and now we are reaching 15 grams. That is much lower compared with that. How can we measure this? We understand, Isabella, that we need to look for the beginning of the supply chain up to the end of the supply chain. So what we are doing in Coca to reduce our CO2, and we can guarantee this with certifications, is try to use our biofuels, especially in sugarcane plantation, transportation, in our industry, and also to send our final product. For example, our sugar, 100% of our sugar we are sending from our mills to the port, using biomethane as well that we produce. So with this, we can reduce a lot of our emissions. What we are doing right now as part of a biogas, that's association that we have in Brazil, we are developing these discussions with our government. So actually, we have Segob in Brazil. That is an idea to show to the market how can we increase and have a molecular of CH4 and also a green attribute that we can show to our customers and also allow us to do this kind of commercialization. So we believe the certification is very important after a good project like this one, to try to show to the market the importance of this kind of products.
Thank you, Andre. I think it's also important to say that Brazil have around 19%. The energy matrix is renewable energy. That's meaning that some kind of region like Northeast and others have a binding zone, as you know, that you can be sure that our energy is green. And that's a really a good party together. What you mentioned right now, that's the hydrogen or the fuels will be certified. Thank you very much. Now we will move a little bit about from hydrogen to premium fuels. And I'd like to, I always heard you and the different conference in Brazil that's about the BH have a very solid SDGs. So you are follow the sustainability. You are doing a lot of things that your projects and also your companies is sustainable. And but I know also that you are looking also to premium fuels. That's meaning that you are looking right now to bring these premium fuels to Europe. Can you explain for us a little bit about this new market? Or they already have the market already there? How you can explain a little bit about to the public here about this new market or already? What you can say for us?
Okay.
Can you explain?
Thank you for the question, Isabella. First, talking about ESG, we have a very strong strategy, as you already mentioned, and it's not that only a cooperation strategy. It's related to agriculture, the family agriculture. In Brazil, there are a lot of agricultors that are farmers and that they are families. And many times to explain that you have a system, you need a system with traceability. And for that, you need a computer, you need a complete system, you need a satellite. So we go to the families, we teach the families, we make social programs with the families to implement and to educate for that. And that's part of our strategy for Europe also. Otherwise, we will not be able to certify and to sell here. We are certified by ESCC, we are certified by RFS from US, also from California in the CARB program, and in Brazil for Hannover Bio. And for that, you need a very strong ESG system. And that's not all. After 21 years of making our own biodiesel, now we have the Bivant that is a premium biodiesel, a premium fuel, as we are showing there. And that can be used one-to-one in any diesel engine for a truck, for a bus, for equipment for agriculture machine, for an electric generator, and you just have to replace. You take out the diesel, you put the Bivant, we call it functional drop-in, and you achieve the same total cost of ownership, the same durability, the same performance, and that's a technology that is affordable because the costs are, nowadays that the diesel is very expensive, we are even cheaper than the diesel. And we can do that with a premium product, starting the decarbonization right now.
Wow, nice message. That's already the price. Always the off-taker are asking about the price. If the price is...
the price is a market matter. So we work with commodity in the inbound and with commodity in the outbound. And Bivant is part of this reality. So once the season offers us more feedstock, and that's important to say that Brazil can make 3 harvests a year. Yes. Europe make 1 harvest a year, so we can make 3 harvests a year in a very efficient process. And then it's a matter to look to the price of the outbound commodity and then make the accounting. Nowadays, the biodiesel, the Bivant is cheaper than the diesel because of the restrictions in the Middle East.
Super. I think that's it's now very nice to have you both because you are producing fuels in Brazil, and right now you are not in kind of oil crisis, but something like this. And if you can export from Brazil, you can get directly. So in some of the state, if you go to the northeast, you can you speak about 9 days, can the shipping go to you? I think that from São Paulo, maybe 11, and that's without problem.
Yes.
That's really nice because we also in Brazil are facing that the fuels, the price of the fuels is going more and more, and then that's really nice to be here with you both. But right now I would like to speak about Siemens. And also of all the cooperation that you both companies are doing. I know very well the cooperation with Coca. I would like to know a little bit more about your cooperation with Siemens. I'd like, because we are right now in Hannover, and everyone that we are speaking about fuels or fuels, they have a huge interest to understand, to see, to know how much, how is the price. Today in the morning, we had with Siemens, together with the colleagues, conversation, an event at the Congress Center, and we had 18 people, was that, 80. It was full. The people stay and want to and discuss and discuss. I think my boss was too late for another meeting, but was very nice because you see the interest is there. The people want to discuss, the people want to understand. Please, how you can speak a little bit about your cooperation with Siemens and also the linkage with the European market. Could you please both explain a little bit, please, André?
Thank you. This is very important because actually what we do, we have raw material, we have sugarcane, we have all of this waste that we can convert. How can we convert these wastes in a final product to our customers? We need technology. So Siemens is our technology partner. So for example, the last plant that we developed to biomethane production come from waste from sugarcane sectors. It's 100% technology, Siemens technology. So the idea is how can we connect this with this? So the Siemens is the partner that support all kind of develop that we are doing. For example, right now we are studying some ideas to increase the efficiency of the sugar production. That's something very manual and try to automate this with Siemens team. So it's so important to have the raw material, the ability to produce, and also you need to have a good partner, technology, engineer, good partner, and Siemens is like this from us.
Yeah. You know, Pablo, you get really good feedback right now from our partner. And now I'd like to hear from you, Camilo.
So, Isabella, André, if we were in Brazil, on a stage in Brazil, in another type of Congress, I would explain a lot about what we do together with Siemens. But here in this pavilion, it would be, I am too modest and too shy because it's just to look for partnership with Siemens. There are many possibilities and it's better to go to the specific experts and to discuss that. From our part, from our side, we really believe in the power of Siemens. We are working together for a long time, and we were discussing together with Judith Visi and Pablo. I believe it was yesterday. I'm losing a little bit the time because it's so intensive here.
Intense time.
But what are we discussing now? Every time you can improve a process. And the biofuel industry is not like the automotive industry from where I came. So when you look for the industry 4.0, for the automotive industry that is so well developed, there are a lot of synergies to bring for the biofuels industry and for the biofuels process. So looking forward, why not to use concepts of the industry 4.0 and everything that is coming from now on to go to the process of biofuels and to improve that process to come those processes also to the same type of technological level.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you see, Siemens play a huge role inside of the fuels in Brazil. If you don't know, Brazil is one of the biggest global player and also global producers. And I'd like to thank you both to be here, to share with me. It's an honor to be with such amazing partner from also from Siemens, to see you, Pablo. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think that's what we can take the takeaway from here. You should think that Brazil is the country to have a cooperation with Europa. You have a lot of players in Brazil that could play a role here in Europe, and also contribute a lot to the decarbonization, because right now everyone wants to decarbonize. The COP in Belém, you are there, they speak about selves to decarbonize themselves. And then as you can see, Brazil can play a huge role in the decarbonization of Europe. Please don't forget this. And speaking of all these amazing three companies, and together with the GEA, the German cooperation agency, we also try to support this energy transition and also to supply companies like you together with German companies to move forward this decarbonization in Brazil, but also in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Big round of applause to the three of you. Good. Isabella, for that shock moment. That definitely is a gift from Natura, one of our customers, which you know better than we do here in Europe, because they come from Brazil. Also for you, Andre, and Camilo, for sure as well.
Could you have a photo with?
Of course, you can have a photo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move over, so the stage is all yours. So put on a big smile, and smiling is always a lot easier when there is a big round of applause. And we can do a thumbs up, because this is a great partnership and a great cooperation.
And thank you also Valdeir, Coca, for the invitation. Marcia.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you also.
Obrigado.
And what I Obrigada. Obrigada. What I always realize when I come to Brazil, you are much further developed with methanol, ethanol, and everything, where we still are in the beginning.
And we keep improvising and flexible. Thank you.
You need also so much to Brazil and visit those companies.
Yes, I'm loving it, and I'm looking forward to that. And with this, we are changing the topic now, coming from Brazil all the way to Hannover. We do have a huge showcase here, which is the consumer packaged goods area. And we have been talking a lot about production processes, but now we will be focusing on the building technology, which Siemens also provides. Real facilities and how they can work harder, smarter, and cheaper. This is what we'll touch upon in our next session, how to really make a difference. This is what our two experts coming on stage now will tell you about. Please welcome, with a big round of applause, the head of CPG at Smart Infrastructure at Siemens, Sandra Perletti, and the marketing manager at Siemens, Matthias Powolny.
So, thanks a lot for being here and listen to us. We would like to go through some aspects of the consumer packaged goods that has not been tackled so far, but can make a real difference. So we are talking about electrification and infrastructure, and how the collaboration with Siemens can have an impact on the final output. So we would like to start to discuss about which are the challenges in this area, what our customers are really facing, and how we can help them to overcome these challenges, and also help them in having a better output and a better balance sheet as well.
Exactly. Thank you, Sandra. So first of all, there are a couple of major topics that are currently going around in the CPG industry. One of them is, of course, a growing population, and therefore a production continuity, so a continuous flowing production. In some cases, even 24/7, is very, very important. On the second side of that, also a zero harm culture is essential for all of our customers in the CPG area. Secondly, we see a very, very aging infrastructure into the facilities. So really electrical power distribution systems that are like 20, 25 years old, and therefore optimization potential there is still very, very big, and most of the times untapped, because there's also no transparency on data in that case. And as a third, we have the energy efficiency. So a lot of regulations are coming up. We see more and more trend to decarbonization, reduce the energy usage across the different sites. And of course, the more energy you save, the higher your margin on your product in the end is, and the more money you can invest in high quality products. So maybe Sandra, can you give us some insights on the safety and production continuity topic?
Yeah, so safety is of utmost importance for every one of us. because it's touching the well-being of our worker or our colleagues or our friends. And this is the first aspect that has to be considered even in this industry. And the second aspect is the food safety and food quality. So we are all consumers, and we all want our product to end well and not to have any issue with. And this is something where, for example, us as a company can help quite a lot. And last but not least, there are accidents can occur in a plant because of external events. Fire is one of the most critical that we are seeing and one of the most common to happen. That has an impact also on the business continuity and on the overall cost, because we can see that in average, in a consumer packaged good production, it can cost up to 250,000 euro per hour when the production is stopped and when we have an outage. So you have a heavy impact on the health and safety of the people, you have impact on the food quality, and also you have an impact on the business. But this is where we can act. This is where collaborating with our customers can really see how to improve this aspect. And in fact, I would like to ask Matthias to give us an example where we can be effective.
Exactly. So we had a customer, it was a brewery out of Switzerland, coming up to us and saying, look, we have a very traditional but already very old building. So Feldschlösschen in Switzerland, they have a brewery where the building itself and the facility is already 150 years old. So now they're looking for a modernization on their fire safety systems, because that is, as you said, one of the integral parts to keep the production running, to keep also your workers on site safe, and of course, to be able to produce still in these old but very, very traditional and honestly very, very beautiful buildings for it. So we approached it together with the customers. We understood where the challenges come from, and therefore we modernized more than 2,000 fire detectors throughout the entire facility. And we were also able to reduce the number of fire control panels from 17 down to 5. Therefore, we have shorter ways, we have less cabling, therefore everything is basically centralized. You have a quicker reaction if something happens, also for the firefighters in the end. And one of the major topics also for the brewmasters in Feldschlösschen was really to keep the production running as well as possible while we did the optimization and the modernization there, basically. So we really enabled or developed a process or a project pipeline that enabled the customer to keep producing as well as possible while we modernized the entire fire safety infrastructure. And maybe, Sandra, let's also talk about the second topic, which is quite a crucial one, which is on the optimization of the infrastructure itself.
I think it's a very important topic because it goes from the supply chain to the final output. Which are the challenges that our customers are facing now? First of all, the increase of price for raw material, for energy, and the control of cost of the final product. So we have higher cost, we have the pressure of produce more but spending less. And this is really the major challenges that they are seeing as of today. Then we see regulations that also have an impact, and we are seeing that the overall infrastructure of a typical plant is aging. So we have plants with more than 20, 30 years. We need to consider how we can optimize the way they're working to ensure the output required, but also to reduce the cost. And here is where we can collaborate pretty closely with our customers to understand specifically their needs and then to act. This is again talking about the power of data. This is important. We need to have the data and we need to do something with the data, something that is actionable. It's not just theory, it's practice. And in fact, I would like to ask Matthias to go through one of the greatest examples that we have, a collaboration, where we have a real impact and real tangible value on the balance sheet of the customer.
For this topic, we picked an example from a dairy company here in Germany, which is the Breitenburger Milchzentrale, quite a tricky name for English native speakers. And they, of course, as we said, had a aging infrastructure, especially on the utilities. Therefore, we looked into that together with the customer, and we identified their boiler system, which was still at that time running on oil, was of course very outdated and not running to its fullest potential. So we approached the customer, we approached that problem together. So we exchanged the existing boiler with a new one, which is a hybrid system, on the one hand side with gas and on the other hand side with electricity. While similar to that, or simultaneously to that, we integrated also a smart energy and load management system. So we look into the grid and the energy that is coming out of the grid, also to what price it is available. So then we can balance the usage of gas, and we can also balance the usage of electricity. And also, of course, looking into that, if you want to expand something like that further, you can also think about integrating renewables on site and using this energy to also fire up your boiler and therefore deliver the process heat for your entire process steps. But it was not only for the purpose of optimizing something, it was also in the end of the purpose of savings and optimization measures. So therefore, in the end, with also cutting grid fees, we enabled Breitenburger Milchzentrale to save up to 300,000 euros per year. And we had a higher than 40% internal rate of return, which is also very, very important for the customers, because also continuous production is kind of the key here. And maybe, Cassandra, let's come to the third topic that we wanted to present today, which is on the energy efficiency.
Energy is the topic of today, I think, looking also what is going around the world. And maybe a lot of people doesn't know that the entire food system is consuming 30% of the global available energy, and is also responsible of 30% of the green gas emission. So these are high number, and this is why also your regulation come in place, and they are asking company to reduce the 50% of the carbon footprint. So these are enormous topic, and we can also see that the utilities inside a plant represent more than 50% of their overall cost. So what we do, we have expertise. We develop expertise to support our customers in understanding well their process and then act punctually on something that has a positive impact to them and help them to continue the production, but again, to save energy and also to help all of us to live in a better planet. And I think that I would like to ask Matthias to go through the next example, because this is really something that we are proud of. It's a program that we build up with a customer. And so I will let Matthias
Yeah, thank you,
speak.
Sandra. So that's one of the projects that we did with our global customers, so also across multiple sites. So we worked very, very closely together with Heineken in that case. So Heineken had an initiative where they wanted to primarily also decarbonize their facilities across the globe. And of course, decarbonization and energy efficiency go very well hand in hand. And since each and every brewery has a little bit of system of its own, and you cannot copy paste from one installation to the other, it was a little bit tricky to really understand, okay, where can we start into the different areas? So we sat together with the customer, we totally tried to deeply understand their processes, which is the most important and main tasks that they're having, and then creating a system. So a system that is continuously, on the one hand side, reusing existing process heat, on the other side, also implementing circularity across the utilities, like the energy flows and the material flows that we have there. And therefore, we started from factory to enable Heineken to be more sustainable, to brew a more sustainable beer for us, for the consumers, since the demand is rising for that into that department. And so this is a project which is still rolling, and we delivered customer help from the advisory service right from the beginning, in the planning, in the implementation, and of course also in the long run services that are now coming based on that. And well, I just want to say these were only a couple of the examples that we wanted to highlight together with you today. So if you want to learn more about how the infrastructure is still holding a very, very big potential for the industry, for optimization and for modernization purposes, please come visit us on the Digital Enterprise booth for the consumer packaged goods industry. Thank you, Sandra, for joining me today on stage. It was a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed our presentation, and I'm looking forward to meet you on our booth.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks to you, Sandra and Matthias. Great insights which you gave here. We've been talking a lot about digital industries topics, so it's so cool to see that there is much more what Siemens can do and has to offer. And what else I liked is tomorrow is the German Day of Beer. So the use case you've shown here is just a perfect match to what's happening here. Tomorrow, it's 510 years that there is a law that German beer needs to be brewed with water, malt, hops, and yeast only. And that also is where Siemens comes in with lots of technologies once more. You enjoy your time here at the fair. Lots of customers for sure want to talk to you. That's where they find you, in that area over there. So don't miss that chance to talk to our specialists here, experts in their field. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Sandra and Matthias.
Thank you.
Great insights.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. And as a matter of fact, if you're interested in autonomous buildings, especially for those who are watching online, there is a session going on right at this time starting. It's kicking off on our gallery stage studio. So the online community, if you want to change channels, Vivian Kuppelmeier-Erler, she's also amongst the Siemens Smart Industries specialists. She is presenting online. Swap the channels or watch it on demand. And we are moving on with presentations here on main stage, of course, as well. Well, coming back to the digital industries topic once more, consumer packaged goods once more also in the focus, and we'll be predicting the future now. Of course, it needs a lot of data as well. That's the key player involved in that field. To be precise, it's data-driven manufacturing at Arca Continental, what we will be talking about. Please welcome the three experts coming on stage now. Our host, Rocio Thompson, Dr. Alexander Epple, and Dr. Simon Kamper, who are joining us here now.
Hello, everyone. And thank you, Alex, thank you, Simon, for joining this conversation about Arca Continental and their data-driven manufacturing transformation and how technology, people, and insights can help organizations to enhance operations. But why don't we watch this clip before we start this conversation?
Arca Continental is the second largest Coca-Cola bottling company in Latin America and one of the most important of the world. We operate in the US, Mexico, Ecuador, Peru, and Argentina. As you can imagine, having 45 manufacturing sites around these 5 different countries involve having also different maturities in terms of technology and data management. There's a lot of people to be impacted in terms of the implementation of digital transformation use cases. So understanding the impact we have on humans that are still part of this loop, it's pretty important. So we try to have one excellence center in terms of digital transformation in at least one manufacturing site of each country where we operate. That allows more people to be involved and have like a local, geographically located example, you know, so you can just go and experience what we mean with digital transformation.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, Alex, my first question is for you. Do you remember when we first approached Arca Continental, what were some of the challenges that they were facing at that time?
Yes, absolutely. So it is actually, we had a meeting with Arca Continental when their journey started here in Hannover. It was a couple of years ago. And they were actually facing their challenges, which are very similar to what a lot of manufacturers see. It's the traditional productivity improvements were leveling out, so they had to actually use new technology to actually get the slope up again. Another topic was in some areas they were concerned about that they were not generating the yield which they wanted to have, so higher scrap rates than it was actually desirable. And then a very interesting one is very specifically, so when they, of course, are filling their products like Coke, etc., and they track very closely now the cost per case and understand what is actually driving these numbers. And that was also a major challenge for them, having this under control to match this with the rather tight margins which they sometimes get there, so that they can actually do this as a profitable business.
Interesting. So when those challenges were clear, do you remember how did they make that decision? Where do they start instead of trying to tackle everything at once?
Yes, so very clearly they started with to get in first basic transparency. So they actually know where do they have to go to make the changes to actually get also then the reward for they did. So what they did is the main use case for them at the beginning was OEE for getting this transparency. Where is actually the equipment which they have utilized to the best, and where is there room for improvement? And in these cases, what are actually the main loss drivers? And then on top of that, they already knew at that point that they need to manage the energy cost more closely. And so they introduced, building on our energy manager solution, energy management system based on ISO 50001. That's the starting point. And as they learn then where are the loss drivers, for example, which failure modes cause downtimes, what are the main reasons for scrapping parts of their production, that is then when they were then able to go to the next stage and then adopt topics like predictive quality or predictive maintenance.
Great. So now, Simon, my question is for you. What role did predictive maintenance play at Arca Continental to achieve their goals for digital transformation?
Yeah, and predictive maintenance is obviously a big buzzword, and it's also probably one of the ones that's the hardest to adopt and make successful with the customer. And we always know there's certain key points we look at for a customer to see is it going to be successful. And the key one for that is a cultural maturity, support from the shop floor to the top floor. And Arca Continental very much had this in spades, right? And we very much look for, are they already on a digital transformation journey? Because if they're not, and their first entry point is predictive maintenance, that's quite a tough ask, right? Because if they are not even doing OEE transparency yet, how are you going to measure what predictive maintenance is achieving, right? So once they had initial success with transparency use case, then we started deploying Senseye Predictive Maintenance, which is a machine and vendor agnostic, highly scalable predictive maintenance solution, which we deployed with them. And because they had that great sort of strategic framework to deploy this and a lot of buy-in across the organization, you can actually get successfully quickly. And within 6 days of going live, they saved 13 hours of downtime on a filler labeler machine, right? And you can imagine over 13 hours, that's a lot of Coca-Cola that's not being produced, right? So it's not always that quick, but with Arca Continental, because they had that right mindset and strategy across the organization, it's been really successful to help them along their digital journey.
Excellent. So this question is for both of you. So how does Insights Hub and predictive maintenance work together to achieve operational transparency and predictive insights?
Yeah, I can start, Alex. Predictive maintenance never exists in isolation, right? It's always part of a broader ecosystem of other products, other maintenance workflows, enterprise workflows, and also often a customer will start with a certain use case, maybe transparency or quality, and then move to like predictive maintenance. And for us, Insights Hub provides that backbone. That's where we store all our data, all our context, and we try to align across that to give a single experience to the user. So a bit like Microsoft Office, right? You can start with Word, that works well, then you move to PowerPoint, and you want the experience to be similar, and you want the data to be kind of interoperable and things like that. So that's what I see Insights Hub as being.
I think that's already a very good wrap up. And what comes on top of it is, of course, if you moved into more use cases, you still have the same data foundation, and that's an important piece for consistency. Another topic is also, if you do this basically on the same platform setup. It's the integrations which you still have to build with CMMS on the one side, MES on another side, kind of. You do this once, and then it's basically working similarly for all the use cases, taking a lot of extra effort out as you're expanding with adopting new use cases and addressing additional production challenges.
Yeah. Well, now, Alex, you kind of have been with Arca since the very beginning in this journey. Do you remember what were some of the early wins that the team made them feel like there was something like there was right, they were on the right path?
Exactly. So when they started, as mentioned, the focus was a lot on transparency, but that doesn't mean that it's just information and then nothing tangible comes out. I mean, one of the elements was that the cost per case could be managed more effectively and they could reduce the cost position there, which of course directly turns into additional profitability. They were able to increase OEE by 3 percentage points. And if you compare this basically to the large setup, which we saw in the early video, this is actually a significant additional output, which you can then sell on the market. And then the last step is also that with more knowledge about what is actually causing disruptions, they could also increase the stability of the processes. And then, of course, now with the adoption of the predictive use cases, we are now actually adding now towards this. And yeah, and it's actually a really good journey. And we hope that Arca can actually keep this pace.
Excellent. Well, Simon, one of my last questions about people and the partnership between Arca and Siemens. How is the collaboration and how has it been factor of the success?
Yeah, and as I hinted earlier, adopting predictive maintenance requires a real cultural shift. And we've been doing this now for over 10 years, and we have stories that are positive and negative. And normal maintenance workflow is you're reacting to machines failing, and you're extremely busy doing that. And at times you probably get quite a rush with being able to fix the machine quite quickly while the whole production line is down. So you're asking them to adopt a totally different workflow, stop rushing around, and use a system that can inform you how to schedule your maintenance activities. And to minimize that crazy period of reacting to things. And doing that is tough. So you need the team to fully support that. You need from shop floor to top floor to support that. And certainly for the first year, we work intensively with Arca Continental, with our customer success team, to actually almost be like the customer. We're almost using a system like they use it to help them adopt it, and when they get success, to make sure it's promoted and it spurs on further expansion and success. And the Arca Continental team has been very receptive to that. We work very closely in collaboration between our sort of customer success team and their engineering team.
Thank you. So looking ahead, what are the plans in the roadmap for Insights Hub and Senseye Predictive Maintenance?
Maybe I start quickly. So for us, it's actually there are 3 major building blocks. Number 1 is, of course, we get a lot of feedback from customers, and that goes directly into product. That is always the most important thing, getting the customer feedback in. Number 2 is contextualization. If we look around over here, there's a lot of different elements going beyond analytics, which make up operational software. And analytics only gives the full value if you actually get this contextual information, no matter if it's manufacturing execution, quality management, and you actually augment the data with this to actually get the greater insights. And then the last one, it's of course, if you look to the Innovation Hub, what we are doing there already, it's expanding on the AI capabilities which we have with the production co-pilot with agentic AI.
Yeah, and the key thing is to keep being best in class on this. And I look at technology now. You had the sort of the first generation stuff, which was more condition monitoring, at least from a predictive maintenance perspective. Second generation is sort of the first AI wave, and now you've got the Gen AI wave, and it's going to be completely transformative over the next few years in what we can achieve. and be even more prescriptive with what we give to our customers.
Thank you. Well, this has been a very interesting conversation. Thank you for sharing your perspective on Arca Continental. And if you want to learn more about Insights Hub or Senseye Predictive Maintenance, you can come and meet with our team, the experts, and they would be very happy to share with you, do a demonstration. We are in the station 122 and 139.
With this, a big round of applause to the three of you. Great insights as always. I would love to know the lucky numbers for some lottery, I would say.
Yeah.
Simon, I'm not sure if I can count you ever in that, and if data is already, and AI is already capable of doing that. Like, how often is number 7? How often is number 14? Those are my lucky numbers.
I'm sure there is an answer to that, but I don't know it.
Bob, you know what? Let's work on that and present it next year. We're going to earn a lot of money from the lottery companies.
Sounds good.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
A great insight.
Thanks. Bye.
Enjoy the rest of the fair. Thanks for sharing those success stories. Great. And with this, now I am in my wrong system here. I'm sorry, guys. I took the wrong cards. I think it is Fabrizio coming up here, right? And here is the right card. Got a big staple because that's like 3 sessions following after each other. So that's quite challenging to keep track on what's first and what's next. All right. We have been talking about the importance of ecosystems and how important it is to have the right partners if you need to find solutions for our customers. One thing is clear, we cannot do it alone anymore. I'm also teaming up with Max and Militia. That's also what we are doing with partner companies. And 2 of them are going to be represented here just in a sec. It's FFT Production Systems and Snowflake. Both of them are eagerly working together with us to develop solutions for our customers. And in that case, we're going to talk about a practical AI use case where both of them come into the play, from hype to impact. Let's get more facts now from our 3 musketeers, eagerly waiting already. Dominic Fink, Martin Gutberlet, and Fabrizio Nisi Alcantara. Big round of applause. All right.
Bye.
Hi, Dominic.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you so much.
Great. Yeah, let's take a seat on the sofa of wisdom. As a matter of fact, this is always the best position. We're looking into the buzz of the fair booth, are kind of the spectators. But on the other side, there is a lot of people joining us online, and also you're seeming to have a lot of fun here as well, and are interested in what we're going to talk about next. Quick introduction round. We got Dominic Fink. You're the head of Competence Center, Digital Factory at FFT Produktionssysteme in German, coming all the way from?
Fulda.
Fulda, all right, that's not too far away.
No, 3 hours.
Easy travel. Then we got Martin Gutberlet, Industry Principal Manufacturing at Snowflake, coming from?
Lübeck.
Lübeck, okay, also closer than Munich. And we got Fabrizio Nisi Alcantara. You are in charge as the director, Siemens Accelerator Ecosystem at Siemens, coming all the way from?
Frankfurt.
And you would think it's Italy by that
yeah.
name. But there is a lot of Italian
Italy.
passion in there. Okay, now let me kick it off with a question to you, Fabrizio. It's all about ecosystems, joint value, go-to-market, and collaboration. Why did Siemens want to establish the accelerator ecosystem?
Yeah, just think about, oftentimes to customer, I'm asking like, what do a pizza and a digital business platform have in common? So it's all about having the right ingredients. So what we're also doing now with the Siemens Accelerator Marketplace, which has been launched almost 4 years ago, is really having the right partner on this platform. On the one side, it's also really making sure that we promote our Siemens portfolio, but at the same time also having the right partner that potentially can complement our portfolio on the one side. On the other side, it's also having the right partner can actually implement our technology and our customer projects. So it's actually about also accelerating the go-to-market. And the third topic is mostly leading into sale. How can also partners like FFT and Snowflake actually speed up their sales process over time. And this is not possible, so we have been establishing now this new digital sales go-to-market for Siemens, which is working pretty well, with a focus specifically on small and medium enterprises, because we also said that those customer segments is a bit underserved, and we want also to make sure that we also have the right partners. And for me, specifically, it's a pleasure to have also those two gentlemen here with me today, and happy to tell also what we've been doing over the past couple of months, and yeah, looking forward.
What I'm looking forward is Dominic to tell us which special spice you put on the pizza, which was making the big difference now. Now, what is this collaboration about, and what has been reached so far is for sure a big question for our audience here.
To be honest, it's very special to be, after 1 year, back on the Hannover Fair once again, because when we met 1 year ago, everyone was talking about, is it really secured? We had the first connector, which is directly connecting all the data to Snowflake without any IoT. I call it friend zone, because I'm not the IoT layer, but I call it friend zone. And for the most of our customers, it wasn't trusted. And therefore, we had many pitfalls, which we had bringing out of the way. And I'm also very happy that Snowflake was on our side and also goes to the customer and said, hey, it's secured, it's very easy. You can bring the data right out of the ecosystem, right off the industrial edge, natively into the cloud.
And it was also like you said, last year at Hannover Fair, we announced the partnership between Snowflake and Siemens. And we also talked about what we have in mind. And I always said, take complexity out. If it is too complex for large, medium, or small-sized customers, they won't do it. And we said it's going to be pretty easy. It's going to be pretty easy. It's going to be secure. It's going to be trusted. It's going to be easy. And if people think around getting data, OT data, fabric data, time series data into us, how do you do that? How do you actually put semantic of that? Is it too complex? And now we have the proof.
Yes.
You have the proof, and what are the next step of this collaboration?
I mean, first of all, let's talk about what we have seen and how easy it actually was. So we were able to prove to get OT data, operational technology data from machines plus semantic. So that means we know it's a temperature sensor, we know it's a torque, right? Contextualized into Snowflake through streaming. That means more or less in real time, right? With zero complexity, zero additional data engineering, and full governance.
Yes. For example, if you have a production, we can start right away. You only have to buy an edge device, and then you are taking our FFT data service and the data bridge, and then you can select and say to me, hey, I want this and that data, and we're only clicking it on, and then you have it right away in Snowflake. And of course, when we were talking about semantic layer and so on, we already have it in the edge device. So the silver layer for all who knows more in Snowflake and AI Cloud, they were really impressed what we are doing already on the edge. Not a complexity in the transformation stuff like in Snowflake, like in the cloud. We already have the data in the edge device. Of course, as FFT, we are a line builder. We have the knowledge. We have the knowledge all about the PLC stuff, how to get data out of it, how we can transform the data. And of course, if you need data, yeah, then let's calculate it.
Well, as easy as you say it is, I'm worrying about, first of all, you need to get that data. You need to get a certain range of data. And who of you is wearing the bigger hat when you work together? Is there a strict rule?
No, to be honest, it's a partnership. We are going together to the customers and explain them, first of all, that for everything, data is the foundation. Because if you want to talk to your data, if you are wanting AI with the data, you need a foundation, of course. When you are building a house, you are not starting with all the desk and so on. You're starting, first of all, with the foundation, and then you are building up, and then you make all your interior stuff. So we are talking about data as a foundation, AI as multiplier.
And also in terms of what companies are actually doing. I do remember well last year that people were saying, I'm not doing this, I'm waiting. And there's no need, there's no reason to wait anymore, because it's really, you're connecting your machine, you're getting the semantics, and you get the data directly into Snowflake. And we talk about days. We don't talk about weeks. We're not talking about months. We talk about days, even less. And then the data sits in Snowflake, and then you can enrich the same data with other data, let's say supply chain data, in order to improve order rescheduling, as an example for supply chain. So, and all of that gets in days, it is managed, and it is simple. And the underlying foundation is what we call a unified namespace or unified data foundation. If that is in place, you can do all the AI stuff and all the agentic AI you can think of. And this is not a dream, it's now happening.
And that actually being scaled also through many industries, because what we have been also hearing about now is actually focus on automotive, which is one of the industries that we also at Siemens are serving. And now the goal is really to bring in and to scale it to further industry, be food and beverage, be pharma, for example, be chemical. So we really want to kind of use this nice collaboration to replicate it and also gain more and more customers together.
We can use it across every industry, to be honest. I can give a very concrete example. We have a brewery, and there was the fault that the vacuum pump in the filler is not working anymore. And they don't really know what's the problem. Is it the temperature? What is it? Is it the temperature outside? However, and we are going there straight ahead, make a workshop, only 1 day. And within 1 day, we had all the data available. It was only 20 variables, bringing up to Snowflake and make the analysis. So in this case, it's pretty easy, it's very concrete, and across every industry it's possible because everyone needs it, to be honest.
What's the usual feedback you get from your customers when you are so fast in developing those results?
To be honest, they are very impressed. And if I display, for example, the numbers, it's massive, to be honest. It's really massive. If you have data points, and you see it also in the slides, 20 million within 1 minute, this isn't an issue anymore. Because when we were talking about 1 year ago, everyone was saying, it costs too much money. No. Do we have all the traffic? Yes. We have the traffic, we can handle this. And of course, if we have a connection lost, we can also handle it. So we are buffering in 1 minute, 200 million data sets. And how can we get this? Because we tried it. We didn't talk about, is it possible or not? Do we have any doubts? We already did it, and it's trusted.
And also from my experience point of view, it is most companies are not used to that speed of projects. So usually, when we do this kind of planning, how do you get OT data out? How do you combine this with potentially IT data or enterprise data? And they're like saying, yeah, we have planned a project 6 months, and we are about to start in a month or so. I said, why? It's Monday. We are going to be ready by Friday with the first dashboard. So, and then you see what you actually do on shop floor, and you can get, based on the results, take the right actions. And what I like to add to what Dominic said, it's not only that you can handle millions or billions of data points simultaneously in real time. It's also from a business perspective, the value. We talk about return of investment of these products, these data products, because that's what they are, in days, in weeks. We have seen a car maker in Europe who was able to produce 1 day more per shift, thanks to understanding how the assembly process is in their factory. And if you think of 1 day more per shift, that's a lot, that's a very big numbers, and you can calculate this in millions.
Even though if you scale it big, I mean, we're not just talking about one factory, and scalability is a big topic here. We more or less have it all over in every presentation. So why now? Is there a clear answer on that? How the audience can follow your topics, and where can they find you, and how can they become part of this journey?
So we can find both partners on the Siemens Accelerator Marketplace. So again, they are part of our ecosystem, Siemens already a good amount of time. Now, you also said, Christine, it's a bit scalability, right? So we also need to make sure that we have now ended up these use cases is being successfully deployed in a couple of customers, and now we also want to scale to other customers. And that's actually how we want to do it. We also want to make sure that we can generate traffic on the marketplace on the one side, and potentially also reach and tap into new customers. Be in small and medium enterprises, it could be also big enterprises. So there, I think we are also pretty flexible. And ultimately, it's also about go-to-market. So we want to make sure that we at Siemens work closely together with those gentlemen and try to really understand what's the market potential out there, how and where can I reach, and best also to make our end customers happy and also to make our salespeople happy.
As you call it, it's not an adventure trip. It's like a walk in the park. It seems so easy and smooth with clear arrangements, responsibilities, and the partnership working together. Now, if people want to get in touch with you, where can they learn more about that whole project and find out if you deliver something for them as well?
Going to the accelerator marketplace and do it now, as you said. What we are offering is a 3-month trail that you can test it, do whatever you want with it. You have a full service right out of it, and then we will get it. Well?
Exactly, and come to us in Hall 15. We are there at stand D76, or contact us after the show. And maybe as a closing statement from my side, start now. Because there are so many companies who have already started and they're going in scale. If you do not start now, you lose competitive advantage. So the time is to do it now. Thank you.
Okay, that's a clear motivation for all of you who are still thinking whether they shall or not. Do it. Just do it. Talk to the experts and start with your digital transformation journey. Use the data which is already there. Big time. Thanks from my side. And we do have a customer in Brazil who dared to trust us. And it has been working with us, and that's the company Natura.
Thanks a lot.
They produce cosmetics with essential oils from the Amazon forest. And
I also got one.
of course, the Siemens speaker now gets something too. Thanks so much for the presentation. A big round of applause to our 3 musketeers here, really promoting that topic heavily. Thanks.
Thank you.
Have a great time at the fair. And don't forget to go to Siemens Accelerator Marketplace. Really cool.
Thank you.
Once more.
Oh.
All right. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the CPG industry, food and beverage, everything which is being packed. This is our main focus this year at Hannover Messe. But last year, our focus at Hannover Messe Fair booth, we've been focusing on pharmaceutical and chemical industry. And we're going to touch upon that later, that here now as well, because since a lot has been developed and moved on, as chemical labs face increasing pressure to deliver faster, more effective results in complex production environments. If you think of that, massive. Accenture, one of our esteemed partners, and Siemens have joined forces once more to explore the answer. And that is future-ready labs. We say time is of essence. We just heard it now. We need to start now. Well, how do you get future ready? We're going to hear more about this and talk about the role which physical AI and robotics play, and further on, how they plan to scale this innovation. Let's welcome on stage Vivek Kaushik and Rainer Brehm. Having you again on stage, and also Rainer, great having you. Now the picture says it different, but I think you can match the who's who on the sofa of wisdom here. Gonna do a quick introduction round. We got Rainer Brehm, he's the COO of Automation Business, and we also the CTO of Digital Industries. So you're wearing 2 hats, Rainer. Which one is bigger, or which one do you like better?
I mean, that use case needs both.
Okay, that's a clear answer. And we got our partner here from Accenture, Vivek Kaushik. You're the Managing Director and Global Head of Siemens Business Group at Accenture. So you're fully focusing on the projects we are doing together.
100%. So I am 100% Siemens.
That's great having you again. I said that before. You are a esteemed partner here on our stage. And it's great that you definitely are also putting that importance into your presence here. So thank you for that already. Rainer, I'm going to start with you. When we talk about the potential for our customers and that they are moving from automated production towards a more adaptive production. How is that done, and why is that so important?
Well, you're right, and I think in this use case we even go further because we say we want to from automation to be flexible and adaptive to autonomous. And I think in that use case we're going to show here today, we are really already more into the autonomous than even on the flexible and adaptive. And that's really great because that is opening really new areas for our customers, how they can run their operations. And basically what you need for that is you need to navigate through a very complex environment. You cannot program everything anymore, yeah, because things might change and maybe it's very hard to program. And that's the reason why we say we go from hard-coded tasks into more a goal-based automation. So basically we tell the system what to do and the system knows itself how to operate it. And I think this is a principal concept. And we see here now a use case where this is already implemented. So it's not only a vision, here it gets reality.
And that's my question to you, Vivek, in regards of what's the current situation in pharmaceutical and chemical labs, and what are concrete benefits which autonomous production brings along?
Yeah, so thanks, Christina and Ryan, for having me here. So I'm excited to talk about our autonomous robots offering here. So what is the situation today? So, I mean, today, if you see the market, so the QC and analytical labs are manual and with limited automation. And if you compare them with our supply and factories, so supplies and factories have been industrialized a lot, while the labs are still dominated by manual work with a lot of data fragmentations and non-scalability. So I believe the labs today are the bottleneck to get the business acceleration. And now how Accenture and Siemens unblock the bottleneck, that's where I'm coming to the benefits. So what we are doing for our clients, for example, here for BASF, we are bringing joint offerings together. So in this case, we are creating digital twin and AI training models for the QC or analytical labs. And with that, we are able to create trainings for robots so that they can move autonomously on the material workflow. And the second thing is we are training data models for the robots so they can work as a cobot with the lab engineers so they can improve their productivity and the accuracy in the system. So that's how we create the labs from bottleneck to business accelerators.
Mm-hmm. It sounds easy, but I'm pretty sure there is much more to this than just using a bit of data. Ryan, I'm going to ask you, you have a lot of experience in contact with customers. What would you like to add on what Vivek just stated?
Well, basically, I think this is what we also show here on the fair we come later on. We say there's automation, and we added already since years certain skills to automation and say, grasp it, do one thing, but it's only one skill. So now, but one skill is not good enough to fulfill applications now in a lab. So you need to go from skills even to tasks. So how we can automate entire tasks, and I think this is what we see here in a practical use case.
And which technologies stand behind all of this?
Well, it's very much the topic, as Vivek said. It's the simulation, it's digital twin. It is very much also photorealistic simulation because you need to create data to do it. And then it's really physical AI because these robots need to be controlled, and this we do together. So all the technologies we're talking about come to reality in that use case.
Okay, sounds promising, and we already have achieved a lot, I would say. Now, Vivek, 1 year ago, exactly, the Accenture Siemens Business Group was founded with the aim of helping clients reinvent their engineering and manufacturing. What's the concrete role of Accenture and Siemens in this example?
Yeah, so 1 year back, we launched the business group here on this platform. And a lot of clients ask us, exactly what is the role? Is it just technology and system integration coming together and doing something? And then I thought about that a lot, and I wanted to bring an analogy. And so I compared the partnership like a Formula One racing team.
Okay.
I mean, the purpose of the Formula One is to win the races. And then I say, okay, the clients are there to win their digital transformation race. So they need to get ahead of the competition. And if you think about that race setup, so you have a technology, you have a car, which is technology, which is Siemens in this game, but you can't win the race just with technology. You need a data and engineering team which basically picks up the software or the technology and the data and AI to execute and basically to make a strategy and execute this to get to the race. And that's where the Accenture comes into play. And we together, so we are creating joint offerings. And it's not just combining tech and SI, but really like in this case. So we are really creating AI models for specific industry templates. We are creating assets and accelerators with Siemens already so that we can get a head start to the clients when they run these kind of projects.
I wonder who is the driver then? You know, who is in charge of training the driver? Because that also is an essential part in a Formula One car and race team. But move on. Rainer, it's not just a vision anymore. It's definitely something. You mentioned the BASF topic. That's your joint pilot customer to bring this to life. Can you a bit deeper explain what was planned?
Yeah, first of all, I mean, Accenture, I think, did a great job because there's a customer need. And as Vivek said at the beginning, at BASF, the labs are bottleneck of the entire flow of the factory. And the labs, if you operate it only with human, they probably operate maybe from Monday to Friday to the working hours. But you know, if you want to run a continuous process, labs should work in the night and labs should work on the weekend. So how you really come from a bottleneck to a topic where you know it will run the operation, support the operation. And here, going to more autonomous operation is, I think, very, very, very important. And this basically, and also, but it needs to be a kind of a business consulting as well. You know, the customer figure out how to do that. In this case, now we really convinced the customer that you know this absolutely makes sense and it creates really big value. And therefore, now with the pilot customer in this BASF, we go now in a 9 months of proof of concept because. To really switch it over, I mean, they need to be convinced, but we are very much convinced. It not only runs here in theory, you have told me this morning it runs also on the Accenture office on the shop floor, yes. So on the Accenture office. So it's really running in live. That's very exciting. And we as Siemens basically working here together, but also providing a lot of technologies like standard PLC, digital twin, or robot task execution. The fleet manager, which is C-Move, which we are using here. Then we are using a safety in a shared environment. So we basically taking the technology stack and together with Accenture bring that really to that use case with BASF. And well, the 9 months, I'm very confident what I see so far, this is going to be a big impact for the customer.
Question to you, Vivek. Usually when Accenture comes in, you're speeding up processes, definitely. So how have you accelerated this project?
Yeah, so what we try to do is scalable and repeatable solutions. So what Rainer just mentioned. So what we did is we brought all the AMR with Siemens C-Move technology into our Accenture Munich lab. And we are recreating the whole lab scenario there as if it's a BASF lab. So what we are doing, we are creating the digital twin out of that using Siemens Technomatics platform. And we are creating the AI data models specific to chemical industry. And with that, we are going to create a head start for BASF that how do you scale it from 1 lab to the 100 labs. So we are basically creating the test scenarios already in Accenture labs using Siemens technology and coming with the pre-configured solutions to the clients.
It sounds definitely like you know what you have to do. Now, looking into the future, we had that quite a while on this sofa here in the discussions. With AI, the future is not just a thing of 1 year, 5 years. It's really fast. When you think of the future, like sitting us here next year again, how would you say this is no longer a promising concept, but a scalable model for the lab of the future? Of what would you say that?
So I'll be having 3 things here. So I mean, if I fast forward 12 months, so number 1 thing is what we talked about, bottleneck. So we need to unblock the bottleneck. So we need to turn the labs from a bottleneck into a business accelerator. That's number 1. Number 2, we talked about technology a lot in the last 10, 15 minutes, but we didn't talk about the people. So we believe at Accenture, people are in the center of the whole AI adoption and scaling. And with these projects, we give opportunities for the client workforce, like BASF in this case, to get trained on the latest skills and to be future ready for scalable projects. And number three is very important for the client. So I would like to see BASF is actually the leader in the chemical industry to show and demonstrate how you transform your labs into autonomous labs. For, as Rainer said, making it from one shift to 24/7 to bring the right productivity, accuracy, and deliver faster to the market.
Great. Great statement here, definitely as a closing. Rainer, from your side, in 12 months.
Now, first of all, I want in 12 months our client to be happy. And for that, as we said, it needs to be reliable. It needs to really run 24/7, which is a big task to do. And then at the end, that application, that's not specific to BASF. That application is typical for chemical industry, pharmaceutical industry, or all kind of lab automation. So if we make that successful, I expect BASF to scale it at BASF, and we together then scale it beyond our lead customer.
Mm-hmm. Sounds great. Time's up. There's just one more question to you, Vivek. Where can we find you and Accenture at the fairgrounds?
So we are in Hall 27, right here, everywhere in Siemens.
That's a good one.
We have a great demo at Manufacturing Orchestration and Innovation Hub, and Accenture booth, Hall 16.
Okay, wonderful. And there is also colleagues who will be presenting a deep dive into the lab of the future with our speakers. And both are from BASF and from Siemens is also experts joining, and also from Accenture tomorrow at 10:15, again on this main stage here. And as you mentioned, the showcase obviously is something. Yeah. I have a little something for you too, Vivek, as we always kind of bring a gift to our speakers here. And thank you, Sina. This is produced in Brazil from our customer Natura with Siemens Technology. So maybe we look into that process as well. Maybe we can do for the better and even getting more out of that. And this is a bar.
Again today.
So yeah, you definitely will need giveaways when you come home. I know that. There is a lot of people working in your team, and they will be happy if they get the flavor of the Amazonas. Thank you so much. Big round of applause to the two of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great partnership. Looking forward to having you on stage again, Rainer. Thanks. Yeah, you can stay here because we move on with great topics on this stage. When you think of Vorwerk, what do you think of? I have this tone in my ear, da 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 da, da 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 da. This is when my cooking machine tells me, dinner's ready. Well, Vorwerk definitely has changed our lives with vacuum cleaners, with the cooking machine, the Thermomix. A new world of cooking came into our kitchens with that help. But have you ever thought about how all of this technology is being produced and is being optimized? Data-driven shop floor optimization in Vorwerk is the focus of our next presentation. And I'm happy to announce the three speakers coming on stage now. It's Dr. Ralf Wagner, Dr. Björn Krückhans, and Tobias Lange. Welcome on stage, gents.
In the next 10 minutes, we will hear from Vorwerk how they were running their data-driven manufacturing journey and learn about the benefits they created. Now, Vorwerk, as Christina was sharing, is a very well-known, recognized brand. But Björn, can you share a little bit and give us an overview about Vorwerk's business and global operations to start with?
Yes, thank you, Ralf. Thank you, Tobias, for the invitation. I am from the company Vorwerk Engineering, Vorwerk Elektrowerke. We are developing and producing premium household appliances, like, as Christine and you said, the Thermomix, the vacuum cleaner. We also can see it here in the background. We have production factories in Germany, in France, and in China. And yes, that is what is mainly our daily business.
Wonderful.
So you operate with major complexity and have a lot of complexity in the manufacturing processes. Prior to our engagement and the journey that you've been on, what were the major challenges that you've seen and that you wanted to address with the digital transformation?
The key issues and also the topics we have, as I said, in our production factories, especially in Germany and in France, is that we operate highly complex production areas. First one is the injection molding. We have the motor production, the motor assembly, and C departments, but also the final assembly with a high complexity of final inspection. And that were our key issues, that these areas must really operate efficiently, productive, and with the highest quality we can achieve.
So that sounds like an impressive journey. But as we know, it's all about the outcomes, Björn.
Correct.
So can you share a little bit maybe about KPIs, business impact, what you actually achieved in this transformation you were going through as a company?
Yeah, we also brought some figures. As you can see it here on the slide, when we dealt with you as a strong partner in the last 5 years, we were able to establish this IT/OT digital backbone, how we call it. And currently we are operating with 150 users in 4 different factories, running 12 edge devices, also from the OT layer to the IT layer, to get there to gather all the data. We have around 7,500 data points, which are caught every 15 seconds to have everything in our system. Around 500 machines we are currently having connected in our factories, and that mainly leads us also to the improvement of especially OEE improvements, which could be around 3 to 5%, but also to share this information to our customers in the shop floor, in our digital shop floor, to really have the data visible to all of our customers in the shop floor is a very key fact in order to improve performance, output, and to get really the best quality.
Wonderful.
I love how you frame it around that digital backbone. I think that's a powerful story. And it's something that we've been promoting, obviously, with our portfolio. I love what you said also to me beforehand, where you talked about the flexibility that you gain from both deploying Mendix and Industrial Edge and see that together in a combination. So how does low code actually allow you to adapt faster and improve the user experience for the shop floor operators?
Yeah, in the background, you see our OT IT stack and Mendix. We decided to go with Mendix in the area of the edge layer to deploy apps there, but also in the cloud or in Insight Hub. When we are dealing with shop floor people, we need really easy to use and easy to understand visual experience, the user experience. And this is what we are dealing with to deploy these applications on Edge, mostly running on Insight Hub and in the Mendix cloud. This is our target. We have internal knowledge to build these applications, to get the user feedback, but also to get the requirements from the people, because mainly we are driving also with this topic process improvements to really understand in kind of process workshop or value stream workshop, what are your key pain points and how can we optimize with a small solution, which is also very, very highly interconnected with our backbone, with MQTT and with also the REST layer which we are using.
And now that it's integrated with Opcenter, it allows you to even grow further than that. Yeah.
Correct. So it's Edge, Opcenter, and Insight Hub. So also in the newest version, we have that also the UIs and the apps we deploy for the Opcenter operators are directly interacting and slightly have a different user experience in the Opcenter layer, correct? Yeah.
Wow, that's very impressive. You came a long way, Björn, in your digital transformation story. So looking at that, I'm very curious how you see that moving forward. So what are the next big opportunities you see where you can actually leverage the systems, Industrial Edge, Opcenter, Insight Hub, Mendix, to get to the next level? Is it co-pilots? Is it AI? Is it for sustainability, quality? What are you up to as next?
You're right. We see it here at the fair at a lot of booths. We also see it here in the slide where I added our ideas, but these are certainly not only our ideas, but that are also strongly aligned with your products and the ideas you already had. and now we can gain and use the benefits to apply this satellites to make proof of concepts to see, do we have a value when we apply now an anomaly detection? Do we have a value when we make a prediction in Insight Hub or a visual inspection with NVTech, for example? So these are all examples which we are currently piloting and also putting into industry. We currently have 3 of these cases also very, very close to production. And for the data evaluation we already have. So these are our main now next steps for, I would say, the next 6 months to really apply use cases you already thought of here at the fair and also in your products that will be an extension of our currently, we are already running digital backbone.
So with that, I know that you are already actually combining IoT and MES data, meaning you contextualize Opcenter and Insights Hub. And we talk about contextualization here at the fair quite a bit as well. What is the value? Why are you doing it? Why you don't keep the data in the silos? Why are you combining? Where's the context value for you there?
Yeah. So you mentioned the 2 worlds. We have on the one hand side, the execution side, the work order side, where we need to schedule, where we need to plan the quantities, where we need to deliver the products, where we also need to catch all the data regarding the serial number, regarding the traceability we need. But obviously also the IoT world, when we say, okay, we want to be more energy efficient, we also gain data when we are not running a work order. So we definitely need both worlds. So to have contextualized data regarding the operation, but also to have IoT data available for the anomaly detection or either data that are existing but not always in context of an order. So to have really several use cases covered with an operational context or with an IoT context, energy, resource efficiency, for example.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
That's amazing. And I think you touched a lot on the points we also want to address across the fair here. But you talked about data and AI and the backbone and especially what the journey for AI is. Maybe before we close, one question that I have is, and also to Ralph maybe as a starting point, is there a key lesson that you took away from what we just heard from that journey that you personally want to give? Because there's a lot of things happening in the next 3 to 5 years in the manufacturing space. What is becoming critical out of that journey?
I think Vorwerk and Björn, what you did is a kind of a poster child of a digital transformation journey, because you started to build the foundation first. Sometimes we hear very high expectation. We want to start with AI and Copilot and everything, but you need to build this. You start from connectivity with Industrial Edge. You have Insights Hub. You have Opcenter for the execution and data analytics. You went step by step and build up your expertise. You had the learning curves, and now you're in a position that you can actually apply AI on a broader scale.
Right, yeah.
And this is something where I want to share it with everybody. Companies who have a similar approach like you have a way higher success rate in their digital transformation and AI adoption than others who just rush into some specific use case and don't have a real strategy behind it, as you developed it with a more mid and long-term view as well.
And for you?
For me, it would be a quite short answer, I would say. My answer would be that it is a good option to search really strong partners on that way and to keep on continuous learning. Continuous learning, continuous adoption. I see here at the fair so many new things, but we need to recognize, to understand, and also to apply this, and therefore I see the key fact and the key success.
So to build on that, and if I may also answer that question from my perspective, is one key lesson that I always talk to customers about is think big, but start small and fast. And I think that's perfectly what you build out to say, we think about the big picture, but it's also important to take first steps and take it on. So before we close, one last thing. Maybe people aren't always as fast as you. Maybe they just start where you've been 3 to 5 years ago. What kind of advice would you give to them, Björn, What should they do as a beginning?
At the beginning, I just also see Olaf here. There was one European project. It was called Kickle for Edge, and that was really. I think it's still running or not. It's still running, so that would be a big advice, because then you really learn a lot, and you learn use cases that you can apply also in different universities and partners in the country, and that would be really a good advice to learn really quite quick, step by step, the way into this world.
Great shout out. And if you want to know more about what our portfolio can help with that, you can visit booth number 138 and 139. Thanks for the time. Thanks, Björn, for the amazing story and the amazing products that you're building with a little bit of our help. So
correct. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Björn. Thank you.
From Natura. Thank you very much. And Ralf, and for you as well. Also
Thank you.
from Natura, some soap for you to enjoy. Thanks again. Big round of applause for our guest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, up next, it's time to talk pharma. This is our big pharma section coming up now, starting at 4 o'clock. So if you've just joined us, welcome to the Siemens booth. Have a seat. There's still a few free. There's no need to stand if you can sit. Enjoy. Up next, we're going to be talking about next generation therapies. These therapies demand manufacturing that is digital, intelligent, and adaptive. And Siemens Technologies can accelerate what matters by bringing together AI-driven insights, digital twins, and advanced automation to streamline scale-up and to elevate production performance. All of these things are, of course, essential for the next generation of life sciences. And for this, please welcome our next speaker, Head of Life Sciences here at Siemens, Maria Gram.
So, I can hear you all. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I would like to start by telling you quite a remarkable story. It's about a little boy called Emil. Emil is Swedish, like I am. And he's like most little boys. He loves to play. He loves to ride his bike. He loves to play ice hockey. But 3 years ago, all of that changed. Emil was diagnosed with anaplastic large cell lymphoma. And that is a rare type of cancer. And of course, for Emil and his family, their lives turned upside down and everything became a race against time. Now, thanks to groundbreaking precision medicine and extraordinary caregivers in Sweden, Emil was able to recover. Now, and his mother, who is a friend and a colleague of mine, she later stated that precision medicine basically saved her son's life. And Emil is one of the first children in Sweden to have received this kind of special treatments. So why is this story remarkable? Well, it's remarkable because these kind of treatments, they are not yet fully available for everyone. And that is something that needs to change. Because this is something that we can all encounter. A normal health check can turn into something very urgent very quickly, where we need these advanced treatments. And these treatments, they are not theoretical, they exist. But today, they are still rather the exception than the norm. So innovation needs to move from impressive to impactful at scale. And the challenge is no longer in discovery, because here we're having an experience and a development of a velocity we have never seen before. We can design molecules in silico. We can simulate those molecules in the body, and we can perform thousands of experiments virtually before we do a single one in real life. But this is actually where the system struggles. These breakthroughs needs to be transferred from the lab to the patient, and it needs to be done affordably and reliably. And this is why we're here today, because next generation therapeutics require next generation manufacturing. So this is where the tension is in our industry today. AI native therapeutics cannot be scaled by using pre-AI manufacturing techniques. So in other words, the traditional way of manufacturing pharma just don't fit with AI native therapies. So AI, AI in the R&D space, we see an exponential development, while manufacturing still stays very linear, rigid, and very, very slow. So in R&D, we can cut timelines 30 to 50%. But in manufacturing, tech transfer still takes years. We're still relying so much on manual documentation, and scale up is still very much trial and error. So we have arrived now at an inflection point where exponential technologies like AI is colliding with linear systems. And when exponential meets linear, eventually linear needs to break. And incremental improvements, that won't fix this, because this is a structural gap. So we really need to reimagine how therapies are made. And personalized medicine will otherwise remain something that is remarkable and not accessible. So why do we need to reimagine how we do manufacturing? Well, it's because these new types of therapies, precision medicine, they don't fit into the assumptions we have about how we do pharma manufacturing. And I'll give you some examples. First of all, the batch sizes are really small. Sometimes one batch is for just one patient. Then also the processes, they need to develop continuously, and we need to learn from every run. Thirdly, variability, that is not an error. That is a defining feature of biology. And then finally, manufacturers, they need to learn continuously and not in annual cycles. And automation alone cannot solve this complexity. We need manufacturing that is digital first. We design in the virtual world before we do anything in the real world. Also, we need a simulation from end to end, from molecule to process to equipment to facility. And then also, we need to continuously optimize what we have and take that real-time data and loop it back and learn from that and make more informed decisions. And this isn't theory. This is actually required reality. And I think we all here agree, at least, that it would be madness to build a new factory without a digital twin. Because digital twins, they have become so much more powerful than just visualization. They are real decision engines. And let me prove that to you with an example from home. Would you build a kitchen without a digital twin? I present to you IKEA's kitchen planner. If you would build a new kitchen, of course you would do this in the digital first world. You will design a kitchen from your family's needs. You would optimize your layout. You will try it, of course, before you press that order button and have your kitchen built. And this is the same kind of thing that the industry is embracing right now. But if you imagine then this kitchen, if it was able to really validate itself, validate safety, maybe retrain itself, maybe see future needs. And one day, if you want to install a robotic humanoid chef, it could also change itself to fit into that new way of working. So this is what we're seeing now, a leap from static planning into dynamic and adaptive simulation. And that is exactly what the next generation manufacturing needs. So we're now entering a phase where technology fundamentally changes the nature of manufacturing. We're transitioning from fixed system into flexible and AI-driven ones. So with high-fidelity digital twins, the entire factories can be designed, tested, and validated before any construction begins. And we can accelerate scale-up because R&D data flows seamlessly downstream, and quality becomes predictive rather than reactive. And also, every scientist, operator, and engineer can make confident and data-driven decisions. Another catalyst that we see right now is the change from CPUs to GPUs, which allows us to simulate at speeds that we can only dream about a few years ago. So AI reduces the number of required experiments, guides us with the optimization, and also deliver first-time right outcome, both in development and in production. And together, AI and digital twins, they form a new operating model. So it's not a new tool. And this is where the Industrial Metaverse enter the picture. So this is not about gaming or buzzwords. This is a detailed virtual representation of your factory, of your process, or your entire supply chain. And it's so realistic that software can't really distinguish between the virtual and the physical environment. And here you can test and validate and optimize long before you have to make any decisions. And then, of course, that brings clarity and confidence to any complex decision you need to make further down the road. So whether it's a kitchen or a bioreactor, you can have a better understanding of your needs, you can plan better, and you can act faster. So when will all this happen? Well, good news. Industry leaders in the pharma industry is already doing it. So take Merck, for instance. They are really pioneering with reconfigurable and modular production environments and their digital background that allows them to quickly adapt and reduce commissioning time and also operate with a level of resilience that generations before could only dream of. Johnson & Johnson, they are using detailed process twins to validate parameters virtually long before they run them in the physical environment. And this is already reducing costs and shortening timelines and also accelerating the tech transfer. At GSK, we simulated microfluidics process in their vaccine production, and using digital twins and AI have helped us learn from real data so we can make more safe and consistent outcomes. So Siemens' role in this. Of course, we play an important role in the future of life sciences and new therapeutics. And it's not because of single technologies, it's because our ability to join and to connect what has so long been fragmented. So our work spans all the way from research to development to manufacturing and all the systems that support that. And we do that with continuous digital threads. So organization can move information across the entire value chain without losing any time or any insights. To do this, of course, you need data. And that data needs to be captured with context. It needs to be kept consistent and also made useful all the way from discovery throughout full-scale production. And this foundation allows digital twin, automation, and facility systems to work together. And it helps teams to learn faster, to predict outcomes, and make informed decisions. But as we all know, without a good data and data foundation, AI is more or less useless. So at Siemens, we don't see the future as a collection of tools. We see it as an integrated ecosystem that delivers faster scale-up, higher quality, and greater resilience across the entire therapeutic life cycle. No one can do this alone, of course. The next generation therapeutics is not solved just by pharma companies or tech companies like Siemens. We need academia, we need startups, we need healthcare system, all work collaboratively together on this challenge. And of course, we also need digital platforms that connect discovery with development and manufacturing into this continuous ecosystem. And together, I'm sure we can solve this future for personalized medicine. We can ensure that personalized medicine is not the exception, but rather the standard of care. And we do that for Emil and for all the million people whose lives depends on what we build next. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. I'll take that off you.
Thank
you. And for the next session, well, I'm going to hand it over to John before Maria runs away.
Stay here. You're going to stay with us.
Okay,
all right?
okay.
So
Stay where you are. Round of applause for John. He's going to take care of the next session.
Hello, Hanover. It
you
is
wanna-
so good to see you. All of you here, join us right now. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
We're going to get started here, and I think we're going to have Niels join us online. So for all of you there with us that are streaming as well, we welcome you as well. Now, Jerry, Maria, Niels is joining us online. He's here with us. Niels, hello. All right, let's get this started. Let's get the introductions going. One of the challenges we hear consistently across life sciences, and really quite honestly, across process industries, is the challenge that we consistently generate high volumes of data across R&D, but then we have to bring that into development. We got to bring it into tech transfer. We've got to get to commercial production. But I'm here to tell you we're at an inflection point for our species. We are here. We finally have the platforms, the models, the raw computational power that we have needed as a species to make that life cycle, that digital thread, that molecule to market a reality. That's why we're here today. So, joining me on stage, you just heard from her, Maria Graham, very quickly, head of life sciences. She leads global strategy and industry engagement across the life sciences portfolio, working closely with customers and partners in R&D, manufacturing, and quality. Next to her is Jerry Keene, yes, the Jerry Keene, Group Vice President at Siemens Digital Industries Software and the global integration leader, helping bring together scientific intelligence, simulation, and lifecycle management. And joining us online, last but not least, Niels van der Voort, Director of Digital Transformation for Synthetics at Johnson & Johnson, where he works hands-on with scientists and teams modernizing drug discovery and development workflows every day. Niels, we're going to get started with you if that's all right. So here's my question. From where you sit inside Johnson & Johnson, particularly in synthetics, share with us the trends and challenges you've seen that create those pressure points of change that are forcing organizations to rethink this entire digital thread. Niels, over to you.
All right, thanks for the introduction, John. And I will make sure to be live there in Hannover next year. But for now, we will do it like this. So I think, also great introduction by Maria in the previous session. And I think the struggle for us in pharmaceutical companies is real in that sense that if you look at some of the trends that I will deep dive in the next couple of minutes, I think that emphasizes that need for that not only data collection, but that integrated data collection and the context that we need in order to make sure that we can thrive through AI. And the trends that I will describe, I will typically refer to the past. Well, this is a very recent past. So if we look at how, at least from a synthetics perspective, pharmaceutical industry and pharmaceutical R&D changed the last 3, 4, 5 years, that's a fundamental different way of working. So I think there are 3 very important aspects to deep dive on. And the first element is what we need to do. So if you look at the molecules that we develop, the complexity grew enormously over those last 3 to 4 years. And when I say grew enormously, if you look at molecules that we brought to the market around 2020 versus the molecules that we are bringing to the market now, you can look at a molecular complexity times 10 times 20. So these molecules are much bigger, much more complex, and that also means that the processes that we need to develop these molecules are much more elaborate, much more complex, much more entangled, and the products that we make also are more complex. It's not only about doing more complex things, it's also about doing more things. In the past, again, 5 years ago, when we talked about synthetics, small molecules, we talked about small molecules. Now, when we talk about synthetics, we talk about ADCs, radiotherapies, peptides, oligonucleotides, so very broad portfolio within synthetics. We don't only have to do more and more complex things, we also have to do them faster. So R&D timelines drastically reduced. I can give 2 reasons. If I look at typically the focus areas, if you, for example, look at an oncology program, where you typically go through a phase 1, a phase 2, a phase 3, these oncology programs, obviously, you don't test them on healthy people. So those phase 3 trials, they shift back or pulled to the front, let's say. Also, typically, if you talk about clinical trials, finding patients or finding people to jump into these trials is typically a rate-limiting factor. But now, giving AI advancements, we find these people much easier and much faster. So the time that we have to develop new compounds in order to bring them to the market drastically shortened. Again, a factor 2, a factor 3. And then a third important element, and that might sound a bit strange, is competitiveness. So when we had a molecule a couple of years ago, that was quote unquote enough, when that molecule was safe and effective. But now competition becomes real, meaning we compete on cost, we compete on sustainability, we compete on patient-centric designs. If you can help a patient through a pill versus an injection, that's a very important element to take into account. And again, it adds complexity. So we need to do much more complex things, a much broader array of things in a much shorter time frame. And we can't do that by just doing what we did a bit more efficiently. We have to completely rethink how we do R&D in pharma.
So Niels, thank you for that. So my takeaway here, some of the points that you're bringing up, the complexity of the molecules, the complexity of the processes, the fact that we have a time frame that's really being condensed at the same time. So we have these dual pressure points. With that, Jerry, let's talk about Siemens investments to address a lot of the pressure points that we just heard from Niels.
Well, well said, Niels. And John, I'm not going to match your energy, but I'll try. So actually, I am excited about this. For the past 15 plus years of my career, it's been about the process industry. So chemistry and biology, large and small molecule. You've seen a lot of really exciting things this week around how we've provided digital twins of manufacturing, bringing the real and digital worlds together through what PepsiCo's doing. Oh, by the way, they do chemistry, right? But we're talking about life sciences. So now, as you think about the industry and where we've continued to invest, shift left from that manufacturing and the throughput and how we're actually producing those vaccinations. One of the big challenges we see next is around what's called technical transfer. How do we actually bring R&D and manufacturing together around the bill of material, the bill of process, the bill of equipment? That costs tens of millions of dollars in this industry. When you fail, it becomes a force multiplier. Now, molecule to market, we continue to shift left. What was Siemens missing? We were actually missing the brilliance of the science, meaning the chemists and the biologists. So most of you may be aware we bought a company who was #1 in the space called Dotmatics. What did they do? They have high definition, unbelievable tools for the scientists to work with large and small molecule. They have a command center called Luma that actually does the contextualization and structure, and it already has AI kind of running on top of it. Why is that important? Because now we actually can give scientists tools to accelerate what they're doing in molecule to market and short the cycle of a drug coming to market. Think about this. A scientist does what? 100 experiments. May fail. What if we can do in silico? What if we can actually do multimodality, which we're doing with partnerships, for example, with Johnson & Johnson. Now that scientist actually gets to start with one because they know that the efficacy, the degree, the quality of what they're doing in that experiment is going to be successful and now can actually move forward in the life cycle. So exciting times to be with Siemens. Exciting times, obviously, to be working within the pharmaceutical space and working with folks like J&J and a great collaborative partnership.
So even with the complexity that we're hearing, Niels talk about, we look at the investments that we're making in digitalization all the way as early as the laboratory. Gets you really excited. So Maria, we grabbed you. We didn't let you leave the stage. So here's your question. Given what Niels has talked about as challenges, what we've heard from Jerry today on our investments, What is your vision? You're the head of life sciences here. Your vision about our commitment and the journey that Siemens has in front of it in life sciences.
Yeah. Now I'm, of course, super excited about this, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. So like Jerry said, by this acquisition that we made, we now have a end-to-end portfolio and offering to this industry, which we did not have before. So that is quite something unique that Siemens is bringing to our customers. But more importantly, what Niels is saying, these challenges, we know them. The way we have now set up the team for Siemens, we have a great team at Siemens that is focusing on life sciences and all the customer challenges that we see. So the time is now, and I can also see that the life sciences and pharma industry have had this reputation of being slow and being conservative. So that is really changing now. I can really feel the momentum, how it's moving. So the time is right now, and Siemens is ready to partner up on these challenges.
I couldn't agree with you more. And maybe the show at Hannover makes you more biased, but when you see the rate of change, not just the significance of change that we're now seeing year by year, almost month by month, it's truly tremendous. So I want to build off that perspective, Jerry, for just a moment. What are you hearing consistently, though, from the pharma customers, maybe at the show or prior to the show, that resonates with our commitment, but also kind of speaks to what Niels was talking about earlier?
Yeah, I'll probably spin off a little bit in the context of AI, right? So what everyone thinks right now that AI is going to solve every problem for everybody. The thing I think you've seen or heard over the last couple of days is the fact that data matters, contextualization and structure matters, right? So from our perspective, we've been very deliberate in our investments and working with how are we assuring that the scientist is actually getting data that's effective so that it can be validated. It has a high degree of efficacy based on what they're doing because the data is contextualized and structured. You and I have all probably done AI. There's not a lot of data. It's not contextualized. You get a result back and you're like, that probably wasn't what I was thinking I was going to get back. Well, that clearly can't happen, obviously, in this industry because it has an adverse effect on us. So I'll end on the following. I think at the end of the day, this is about having better patient outcomes, right? It's about accelerating the science so that we actually have cures for friends and family. It's typically a 10-year cycle. The combination of what we're doing with our digital threads and our digital transformation with AI accelerating for the scientist and working in collaboration with J&J, I'm fairly confident we're going to go from a 10-year down to like 3/4, 2 to 3 years for next generation cures, which is actually really most exciting from my perspective.
So Jerry, you're talking about contextualization. You're really talking about digitalizing and transforming that entire journey. So Niels, I want to come back to you before we're finished here. As he's talking about contextualization, as we're talking about what we're hearing from the market and where our investments are responding, does that resonate with you at Johnson & Johnson?
Yeah, I think it's a very important element. So capturing data is one thing. So we have had data lakes for a long time within J&J. So capturing data as such, that's not necessarily the challenge. I think the capturing what and why, I think that's the challenging part. So why are we doing an experiment? What did we conclude from that experiment? And what is the development narrative? What is the storyline? And that is typically not something that you capture in an ELN or in an MES or in a control system. That needs something else. And I think if we can do that, then it will not only open up, let's say, I think the world to AI, but I think more importantly, it will enable us to learn. Today, the way that we manage knowledge is very tribal. People know things and they pass on things. If we can capture that development narrative, then we can institutionalize learning and knowledge. And I think that will be a key differentiator for the future.
Niels, thank you for that. We're almost out of time. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you each 30 seconds. All right, I'm going to ask one final question, and then I want you to give me as short an answer as you can, Jerry. All right, so that question is, what's the key to making digital transformation genuinely easy for scientists so it accelerates innovation rather than getting in the way? We'll start with Niels. Go, Niels.
It should be integrated in their workflow. It cannot be additional work.
Fantastic. Jerry.
People, process, and technology.
Oh, people, process, and technology. That's it? That's your answer?
No, I could keep going, but you said I had 30 seconds.
30 seconds. All right. And Maria, finally.
And get the data in order. That will solve your problems for sure.
So getting the data in order, people, process, and
technology.
There we go. And Niels, we want to thank you for being here and joining us online. So let's wrap it up. All right. So the one thing you should take away from this session, say it with me, molecule to market, right? I want you to remember that when you leave this session. Siemens is now answering the clarion call that we have in life sciences to improve patient results. That's the key here, helping the very people that need these therapies. So I am so very excited. So I want to thank Jerry Keene, the Jerry Keene, Maria Graham, Niels van der Voet, who joined us online. Thank you for doing that, Niels. And with that, have a wonderful rest of the Hanover, and I hope you gained something from this today. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. And we have a small something here for you from Natura. Some soap.
So this is soap. Is this telling me something?
I'm not saying anything.
There we go. All right.
Thank you so much.
all.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the fair. Thank you. Wow. John, he's like Christine, a bundle of energy. Wow.
Right.
That's,
You gotta bring it.
that's
Hanover.
No one's going to match that. Wow. Up next, we are going to hear about a project that was an initial pilot to evaluate and validate the benefits of using digital twin technology in greenfield planning. And it enabled the identification of key aspects such as production flow and cycle time optimization, improvements in process and operational procedures, and mitigation of ergonomic issues. And this ultimately helped to deliver impactful value and demonstrated the potential to accelerate commissioning, qualification, and validation of new facilities by up to 30%. Here to tell us more, please welcome from Siemens, Rodrigo Alvarez, Head of Vertical Life Sciences Brazil, and Felipe Rodriguez, Project Manager at Biomanguinhos. Welcome.
Thank you. So we are very glad to be here to share an important project, the Biomanguinhos use case, together with my colleague Felipe. So first to introduce the Biomanguinhos, Rio de Janeiro is not only a city for tourism neither business, but also is an important pharmaceutical hub in Brazil. No? And Biomanguinhos is part of Fiocruz entity. Fiocruz is a big institute for research biomedical institute, no? So under the umbrella of Fiocruz, there is a unity, Pharmanguinhos, that is manufacturing drugs for synthetic drugs, and Biomanguinhos is the unity, pharmaceutical unity for biopharmaceuticals. So Fiocruz is linked directly with the Ministry of Health, more than 100 years, and play an important role to supply the public system, the public health system with vaccines and medicines. Biomanguinhos was founded in 1976 and have biopharmaceuticals, diagnostic kits, and also vaccines. No, there is more or less 2,000 employees at the current site. Some key facts, no? During the pandemic phase, Biomanguinhos has delivered around 3 million doses of vaccine COVID-19, jointly with a partnership with AstraZeneca. So since 2017, has delivered more than 1 billion doses of vaccines, including the yellow fever, that important role to eradicate this kind of disease in Brazil. Biomanguinhos also exports the vaccines to Latin America and also some countries in Africa region, okay? And now, there is a greenfield that Biomanguinhos decided to build to escalate the production, no? To have a more area to produce more vaccines. The name of this project is CIBIS, no? That will be the most important complex biopharmaceutical in Latin America. This is in design phase, you know? And after that, in some years, they started the building of this big site, okay? So now I hand it over to my colleague, Philippe, to introduce the digital twin project and journey inside the Biomanguinhos.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Felipe from Brazil, and I work with vaccines productions. And I will talk a little bit more about our digitalization master plan that we made for CIBS, for SIBS. And then we are talking about the virtual simulations that we made with the Siemens tools. And finally, our Biomanguinhos digital twin journey. Okay? So first of all, we built a digitalization master plan with Deloitte. And the first program that was identified was the use of virtual simulations for evaluation of our process, our manufacturing process, as a starting point for the digital twin track, the digital twin journey. So we did the construction of the virtual models of the two production lines, filling line Leve 1, and the other one was the packaging line number 4, called Dividela. So we made the construction of these virtual models, and then we did this based on the models and the dates collected by project, because it is a project yet. So we run some rounds of simulations according to the information of the project team and Biomanguinhos specialists. And then we made the construction of a digital twin roadmap that brings some benefits to the CIBS project, to the CIBS, some recommendations, some lessons learned, and the points for expansion of the digital twin for the other lines of Biomanguinhos of the CIBS. And then we did the evaluation of the use of these technologies with Anvisa, that is our Brazilian regulatory agency. Okay? So the first step, as I said, is Biomanguinhos and Deloitte develop a digitalization master plan. Then, on the second step, we built the models, the model virtuals with Siemens, with Deloitte, with AWS, and the NVIDIA. We built high fidelity models about our process, and then we are planning to connect our virtual models with the shop floor, with our factory. Okay. So about the manufacturing simulations, we did this using Siemens Technology plant simulation, and our challenges were study scenarios to improve our processes in the CIBS, to improve our productivity. We built model CIBS lines to better understand our process. It was very important for us. We made the experiment CBS production. We experimented the CIBS production scenarios to best meter our customer demands. And we anticipated pre-operation period and validation of the CIBS of the new plant. We are here, our results. We had up to 50% reduction in operator travel through the material repositioning. We had 70% potential increase in daily production. When the operation, we can calculate it we carried in 2 shifts, we done in 2 shifts. We made the optimization of the number of our operators. It was possible to make the validation of buffer and magazine capacity, and we can identify some bottlenecks for our productions. About the human simulations, we made this using Technomate Process Simulate Human by Siemens too. In our challenge, we avoid the damage to ergonomics and consequently to the health of our operators. We evaluate the best fit between operators and the operationing position.
Yeah.
We train our staff that will be hired to operate the new facility without to assess the physical plant in the time for the start of operators in the CIBS, in the new plant. And we develop accurate operating procedures efficiently. So these are the results. The human simulations were used to create scenarios that represent manual activities to be performed by the operation team with a high level of details. It was so important for us. We generated ergonomic reports that pointed out risks to the health, to physical integrity, or postural problems for our employees, our operators. And in addition, the models built have been used to create a immersive training experience for our operators, for our employees. So finally, we made some CFD simulations, and we used the Syncenter CCM by Siemens too. And our challenge was validate the behavior of critical systems involving heat, freeze-drying process, and mass transference phenomenon. We wanted to understand the operation of the equipment in new plant, which is more modern and larger than we have actually. We evaluated the behavior of system in undesirable scenarios such as leaks and contamination in the process. And we made the evaluate the optimal process parameters under normal operation conditions. So the virtual simulations helped Biomanguinho's team answer a lot of questions, and it was it was so important for us. Okay. And finally, in conclusion, about the Biomanguinho's digital twin journey, we are in the short term. We made the proof of concept about the application of these Siemens tools in our processes, and we are going to implement. We are going to make the implementation of these tools, and then on the future we are going to use these virtual models that we built to make the operation of the new plant, the CIBS. Okay, so we are here in the about the digital twin journey. We are in the level 2, and on the future, the next step is to go to the tree level. That is to make the connection, the data that we can extract of our machines with our virtual models that we built. So that's it.
And
thank you so much.
Just to add something, we are very proud, as Siemens, to be to be chosen the technological partner for the digital twin journey of Biomanguinhos. Thank you, Felipe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you also get something from your Brazilian colleagues at Natura. Thank you very much. And so do you. A bar of soap from Natura.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming to Hanover. Enjoy the rest of the fair. Thank you so much. Round of applause for our two guests. Thank you. And I just have to grab my notes. Otherwise, it's not going to work, is it? So we're continuing in our afternoon session. And up next is another one of our partner sessions. And we're going to be talking about Zeta. Now, we're going to find out how COMOS Plant Engineering accelerates data exchange using the Asset Administration Shell industry standard. One of our leading COMOS customers, Zeta, they are here to demonstrate real-world implementations and share measurable business benefits that drive digital transformation and digital twin adoption. So please give a warm round of applause to Director of Business Line Digital Solutions at Zeta, Martin Meyer, and Head of Competence Center Integrated Engineering at Siemens, Sigmund Breuer. Martin, hi. Take a seat. Sigmund, hi. Hi. Take a seat. Oh yeah, you noticed it.
Yes.
You did.
Okay.
Well done.
I got a training,
You got a training. Martin's come all the way from Austria. It's how long was the journey?
Yeah, I flew in from Copenhagen because I was there, so I was fine.
Cheating.
I was fine. Yeah, I was.
Right. Well, not as far as the Brazilians.
No, that was a quick one from my side.
Well, it's great to have you here. And before we dive in, there's just a few key terms that I want to explain so that the audience know what's going on. And the first key term is actually Zeta Group, what you actually do. So Zeta is one of our global partners for biotech and pharma companies. And you design and deliver biopharmaceutical facilities from engineering and construction to automation, digital tools and qualification. And you're an engineering, procurement, construction, management, and validation general planner. That's a mouthful.
Yeah.
And you help reduce complexity, shorten project timelines significantly, in some cases up to 50%, I've noted down. And you're also looking at things such as sustainability, also decarbonization strategies. I hope I didn't miss anything. What is COMOS? COMOS is so Siemens' plant engineering platform for designing and managing process plants and industrial facilities across the entire life cycle. So basically, it's a single source of truth for plant data. So a centralized object-based database that different engineering disciplines can work from throughout the project and operations. I didn't come up with that description, but again, I think it's pretty right. And Asset Administration Shell, the last one. It's an industry standard, and in plant engineering, it's possible to accelerate data exchange using COMOS Asset Administration Shell. Is that all correct?
Perfect, Max.
Right. But you're going to tell us a lot more, and with that, Sigmund, over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and also thank you, Martin, to be here with you on stage. And yeah, we are talking about how we can enhance efficiency in plant engineering with COMOS and Administration Shell. Then let's have a look maybe on the current challenges. And there is always a moment in projects where an engineer has to decide, I have a functional requirement, and what kind of equipment, what kind of device from the market will fulfill my requirements that I want to buy. And what is very special in our business, we have customers with very large projects with more than 100,000 tagged items. And behind the tagged item, sometimes also a functional location. There is not only one device, there are several devices that needs to be transferred, selected, and purchased. And today, really, the big challenge is to get all this information. You are getting today PDF documents to make them available in the engineering systems. Then you are using usually not only one engineering system, several of them. You have to translate this information for each of this tool. And this costs really high efforts and very poor efficiency in engineering.
So you've explained the problem and the challenges pretty well. Martin, then how are you actually getting to grips with the challenges, or what's your experience with these challenges?
Yeah, when we digged into our digital journey of engineering, we started to collaborate in one instance, which is the COMOS product. And then we realized that collaborating isn't enough. You have to introduce also the workflows. What is the job of an electrical engineer in a basic design? What is the job of a 3D engineer in a detailed design? But still, we realized that for really working efficiently, you have to include libraries. You have to make available that your colleagues can pick and drag the valves in that detail of digital that they need. So we have to describe these pumps and valves in maybe 50 to 100 properties. And this ends up in that picture. So I did a quick evaluation at home. We have more than 50,000 different types of components in our database, from 100 and plus component suppliers. And if you now multiply that by like 50 to 100 properties per type, you end up with a huge number, which is still administrated based on Excel sheets, PDFs. And this is not the future. And this is simply why we said we have to contribute to the common effort to bring more standard into that. And yeah, Sigi, that's how we see it in our daily life, Max.
And so that's where we come in then, Sigi. So we're here to solve problems like this. So which solutions do we have?
Okay, then I will introduce you how we want to solve this problem. And yeah, the basis is the asset administration shell. And like you mentioned, if we are talking about asset administration shell, we are talking about the digital twin. And there are, let's say, some quite necessary and good submodels inside the asset administration shell, how we can describe products in a digital format. Here we are talking, for example, about the digital nameplate. Behind the digital nameplate, there is a standard, a European standard. We are talking about technical data, where E-class is behind. We are talking about carbon footprint, and of course, about document handover. And also behind document handover, there is a standard that is used and measured in the industry. And that is the basis. And we developed an ecosystem that can be connected to AAS servers of manufacturers. And this service is crawling this data, indexing this data, and then we can make this data available to our engineering systems. On one side, for example, we have also Teamcenter. With Teamcenter, we are able to provide product design into the AAS repositories. And we have COMOS for plant engineering. We are the data consumers. That means we can directly search for specific functional requirements or for specific manufacturers with this service, and we will get the result. But the magic would be really, Martin, if we can convince also your suppliers, maybe some of them are already prepared for asset administration shell, but not all of them, and that is a journey that we have to go.
Yes. I mean, so it looks nice on the slide, in theory, but how far are we with this in reality then?
Of course, yeah. We are quite far. We will release our first version for COMOS this summer in June, July. And let's have a look on the end-to-end use case, how it looks in reality.
We might need to click again.
Okay,
Yeah.
then really it's an end-to-end use case. COMOS is a fully integrated engineering system. We are starting directly on a PNID, and there we have a request for a level transmitter. That is the functional requirement. And we can navigate, for example, to the loop diagram, where we'll find the signal wiring and also the transmitter request itself. And here we can call directly this search service that I talked about. And here we can type in keywords. Here in this use case, we are searching directly for a supplier. We get a feedback, we get an asset list, and now you can investigate each of these devices, which one fulfills really my functional requirement in the best way. And that means we talked about the submodels. We have here, for example, the digital nameplate or technical data, where all information should be inside to make a selection. And yeah, if you identified the right device, you can download this data into your environment. And we will synchronize this data into our instance library. And now we are going back to the requirement. And you will find all manufacturer data directly here in the system. And you can go on for the purchasing phase. And yeah, it's really efficient and really fast.
I see Martin's nodding. So you've tested this, right? You can confirm that this actually works.
Definitely. This is exactly the steps that we have to do. We just have this catalog where you first load everything in, so not to click device by device, but this is exactly where the effort is in. And I think there is pretty much to improve by the technology.
Okay. And Ziggy, has this already then been proven, like proper real results? How are people benefiting from this?
Yeah, that's also a very good question, Max. Let's have a look on the process, how it was and how it is today. I mentioned already, we are coming from a functional requirement on the left side. And first step is always to identify, is there any supplier who can offer this kind of device? And if this is identified, next step, very often you will find several types of devices. Really also this needs time to identify which offering is the right one, which is fulfilling my requirements. And then today, you have to care about the data. You need it also for your handover documentation. You need it for your detail engineering. Today, it's maybe Googling, calling, or typing in PDF data into the system. Now, with our new technology, you can download directly this information into our system. And the last step is really to make it more or less manual to create also the type data into COMOS. And here it's also completely automated. You can directly use this AS data and create and type instance in COMOS, and then you are finished. All in all, we investigated together with Zeta, with Wacker, and Siemens Energy, our co-partners in this development, that really time saving, approx about 60% are possible and more. And of course, we are talking also about a very, very good and enhanced data quality.
Again, Martin, you've tested this. What was the time saving for you?
Yeah, it was a little bit different because we did it in a catalog, but we can confirm that it's beyond 50% of this administrative. So currently, to give you a picture, we have 5 full-time equivalents just working on this topic to keep it up to date. And this effort is not the right effort we should put to our experts in Europe.
Okay. And Ziggy, I think we have one more slide.
Yes, this is my news that I can bring today. So recently we had been discussing that from an engineering standpoint and saying, what is the data that we definitely need for our components? And to bring more sustainability to our industry, we said, guys, we have to link up as engineering partners that the component suppliers can be secure when they invest in that technology, that all of the users will have the same pattern. So we aligned with other engineering and facility fabrication companies in Europe. And it's from the north, from the Novo Nordisk Engineering, to the south with Brinox, which is from Slovenia. And we're currently working on defining these submodels. So this subset of maybe 50 to 60 parameters that then will depict the standard that all of our partners from component supply know what data we need, because the way we would access it is using the asset administration shell. So this is brand new. We started this initiative in January, and I was really surprised by how open our colleagues and competitors were to contribute to this new digital initiative here in Europe.
That's great to hear. Now we're just about out of time, but Sigi, can you just briefly explain where can our audience go to find the two of you and to find out more about the collaboration?
Absolutely. You can find us on two places. One is our COMOS booth, 148, and of course with our Team Center colleagues on this stage, or station 163. It's also here directly in front of the stage.
Okay. Well, make the most of that opportunity. Grab hold of these two while you can. And for those of you joining online, there are still 2 days to go here in Hanover. So get hold of your free ticket, come round and speak with Martin and Sigi. And with that, we have to wrap it up. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Thanks for making the trip from Austria. Can we have a big round of applause for my two guests, please? Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe, Martin, you can pick up a goodie bag.
Oh, thank you.
On your, or it's coming to us.
Oh, it's coming to us.
Of course,
even
you get
better.
one as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
you
Max.
also get something from Sina as well on your way out. Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks very much. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
And with that, we're moving directly to our next talk. And this time, it's all about OT cybersecurity in pharma. Now, OT environments, they require a different kind of cybersecurity mindset. And in this next talk, we're going to be looking at a current example of an OT security challenge that Siemens is helping to tackle, from transparency and vulnerabilities to threat detection. So please welcome our guests from Merck Group, Volker Buß, Chief Security Officer, and from Siemens, we have Sander Rottmensen, Head of the Business Line Cybersecurity Software for OT. Welcome, gentlemen. Volker, hi. Take a seat. Sander, hi. Great to see you again.
Yeah.
So, day 3 in Hanover is slowly but surely coming to an end. You exhausted already, Sander?
Oh, I'm still fine, actually. I thought my feet will hurt a little bit more. It's up to the knees now.
Okay, up to the knees.
Yeah.
Volker, how about you? Have you been here since Monday?
No, it's my first time. So,
you're still relaxed. Everything's
I'm
fine.
relaxed. I only
Okay.
arrived for the talk today.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for making the effort. Volker, maybe we can start with you. Now, many of us might have already used a product from Merck Group without actually even knowing. So can you explain to us what you guys actually do?
Yeah, for sure. So I think 90% of the people here at the fairground using some Merck products, because in every display of your smartphone are our liquid crystals. So that's one of our portfolio. Merck is a leading science and technology company with 3 business sectors. So it's healthcare, life science, and electronics.
Did you know that?
No, I did not know it was part of my smartphone. That was like a aha moment.
I think everyone was like, oh.
Yeah.
Never too old to learn something new.
Exactly. Now, Volker, in your role, you cover security and information security for the entire group, right? Worldwide. And for IT and for OT. So can you tell us how different IT and OT actually are in reality?
Yeah, it's totally different. So in IT, we are always talking about integrity, availability confidentially. And in the OT space, you can skip it away, because on the shop floor, it's only the interest of availability. So when the floor stands still, then it will be really painful for the company. And so the expectation of our colleagues are totally different to the IT topic. And it's much more for us as a cybersecurity unit, it's much more harder to become a complete overview over the whole environment. So that's really different. Yeah.
Okay. And Sander, from your perspective, IT versus OT, where's the difference?
I think you catched up already on a lot of topic. I think what you said at the end, it's very difficult to get a real good view, transparency on your shop floor. Because you probably use a lot of Siemens products, but maybe there's some other vendors in there as well. So you use different technologies to get that in place. Updating might be a little bit more difficult. I mean, if we log in every day at Siemens, we get a pop-up, your browser needs to be reopened and updated. You cannot do this with your SCADA system while you're producing some very expensive material, right? So that's definitely something you need to do differently.
Yeah. Building on that then, if we look at cybersecurity, which areas of cybersecurity actually require truly and completely different solutions when it comes to OT?
I think that is the topic we talked about. This is really getting that transparency in place, because to get transparency on a PC, you install an agent and you pull off what is happening on the PC. Yeah. On a PLC, you might not be able to do this. In OT, we also speak about long-lasting, long-life products. If the iPad you hold there right now, is it a Siemens iPad? Of course, yes. So it's probably not older than 3 years. If you walk into your factory, there is probably devices who are older than you can imagine, maybe 20, sometimes even 30 years old. So that's a whole different way of doing things. You cannot scan them the same way. You cannot install something on it. Sometimes you see Windows 95, maybe Windows XP as well on systems. So that is a whole different way of doing things. So you need to segment things. You need to put unsecured topics behind a firewall, and you need to look at vulnerabilities as well in a different way, because you cannot fix everything. You maybe decide not to install a fix, where in IT you immediately fix.
Yeah. So yeah, as you said, it's not just like opening up your laptop, update and done. It requires a lot more than that. It requires a lot of intelligent people and a lot of information coming together. Volker, where do you currently stand at Merck when it comes to these topics?
We have different challenges. So we have a stable environment where we have a good overview over our OT environment, but it's much more behind, because as Sander mentioned, it's always necessary that you really have a look on the whole landscape, and that you also have the right machines or something else in focus, and that you focus on the really vulnerable machines on your shop floor. And that is very important, always to be on time, which is important now for the whole production. And that's challenging for us. So what we are driving now, it's a large project where we try to implement a scan module or something like that, where our Security Operations Center is also able to have a look into our OT environment. And as I mentioned before, so it's totally different. It's spread around the world. So we are based in 65 countries around the world. And there to become an overview, that's really challenging. And that's one of our large projects on the one hand. On the other hand, we are also driving the topic of smart manufacturing, which turns the whole and OT, IT convergence into a different story. And to be there on the highest level and always to count into the right topics, that's what we try to do with a huge project we are launched now. And that's, as I mentioned, will also be very challenging for us.
Now, Sander, you're probably one of the biggest promoters, proponents, supporters, whatever you want to call it, of OT cybersecurity. I've lost count of the number of times you've been on stage and talked about this. But when we look at what Merck is currently going through, the challenges that they have, how can you help, or how can we help to make their journey a bit easier, a bit more automated?
Yeah, of course we can help. And like what you said with the scatter module, so we have a lot of products to support with that. We have, for example, in our portfolio, Industrial Asset Hub. Industrial Asset Hub is a cloud-based solution where we bring all asset information from gateways in the cloud, giving you an overview which is available in those 65 countries around the world. We have an X-ray tool. It's called Cybersecurity Inspector, where you can really do an in-depth scan of your network, find out which assets you have where, which asset has which port open. We can even check if you use standardized passwords. If you use a password multiple times on different assets, it gives you complete transparency. Then where we help with, specifically on vulnerabilities, is with Cybersecurity Guard. That's where we take the assets from, for example, Inspector or Industrial Asset Hub, and we match them with vulnerabilities from all the different vendors out there. Because there is more as just Siemens, I found out this week in the booth, or outside of our booth actually. And we can also match the vulnerabilities of those devices and help you bringing them into platforms like ServiceNow for workflow automation, or we can help you with mitigating the vulnerability without updating, giving you an understanding how critical the vulnerability is. Because maybe you're aware of this, if you have a PLC and there is a vulnerability which is quite high, but you have a firewall in between, the vulnerability might not actually be that critical, right? And this is what we can help you with a business and exposure-based recalculation of the risk score based on your asset in your environment and not just on a standardized solution. And then last but not least, we have Cybersecurity Monitor for 24/7 monitoring of your solution, which we have been using in our own factories for over, what is it now, over 10 years already. And that's our threat and anomaly detection solution developed in an OT environment by an OT company to help protecting your shop floors and plant out there in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just protecting, it's also, as you said, scanning. And you mentioned Industrial Asset Hub, for example. You can't protect what you don't know, yeah? Or you don't see. And that's also a big part of this, traceability, very, very important. Volker, if I ask you to give one piece of advice to organizations who are just starting out on their OT security journey, what would it be?
Don't be scared about sleepless nights. So starting such a project is, as I mentioned, very challenging. And the first step is to really receive an overview what is running in the OT environment, and that is very difficult to focus on the right things at the right times and to understand in a global company where everything is on the way to digitalization and to connecting. It's to have the right view. What is our next necessary step? So, and that brings sleepless nights, because you're always thinking about, have I everything in my mind? Have I looked into behind every corner? So it's really impactful for a whole organization.
Mm-hmm. And Sander, which advice do you have? So none of the audience here have any sleepless nights.
I say buy our products, or maybe listen to the next talk as well with Michael Metzler. That's a good one.
Promo.
It's the other advocate for cybersecurity, because we not only have good products, we also have services and so on to help you with, because we do have one issue at the moment. We lack the right people to do the job, because there is no skills for cybersecurity left out on the street. I think you struggle finding the right people.
Yeah.
So, and this is something we can help with our service portfolio as well, where we do have our own SOC to help you as a company, where we monitor plants around the world. So don't have sleepless night about that. You can start today. I think the best thing you can do is start. Don't wait, start acting now.
Yeah, the time is now. Or as I said before in another talk, the time was probably a few minutes ago, or yesterday even, yeah? Sander, where can people go to find out more about this and to talk with the two of you?
So the best will be come to our station here at the booth. That's station number 131, where we display our Cybersecurity software products. We can give you a live demo of Cybersecurity Guard, and we even offer you a free 3-month trial if you wish to try it out yourself. So that's a gift from us to you, and you get it here on the booth.
Perfect. And maybe Sander, just to close, as you said, you've been here for a few days already. What are some of the things that the visitors here to the fair have been most interested in when it comes to OT cybersecurity? Conversations you've been having?
So what I see, and there's a difference from over the last years, the last couple of years, they were like, we need to do something with cybersecurity. And now I say, we have to do something with cybersecurity. That's a big difference. So we talk a lot about how can we help them meeting regulatory requirements, such as, for example, NIS2 or for our machine builder CRA. How can we, with our tools, with our experience, help them getting a quick start? So these are discussions we are having, and then specifically on how easy it is to start.
Yeah. And Volker, for the remainder of the day here, what are the conversations you hope to have until the fair closes? Anything in particular you want to get across to our audience or to the visitors to your exhibit there with Sander?
Yeah, to become a really proposal where you have to find, or where we can find our end-to-end solution. So as I mentioned the whole time, it's really challenging to find that.
Yeah.
For that, I'm looking for some discussions also with Sander afterwards, and then we will see how it goes for the future.
Great. Well, thank you very much. So grab these two while you can. And with that, we unfortunately have to end this chat. We're out of time. So a big round of applause to Volker and to Sander. Thank you very much for joining us here in Hanover.
Thank you.
Thank you, Max.
Volker, thank you.
Thank you.
Sander, thank you. And Volker, you're going to get a goodie bag. Sina's going to, let's bring it. Let's do it on stage.
Let's do it on stage.
This is nice. From our customer Natura.
Yeah.
They are located in our CPG Digital Enterprise Showcase, Brazilian cosmetics company. They are using our comprehensive digital twin to optimize the way they extract essential oils in Brazil, and you might find something nice in there.
Yeah,
and Sander,
it's my favorite color.
yeah, you're all crazy. And you will get something on the way over as well. Christina or Sina will hand it over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And you've already done the promo, but Michael, you get it again anyway. So, we're going to continue to talk about cybersecurity. And as we've just heard, industrial environments are, of course, becoming more connected. And cybersecurity is quite simply a business imperative. And at the same time, we have regulations such as the Cyber Resilience Act and NIS2, which are really raising expectations for security and lifecycle responsibility. So, how can companies protect production whilst also staying compliant? Well, we're going to find out next with VP for Horizontal Management Cybersecurity at Siemens. Please welcome Michael Metzler.
Welcome. So let's talk about cybersecurity, or more specific about cybersecurity regulation. But actually, it's not really about regulations. What affects you is to secure your license to operate. Because due to the connected devices which you have, digitalization, AI is all around us here, right? This is a attack vector which a lot of companies, of course, also use to jump in your manufacturing area. And this is why cybersecurity is your license to operate. What happens if you're attacked? On the one hand side, your production is down. What does it mean if your production is down? If it's down for 1 minute, it costs you thousands of euros. The average downtime, it's 24 days. Now you can calculate by yourself how much production, how much money you're losing in 24 days. That's a huge amount. You're not able to produce anymore. You're not able to be part of a supply chain. And think about the reputation. How fast this is spreading around the world, that you have a cyber incident. And you might think, okay, that will not happen to me. But I can tell you, 75%, which is all of you, 2/3 of it, have been attacked, and they know it, or it's still in your system. So, just to give you some examples, because it's quite frightening, of course. Cyber attacks are happening not just to the big guys, right? To the big companies, big accounts. It's happening also to a dairy farm, right? Out of the big cities, somewhere in the suburbs. It happened in Germany. A small dairy farm got attacked. Or in June last year, we got a cyber attack on a food company in Spain. Or a city like Poland was attacked when it comes to a water supply. So it could happen to every company, anywhere, at any time. And that is exactly why now the European Parliament is coming up with regulations. And there are two regulations which are right now active or become active. Number one, it's a Cyber Resilience Act, we call CRA. And on the other side, it's NIS2, so the Network and Information Security Directive Part 2. What does it mean, Part 2? I will come to that later on. So these two directives are active in the European Union. If you think now, okay, I'm out of the European Union, still it affects you whenever you're selling or be part of the European Union. So let's focus on the CRA, the Cyber Resilience Act. It affects all companies who are selling products with digital elements. We call it PDEs. And it applies to manufacturer, it applies to distributor, it applies to machine builders, etc. Because it regulates from the first development to the end of life cycle. The full chain of life cycle is covered on the CRA, where you need to take care of. That's a CRA, which is due in 2027. The NIS2. NIS2 effective since last year. These are companies in certain industries. And why is it NIS2? Number two, because there are more and more markets and companies, areas are coming in now. So it was not just the critical infrastructure, it's even more, like pharma, it's water, wastewater, it's energy, it's machinery, equipment. And this applies to every company with more than 50 people, employees, and of course a turnover more than 10 million. And the requirements for CRA and NIS2, if we combine it together, basically we can come to 4 major points. It's risk management, it's corporate accountability, it's reporting obligations, and it's business continuity. And that sounds alarming, right? Because that's a lot of challenges you as a company are facing. Specifically when it comes to these challenges. And I bring you some examples. So when we look into the reporting obligations, of course, it is easier to report if your machinery is reporting automatically using digital connectors. Or think by yourself, do you have the transparency of all your assets in the OT environment? Do you know what kind of update status they actually have? Do you have that if you push the button out of the system? This is another regulation when it comes to asset visibility and security status. And all of them are looking into patch management. And when you think about patch management, think about how do you patch devices which are not able to connect via Ethernet with a lot of companies of yourself with around the globe. How do you do that? I think this is something which is quite challenges. And I can tell you one good thing. Siemens is the right partner for that because we are a manufacturer ourselves. All right? We have factories around the globe. We have our own company which we need to protect. We are target as well. And we learn from it. We have over 1,300 cybersecurity experts taking care of Siemens, of all of our factories, and of course sharing that to our customers as well. This is part of our DNA since almost 40 years. That's why, due to that expertise, we also have cybersecurity solution to help you with those challenges to deal with it. Let's go to some of them. There are lots more, but just want to give you some more. Vulnerability management. You want to have an effective vulnerability management. You want to know what is really in my production area. And with our vulnerability management system, we know what is there. We have the transparency. We can tell you exactly with that system what is the update status. You can prioritize by yourself and can schedule when is it necessary to really actually patch, for example, or update when it's not affecting the production, for example. And we have that as a cloud solution, on-prem, or as well as a service. Or network segmentation. Of course, we have our portfolio when it comes to how to design a network with our switches, firewalls, etc. But on the other side, we have also the expertise when it comes to brownfield. Because we know if we look into customers' production, it's not like everything greenfield, right? We have PLCs, which is a couple of years old. You have, I don't know, a new IPC, whatever. So you want to design the network in a way that is still secure. And we have the concepts for that to ensure that brownfield is running as well. But of course, take care of greenfield on top of that. So we have that expertise because it looks like that in our own factory, and that's where our expertise is as well. Security monitoring. You need to have a holistic overview of what is going on in your production. Is there anything which is, an anomaly? Is it something where you need to act? We also have there with our security monitoring solution the right software to help you and to give you also there the visibility to act. But of course also we know that maybe you don't have the cybersecurity expertise at hand. Maybe you just have a person in the IT security area and lacking on OT security. This is also where we have the right answer, because you can benefit from our expertise, from our security operations center, which is working for Siemens as well, right? The security operations center, these are where our experts are in, which is protecting Siemens and all its factories. And this is what you can leverage as well to protect your company. 24/7, with all the necessary solutions you need to have in order to secure. So, you need to have a structured approach. You want to be navigated through these cybersecurity challenges. You want to have the right concept for hardware and software to really navigate through those challenges. Either it's NIS2 or it's CRA. Because remember what I said in the beginning. It's not just about cybersecurity regulation. It's about securing that your production is up, that there's no attack where you're losing money every minute, but also to secure your reputation. So with that, you really secure your license to operate. If you want to know more about legislations, our solutions, how we can answer and help you on those challenges, we're super happy to welcome you in our cybersecurity area, which is maybe 2 meters from here on the line. We have our cybersecurity solutions right across the consumer packaged goods installation, and we're super happy to talk and to deep dive with you on those solutions. And with that, thanks a lot, and stay secure. Thank you.
Safe and sound, Michael. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're leaving the stage already. I would have had plenty of questions to you.
Here for you.
But here for me, here for you as well. I think he's already rushing off to his station. So if you have questions, do dare to ask us, the experts here at the booth, how you can stay cyber secure. Because it's not a matter if, it's a matter of when you will be hacked. This is what our Chief Cybersecurity Officer, Natalia Oropesa, always says. You definitely need to watch out and be prepared, because it is a dangerous field, especially when sharing data, but we got the right solutions. Right Solutions is also a good cue for our last session of the day here on main stage. Last but not least, it's the cherry on the cake, and I already see representatives from India probably joining the delegation. Great you're with us. We will be talking about the acceleration of the digital transformation for Indian industries. And Indian manufacturers, as a matter of fact, are using advanced digital technologies to transform into fully connected, globally competitive enterprises. And this drives real business impact. You definitely want to be part of that game. Two award-winning industry leaders will share their successful stories in regards of a transformation journey with us now, and will share their key lessons learned for other manufacturers to follow along. Please welcome, with a big round of applause, our two speakers coming up on stage now, Karam Singh Semi and Vikas Sharma. Hi, Karam. Hi, Vikas. Great you're joining us here on the sofa of wisdom. Let's take a seat. Make yourself comfortable. How are things for you? How has it been so far at the fair?
It's been really nice, very enlightening. I've seen like so many things here, so many amazing technologies, so many things that I can implement in my machineries, and very amazing experience.
Wonderful. I think it's the first time for you in Hanover, right?
Yeah.
At Hannover Messe.
Yes.
So that definitely is astonishing. Tell me, 12 years ago, it was the first time for me here, and I was overwhelmed by the amount of innovation. And now it doesn't stop getting bigger and bigger. Now, let's do a quick introduction round. So we got the who's who of the Indian technology here on the sofa. Karam, why don't you start to introduce yourself and the company you stand for and what you produce?
Hello everyone, my name is Karamjeet Singh. I represent Karam Machine Tools Private Limited. Basically, I'm from Rajasthan, Ajmer. It's in India. So my company produce machines basically for stone processing machineries. These machineries process heavy duty large blocks of marble, granite, different kind of other stones, and produce them into end user products like slabs or tiles. And currently, with Make in India initiative, we are making very highly advanced, highly precise machineries. And I am doing business in both domestic as well as globally. Since we already have a really good global hold, now we are expanding more in the global market.
Wonderful. And I mean, marble from India, and granite, very, very famous for that. So your tools definitely find its place in the process there. And Vikas, what are you responsible for, and what is your company producing?
So myself, Vikas Sharma, I am representing Godavari Biorefineries Limited. So basically, our company is an biorefineries company which is producing sugar, ethanol, and bio-based chemicals, as well as they have the power generations, everything. So it's starting from the sugarcane producing from the farm to taking to crushing the sugar and producing the molasses, juice, and then sugar out of it. Then extraction of the juice to the ethanol production. From the ethanol, it has been going to the chemicals. And the byproducts are the bagasse and which we are using for the fertilizers. So basically, it is taking from the field and giving back to the field. So it's a cycle which we are giving to the nature. It's our motto. So
nice.
That's how we work.
Nice. And sugar is always a good thing. Without sugar, I would not survive here on that stage, that's for sure. So I'm going to start with you, Vikas. You operate in a highly integrated and multi-product complexes. What changed in the business, or let's say in the operating environment you're active, that made fragmented visibility no longer acceptable and forced a more fundamental digital rethink?
So basically, we have been more than 50 years old company. So it has been this digital transformation journey we have started quite a few years back, looking after all the data which we have present in our environment, our company. Since it is an integrated and a complex environment, so we thought of giving a digital transformation to it so that every system gets aligned, the process that we can get something out of the process. And also there should be a foundation stone for the elevating the digital transformation. So we need to have a data hub over there, getting all the system in line. And so we thought of getting into the digital transformation perspective.
Okay.
Get not only the data, but also the analytics out of it.
Very important, not just collect data,
Right.
make real use of it and get it for the better in your production. So Karam, coming to you now in regards of the rethink. You weren't trying to improve an existing machine, you were trying to beat global benchmarks even. What convinced you that the traditional machine design and automation approaches wouldn't get you there?
So as you said, we were not trying to build an existing machine. We were trying to improve something. So the vision we had in mind, that requires very precise tools, very complex technology, since what we are building is very high, very tech, you need a very high technology for that. So I'll give you a little brief of what my machinery was. Basically, we made a machine to cut stone using a very fine wire. The wire is just 0.5 mm in thickness. It's a 30-kilometer long wire, and it's running at around 30 meters per second, very fast. So at that level since the wire is very fragile, very easy to snap. See, you need very precise and very complex machinery as well as technology to control something like that. So yes, we built it because of Siemens, because of the collaboration. We built it from the base, and that's how it went.
I mean, it sounds really, if I think of thin hair, that's probably
Exactly.
the thickness of the wire you're using to cut stone.
Yes, yes.
Amazing. Now, let's move on. Now, go on the shift to talk about how you changed from traditional to the new technology. Your story shows how mechanical design, also motion control, and also digital transparency had to work as one central system. How did the digital-first approach change the way you engineer, validate, and also scale the machines compared to earlier generations?
So as I told you, we need very specialized tools for making something like this. Few years ago, it was not even possible to make something so technologically advanced. Now, this machine requires so many servo motors working together, around 11 motors, very highly compatible to each other, very precisely working with each other. As I told you, the wire is so fragile, you can actually break the wire with your hands. And imagine something so fragile cutting a huge marble block at a speed of around 300 mm an hour. That's very fast. Okay.
It's like blink of an eyelash.
Yes. So when you make something like that, you cannot go with the traditional technology. You have to upscale, you have to improve, you have to use best tools available in the market, and that's what we did.
Great. I mean, it's amazing what technology can do and how far you have improved. So Vikash, let me go to you in regards of the shift from traditional to the new set. Once you created a single secure view across IT and OT, what changed the most? And was it the technology or how the people made decisions on a day-to-day basis across operations and leadership?
So actually, when we started this journey, the technology is the one part of the transformation journey, but real thing is how people take it, the technology, and how it uses it. So since from the worker to the higher level management, mid-level management, everybody using this analytics out of the data, giving an added advantage for the decisions making during the process, after the process. So it actually helps in overall process optimization and for a quick decision making, so that rather in the next season or in the next shift, we have to be a little bit move ahead with the ahead of the competitors for the edge we have on the digital transformation part.
I mean, for sure, there is more than just one refinery for sugar in India. So you definitely have to overlook that you stay in the competitive market there.
Right.
Great.
Absolutely right.
So looking into the impact, what that technology usage brought to you, looking back, where has been the biggest impact between efficiency, sustainability, compliance, or resilience, and why?
So basically, biggest thing was, if I break down this into several parts, so we have the systems, we had the system in place which were working in silos, we have the data, but it was a data fragmented part. So to combine everything and to get analytics out of it and to make the OT speak to the IT and vice versa. So everything in place and coming at the one platform that was a challenge for that complex part. So once we achieved that part, so what we did was that whatever the data which we analyzed on it. So it was a very technological shift in terms of today's technology. If we compare with the current market scenario, our competitors or the technology available in the market. So this all combination of everything has given us the technological edge over everyone.
Okay, and everybody's satisfied with using that technology.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Now, Karam, coming back to you in regards of the impact, how has that digital foundation translated into customer confidence and market acceptance, especially when we think about competing with imported machines?
So basically, in my field, customer satisfaction is a must. So I will tell you 3 basic points which help us with the customer satisfaction. First, using a very well-known product, Siemens. So already because it has very nice, very good reputation in the market, using a product like that in our machineries give us a very positive edge. Now, other than that, since we are using such a high-level product, we made our system in a way that it is very easy and compatible and for even a low-scale worker to use. Since I'll explain you a little bit about the industry. The industry is full of very medium-scale to low-scale operators. So tailoring something for someone like that, we require very simple system. We cannot have too much complexity. So because of using such tools, because we made a very simplified system which can be very easy to operate, and even we are trying to improve it. That's the next point. Basically, because of this exhibition, everything here, I'm actually looking for very good technologies, and it's been very insightful and very amazing. So that I'm trying to improve it even further. That's my basically mechanical thinking, like keep on improving my products. So yes.
I mean, if you're looking for new technology, this is definitely the place to be here. So you will get lots of inspiration here. Now, Karam, one more question in regards of the future projects and the outlook. What does your journey say about the future of Indian engineering and manufacturing on a global scale?
So basically, there's been a little shift in Indian technology in this regard. A lot of young entrepreneurs, they are staying in the country and trying to improve many things there. And also moving from traditional technologies to very more adaptive, very fast increasing, like progressive ways. So all this, when unified together, it does show a very steady growth, and hopefully sooner or later we'll be able to just not be the like increasing steadily. We might be that at that level to compete with the global market at like in a very close fight.
It sounds pretty much that you have a clear vision of how to achieve that. So all the best of luck on your further journey with this project. Now, Vikash, asking you about the future projects forward-looking. With this data foundation in place, what you have, how prepared do you feel for this next step now, AI-driven optimization and predictive operations?
So basically, as I told you, that the first layer of the transformation is the data layer, which we have already achieved. And we are also thinking a step ahead on that, on the data layer. We are also exploring the things which works on the, we are identifying the KPIs, where all the process, there's some bottlenecks are there where we can identify, and we are planning to have a digital twin in that, or maybe a predictive maintenance, or maybe a process optimization, advanced process optimization. So these all things we are looking in a bigger picture, starting from the data point of view.
Great. I mean, really very, very prosperous projects coming along for you as well. Now, from your perspective as customers from Siemens, what differentiates Siemens in your transformation journey compared to other technology partners you work with?
So since I've been working with Siemens for this project, so what I feel is Siemens has a very domain expertise. The people are very having that domain knowledge, as well as they have the technology in place with respect to your problem statement. So it's like throwing a problem to them, and they are coming with a product. And if they don't have the product, they'll develop the product. So it's kind the Siemens works. So that give us a very good advantage as well as a good partner to work with. And the success story tells everything that how Siemens works.
That's a great feedback. We're going to pass on to that team. They're around, so wait and see. Thank you so much. And Karam, from your side.
So, as you said, compare with the other competitors of Siemens. See, technology, other competitors also have. Maybe not as good as Siemens, but they have something. For me, what stand out the most is the service. See, I was first hand part of all the process of building my product. Because I was in the manufacturing there myself. So those multiple months, they've been so etched into my mind. So we worked so hard, me, my team, Siemens, their the whole team. So we built the whole product like a family. And there's something that not everyone can replicate, no matter how great technology they have. But there's something only those who care about their products, who care about their customers, only they can achieve. So yes, for me, more than technology, I'm so much in favor with the service and even the after-sales service you guys provide. So even in the after-sales service, I can just call the whole team. It doesn't matter the time, anything. They put their whole effort, faith, everything into it and give me the best results as possible. So that's why this is the only reason I'm here just for them, because they provided me so much. So this is something I can do for them.
I can literally feel the heartbeat for those colleagues there. Thank you so much for that great feedback. This is awesome. And there is another great colleague joining us now on stage here, because that's the marketing manager, chief marketing manager, as a matter of fact, for Siemens Digital Industries in India. Ram is joining us now on stage here, as he has some secrets to unveil and some stories to tell. Ram, gonna join us here.
Thank you so much for having me here, Christine. And I think we definitely are concluding today's stage show along with a rock-solid performance and probably a sweet moment as well. I think it's fair for us to say that for us at Siemens, we work with some amazing customers, partners, and to celebrate this, 2 years back, we kickstarted an initiative and a program in India called as Tech Champs. The larger perspective that we had when we kickstarted this initiative as Siemens was to recognize the people behind the implementation of cutting-edge technologies in manufacturing. And today, as we scale up this initiative and program, we wanted to celebrate the real success that comes out of the larger ecosystem, where it's not just Siemens, but also our end customers, our partners, and the people behind who execute some of these amazing world-class and, of course, path-breaking projects that we also heard both of them share here on stage, celebrate them on a global stage like this. And today, we'd like to do that along with both Karam and Vikas, who've joined us out here. So as we celebrate the Tech Champs of this year, maybe I'd like to also invite Swapnil here on stage to hand over the winning trophies to our Tech Champs of 2026.
Great. You're joining us here as well. So we do have the Tech Champs for Vikas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. That deserves a big round of applause, definitely.
And along with Vikas, maybe can I also ask the team that has implemented this project along with Siemens, and can I have the team from PLM Industech also on stage, please?
That came by surprise, all nervous. Come up here and join us. That is an award for the people who stand behind all that hard work. And see those big smiles here? This is wonderful. Big round of applause. Let's chime in here and bring some applause in order to give them a good feeling. Yes, and there is Splitter back there on the screen. Wonderful.
And with that, we'll also like to recognize our second winner, that is Karam Machine Tools.
Also a big round of applause.
Can we have those? And along with that, I'd also like to call the team behind this. So Uttam from Siemens and also our colleagues from Scientech Automation, Govind Singhal, if you could join us on stage.
Now all this
a huge round of applause and a huge round of cheer for all of them.
Yes. All that hard work pays off. It's partnership, it's collaboration, it's innovation. This is what Siemens stands for when we come together to deliver great solutions. Big smiles. Can you tell that those guys are happy now? Well deserved, Karim and Team Siemens. Definitely, and partners obviously as well.
Okay, sir.
Oh, thank you. This is wonderful. Ram, what's going to be up next?
I think year after year, I think we need to celebrate more successes like this. I think we as Siemens are probably, year after year, not just at Hannover, but otherwise as well, I think we come up with great technology. But I think when we collaborate with customers like this, that's when we get to taste our own champagne and enjoy the real fruits of the hard work that we at Siemens are putting in together. So I think with that, we'd like to do this and ensure that we can show to the world what are some of those amazing projects that are coming out of India and how is Siemens able to support our partners and customers out there. So
there is a claim which India usually uses, and it's incredible India.
Definitely.
And I think this definitely is incredible what your team has achieved with those customers and partners together. And we're looking for more success stories you're going to share next year. So let's do this as an Oscar award ceremony every year with the tech champs from India on Wednesday night.
I think that's an amazing idea, and we are definitely going to have our Oscars go on year after year.
Okay, thank you so much, Ram and team. Great collaboration, a great team. And as we heard in the feedback, those really colleagues are working day and night and deliver great solutions. Big smiles here in the audience. Great you're joining. I hope you had a great day today at Hannover Messe. Lots of inventions to discover, lots of technology to find, and lots of new ideas for your businesses, and also networking. That's part of the deal when you come to Hannover, when you join us in the living room of innovation. Talking about innovation, I think Izzy and Max are somewhere at the booth to discover more of our technology. So let's get their ideas of and their insights from what they discovered. Handing it over to Max and Izzy.
Yes, we are. Thank you very much, Christine. So I'm here with Izzy. We're in front of this wonderful machine, which Izzy's going to explain in just a minute. But first, Izzy, you've been incredibly busy all day. Once again, you and Michi running around the booth like madmen. Do you have any highlights that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah. So I think my highlight was going to the Natura booth and putting on the VR headset and smelling the Amazon rainforest, and then the essential oils came through afterwards. How does that work? How are we smelling the Amazon rainforest? Yeah, definitely a highlight.
That's better than all my highlights. I've got to try that out tomorrow. You've got to show me. Speaking of tomorrow, do you have anything that you're looking forward to in particular?
The party, I think, will be my highlight tomorrow. I already know it.
And you'll be running around the booth again with Michi, doing more miles here on the shop floor. Yeah. And I think by the end of Friday, you'll have covered every exhibit that we have. Great work. Just a brief outlook then for tomorrow. So we have a lot of partners in our stage program once again. I've written them down. I'm cheating, as I always do. We have, for example, TCS, Accenture, Capgemini, Deloitte, NVIDIA, AWS, IntelliSign, and Northstar, to name just a few. There are many, many more. We have our colleagues and we have other companies from Brazil, also in our stage program. Brazil, of course, the partner country this year here in Hannover. And of course, we also have customers on stage. For example, we have Nasikomo, IT Core, Diginova, BASF, Quanta, Techman Robots, Grolmus, and Laticept. And one of the customers that's here at our booth in our Digital Enterprise Showcase, well, they have a pretty big presence here, and that customer is Pringles. And we had some fun this morning with our booth staff and our management. They had a sort of a Pringles crunch time challenge, and me and Izzy, we thought we're going to copy that because it made us pretty hungry. And Izzy, I reckon we should have some Pringles too. Do you want to open the box? Thank you very much. Cheers. Lovely. And with that, thanks very much for dialing in. I'm going to hand back to Christine very briefly. See you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thanks to Max and Izzy. I just love it. And while they are enjoying their crisps and go on the crunch challenge, I just would like to say a big thank you for dialing in, for following us, for visiting us here. And we're happy to be back tomorrow with you, with your passion and your curiosity to follow for more. So see you back tomorrow at 9:15. Ciao, ciao.